Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hi, guys. I don't think anybody's here yet. This is, we didn't schedule this, just jumped on. Been out on the YouTube streets. That's where I've been. That's sunshine. How are you, love bug? It's good to see you. Thank you, Waffles. Thank you. Hey, Hopes. No second. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Evie. Good to see you. What y'all been doing? What y'all been doing? There's seven people. I can't see the likes. If y'all hit the like button, doing good. Got the head heating pad on my knee. Oh, what's going on there? Watching Morbid. I heard Morbid is is running the whole PCT and Rose thing. That's what I heard. Hey, Chili Chick, how are ya? How are ya? Thanks for coming in. I need a knee. Oh no, I'm sorry. Do you have it scheduled? Yeah, Waffles. Yeah, I heard he was streaming that, and I also heard that May Noodles had already done it. I'm sure there's a couple more people out there that that's their content all for today, and probably will be for the next week. Their content, because you know that's just what happens. No, not yet. Well, gosh, sunshine. I hope you get to feeling better. I hope that if you have to have the surgery, that you can get it done quickly. And my husband had he didn't have a full knee replacement, but he had some kind of surgery a couple years back, and he said it didn't work, but he didn't have a knee replacement. I think he had his meniscus fixed, I think. That's why I wanted, I had to let Tina see for herself what's going on with this, guys. Are they running out of things to talk about? It's so sad. You mean with Tina and Rose? You guys, really, it's not a setup. I did hear that a little bit today that people thought that maybe it was a fake fight to get more views. It's not. I would rather that it was, to tell you the truth. I really would rather. You had it done years ago, so you need another one? Oh man, that sounds painful. I'm so sorry. Yeah, when I saw Morbid starting to hang out with Tina a little bit, I was cringing because I know what he's all about, and I knew eventually he'd get him enough content over here to run on over there and do his thing. I wish it were manifest. I do too, Mary Jane. I really do. Hey, Mary Jane Doe, thank you so much for adding me on Facebook. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Morbid and other channels talking about their business. It annoys me. Yeah, but that's what they do, right? They're in the karma community, right? And that's what gets them views and gets their money. So when they run out of things to talk about in their own community, they step out to other communities and get shit and bring it back to theirs. And then we become the laughing stock over at theirs. They make a lot of money. And yeah, I was worried about that too. Yeah, I wish it was. I really do wish what's going on was because, creators do that. They do that on they'll create some drama to get some views and get more subs, but that's not the case here. It's really bad. Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate that, Mary Jane Doe. You know, Um, I set up that Facebook whenever right before probably about 2 weeks before I actually started my channel, just so hopefully people wouldn't find my real channel. Now all these people that I've never even heard of are coming out of the woodwork, and I'm just hitting delete, 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 because I don't understand it. I really don't. Like, if you don't know me in some sort of way, or if I'm not a part of maybe a community on Facebook about true crime, why would you ask me to be your buddy? Leanie, it's just so destructive to people's mental health. It is. Yes, waffles. It's really sad. It's really sad, and it's unfortunately really it's really real. You know, I mean, both of these women are really, really hurting. Really hurting. What is bad is these creators don't know the relationship between Tina and Rose. That hurts because I like Rose and Tina. Yeah. So there's the thing, right? There's the thing. Like, I think I think going personal online, it really hurts your subs the most because yeah, you could have a thing. You could have a problem with the creator, but when you bring it, to your channels and stuff like that, even though we say, "Hey, don't pick sides," is that what we're really doing? You're it's kind of like the whole kid thing, parents separate and kids feel guilty, so they feel like they have to pick sides. And then it's easy, right? You can go to Roses and hear what all she has to say, and yeah, damn, you're right, you're right, you're right. Damn it. And then you go over to PCT and you listen to what she says. Damn it, yeah, you're right, you're right. So then you're just stuck in the middle, and it's sad. It's sad. When in the end, um, they're both wrong for keeping it, continuing it on here. That's my opinion. I may get blasted. I don't want to fight with anybody, and I'm not going to fight with anybody and use content. My but I think it should just be left alone and taken private because it's bad on the subs. The subs are struggling through it. Morbid was doing a thing where he wanted people to choose between the two. He's playing Tina's meltdown. Yeah, yeah, and people are paying for that. I don't know if his channel that he's using right now is monetized or not. Um, I know he's been kicked off of YouTube more than anybody I know. So I don't know if this one that he's got going on is monetized. I haven't been over there in a while. Um, I think when you reveal too much, people will take sides. They will. And that's why it's kind of important not to, because in the end, they're going to make up, right? And then you're still stuck with, I'm still shitty with that other creator. I'm still shitty with that other person. Guess who's nearly home and can come play? Right on, Tashi. Get home safely, girl. Put your robe on, your comfy jammy pants. Get you something to eat. Come and play. Micro waffles. That's so awful. You're making, they all make things worse. I saw a few today. Yeah, it's really sad. It really just pisses me off, you guys. The whole coming over here clipping shit and going and taking it over to their community just to make money and get subs off of it. It's really, it's really crappy. It's crappy. It what kind of human does that? Tashi's on page 1 of party invites. Wow. Wow. Nice. No, he isn't monetized. Yeah. Um, that's probably because he's had so many monetized channels already that he needs to. Well, he has trouble. I mean, Morbid's well known on the streets. Well known. Well known. And people listen to him because he is a train wreck. And he brings a lot of controversy and trash and people like that. So he makes a point of that to his subs so they can donate. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Joyce. Hey Joyce, how are you? How's Joyce's favorite person Tashi? Hey, if you guys haven't subbed up, please sub up, you guys. I don't even I'm in the 270s now, so our goal it now is 280. I'm hoping to get there by Friday. Friday, yeah. Then we'll try 10 more. Is she live? Morbid's a dude, but May Noodles went earlier, I think. It's good to see you, Joyce. Oh, is Tina live? Yeah. Yeah, let me know if you guys see her. Go hang out with her. Hello, Lee. Hey, Joe. Good to see you, honey. Whose birthday? Happy birthday, Joyce. I would sing to you, but you would pay me not to. But happy birthday to you. I hope it's been a great day. I hope it's been a great day. And I wish for you many more great days ahead. This year be a blessing. Yeah. Got to catch a little bit of Rose's live. Well, I had it on 1.5, so I think I got through most of it. Got through most of it. Rose and I are on a totally different sleep schedule right now for some reason. Well, I sleep when my dog allows me to sleep with me. She's passed out right now, and I thank God for it. It's been a wonderful day, but I'm old. No, you're wise. Age comes wisdom. Well, it does come wisdom. But if you're anything like me, I mean, I feel like I'm full of wisdom, but I don't have my own life figured out. I would rather have my own life figured out, my own feelings, and know exactly who I am than to be full of wisdom. I don't know that we ever get that. Do I get that? I didn't get that. I'm still figuring it all out. Hi, Tattooed Rebel. Good to see you. Yeah. Oh, wow. That'd be a lot to ask. 300 by Friday. Thanks, Joe. 300 by Friday. Yeah. I promise. Once I get to 1,000 subs, you guys will never hear it again. If people come on, they come on. If they don't, they don't. I think you got to have an end goal. To every goal, if you leave a goal open, you never feel accomplished. That's what I think. At least I don't. So I think if you've got a goal, you've got to have an end goal. Now, just because you've reached the end goal doesn't mean that you have to stop and quit right there. You know what I mean? But anything past the end goal um, is just success, right? That's the way I look at it. Aw, that's so nice. My son asked me, Mom, how old are you? And I told him, yep, older than dirt and around when dinosaurs were, and laughed. Yeah, you're not that old, though. You're not. I won't ask you. You're wise. You're not old. I'm hoping to have uh, maybe get somebody up here on panel that hasn't been up here before, just to keep me company. Tell me something. Tell me something good. I mean, I like getting on here and just chatting with you guys and go through the chat and all that fun stuff, but I feel like I've been doing that the last couple lives and I need some entertainment. I need someone to sit up here with me and work my brain. Got my Diet Coke. I've already had coffee. Probably go back to coffee later. Haven't eaten yet. I'll get to that too. Saw Ernie Shell earlier, was live as well. Hope he's okay. When asked my mom when I was a kid, she said older than my tongue and younger than my teeth. Ah, that's good. That's good. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it. We should go and restream Morbid. He'd probably strike me for it though. Yeah, he probably would. That would be funny though, right, girl? Right, my girl Waffles? But he digs stuff like that. He likes the attention, even if it's negative. Hey, some people, negative attention is attention. I've said it all along. And he digs it. He likes it. I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to come up and have a discussion. Keep me company. There it is. If you choose to take it, you're welcome to. I could critique. Oh, I've Waffles. I've critiqued Morgid. I can't even speak. I have. Yeah. I. What is that smell? Hold on, guys. I smell something burning. Let me check on this. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I guess somebody's burning some wood outside, but I swear it smelled like the house was on fire. I've critiqued Morbid a lot, and son brought me supper home and cherry cheesecake. Yummy, yummy, good stuff. Yes, it is good stuff. That sounds really good. What'd you have for dinner? I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Thought about making some eggs earlier, but I just don't feel like it. I've been eating a sandwich every day for the past week just because I hate cooking so much. Oh, gosh. Of course you can. What's the request? Oh, holy hell. Meatloaf, tater, gravy, green beans, and it. Oh, holy hell. That sounds so good. Like, that's a real meal. That's real food right there. Man, Joyce, good on ya. Wow, that really makes me hungry. Wow. Meatloaf sounds really good right now. Can we vote on you critiquing Morgan Morbid Stream? Um, you know, it wouldn't take much to talk me into it, to tell you the truth, just 'cause, one turn deserves another. It really wouldn't take much to talk me into it, but I don't know how to stream it, to tell you the truth. That's cute. Um, I've got my other screen hooked up here, but I need that Ethernet cord, and, yeah, so hubby hasn't finished totally hooking it up, and then even if I did have that, I wouldn't know how to do it. Now, if I could do it from my phone, I've got my phone, you guys. I got my phone, but I just don't know how to do all this. I need to take 101 classes. So now what do we do? Do we hide out here if others go live? Eh, no, we'll head on over. I don't mind heading on over. I don't mind. I really would like to talk to Tina. I haven't bugged them, you guys. I haven't talked to Rose. I haven't talked to Tina. There are people that are way closer to them than I am, and I'm sure that those people have been talking to them, and so they don't need me. They 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 know how to. Both of them know how to find me if they want to talk. But so I haven't said anything. Just been laying low. It's my second live today. Um, and but I am hoping Tina goes live. You know, not from her track, because it's all being streamed, you guys. Every bit of it's being streamed. Every bit of it's being used for content. So if she comes up, guns a blazing. But either or, I really would just like to hug both of them. I do really want to talk to Tina. Wow. I honestly, Waffles, you're so cute. I really wouldn't. It wouldn't take a lot to talk me into it for sure. It's just funny. Or we can all just go to Morbid's chat and trash him. I'm all about that too. Uh, but why give him the views? Why give him the views? I think she may feel totally humiliated and not come back, sadly. Oh, you think so, Waffles? Tina's done some big stuff. Oh, you're blocked out there. Wow. Well, just do what they do. Create another account. That's what he does. You know how many accounts the man's had? And you're allowed on each email, you're allowed to have 10 or 12 alts. Did you know that? Did you know that? Or not on email, I'm sorry, on each phone number. You can create 10 to 12 different accounts. Mhm. Back to this though. Tina's done some really scandalous things, right? Some people consider scandalous. I don't. And I think she'll be back, you guys. I think she's a tough cookie. And I think like I said, you know, this may throw her over the edge with subs, you guys. I mean, people like it. People people like um a sad story. So I see her coming back. I really do. I think Tina's the comeback queen. The comeback queen. Where Waffles over there in the Karama community? No, but I believe one of his alts is shits and giggles. I do too. Sure do. I think the people who are judging her are August. Yeah. No, that lady was on Ernie's stream. The shits. Oh, was she? He's got a lot, guys. He does have a lot. But his major one that he uses that everybody knows him by is morbid, but he does have other ones. Yeah, I think Tina will be back. I think she'll be back tonight or tomorrow night. I do. I do. And I think she's going to get more subs. I do. Yeah. Or the lady shits and giggles just have the same screen name. Maybe. I know he's got a clip channel too, but I'm not even though I don't care for him, I'm not going to blow his shit up. It works for him. That's why I didn't say nothing when he started coming around Tina. Didn't say nothing. You can't tell people stuff they don't want to hear, you guys. You can't save somebody from jumping in the river. They're just going to have to swim it out or drown. People that want to jump in the river, they know it's dangerous. They know that river's dangerous and there's a chance, and you got to let them take the chance if they're not willing to walk away. Not missing much, Tasha. He's a piece of shit, really, in my book. Sorry about the caps. I can't type either. That's why I talk more. I can't type either. No. I type with one finger, you guys. Hey, Leanie, everyone, I just wanted to say good night and prayers for everyone. Good night, Katie. You have sweet dreams. Hope you have a good night's sleep. Thanks for jumping in. 3 Dave. Tina's done for, in my opinion, never going to see her again. No, she's coming back, y'all. Anybody want to wager? In my opinion, I think Tina isn't very worldly. No respect there. Mm, I think worldly is a good word. Yeah, because even you can be a very smart person but not worldly. You know what I mean? There are people who are book smart, there's people street smarts, there's people who just have uh, intuitions, that go off that. They good insights, things like that. There's different and if you got it all, good on you. So I think a that's a good way of putting it, and I don't think that is derogatory at all. Dave, behave. Where's Dave? Now I think Tina may take tonight off, but I really I mean, I still see Tina going live tonight, you guys. I do, I hope. I hope. I don't want her to go away. I don't wanna see anybody run away, but I think Tina's resilient, you guys. I think she's coming back. That's why I use that term. Yeah, you did good. You did good, Waffles. How long until 3 Dot asked to go on panel? I'm not sure. 3 Dot, have you been drinking since earlier today since we were together? We had a good fun time there. Probably made absolutely no sense to anybody, you guys. Unless you were here, if you go click on that live, you're gonna be like, "What the hell is going on? What happened to Leanie?" It was fun. It was fun, and you know what? I think there's still 50 li there's like 50 likes on that thing, you guys. It's amazing. It's amazing. It was funny. Sounded like good on you. I don't know why I say good on you. I had a friend who, she's American, and she was definitely one of those I call her a kumbaya woman. Have you guys ever seen the movie Ya of the Sisterhood or Sisterhood of the Ya? Did you guys ever see that movie? And you know how they were like in tune with the earth and chanting and being in the uh going out into like these open spaces amongst the trees and stuff. She was that person, you guys. She was. And she used to always say that to me, "Good on you." And so I just picked it up. I didn't even know it came from a I didn't know it was an Aussie term because she's American, but that's what she used to always say. "Good on you." Hey, Ryan, how are you? Hey, Ryan. Ryan, I got a question for you. Ryan. Southern Comfort. How are you? Good to see you here. I think both ladies have spread themselves thin with all the YouTube drama and all the behind the scenes manipulation. To be honest, they both need a good sleep. Good sleep. Just sleep it off like 3 Dot Dave. Sleep it off, right? So hopefully Tina did get some sleep today, right? She's on a totally different sleep schedule. I got a question for Ryan Bremer. I got a question if he's still in here. It's good to see you, Southern Comfort. Is that your cat? If that's your cat, that's a beautiful cat. Is his name Smokey? Because that's what I think I would name that cat. That's what I think I would name her. Him, her. I pray all is better tomorrow. Mm, I would hope so, but I think it's real deep. I think it's real deep. I think there's real pain, and I think now there's been too much put out that it's going to take a little while to get through this one. Yes, he was stolen. Gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. That's terrible. Was my cat. He's a Maine Coon. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. I will never understand people who steal animals when there's so many animals out there that don't have a home and they need love. Why? Why are we stealing animals, y'all? I mean, I've got a fenced in backyard, but with my dogs, I get worried about it sometimes too. I mean, that somebody might steal one of my animals out of my yard. I'm worried about Tina. Anyone know if she's okay? We don't. Not that I know of. We don't. I'm hoping she goes live tonight. If not tomorrow night, but you know, I think she's coming back. I do. She's resilient. Oh, that was his name, Gizmo? Wow. I'm so sorry about that, honey. I really am. That's terrible because people are assholes. Yeah, for sure. They are. Hey, Bootsy, good to see ya. Thanks for coming in. You're You're welcome, Southern Comfort. You're welcome. Tina's resilient. She's going to be back. I know some people are saying she won't be, but Tina's coming back, y'all. I'm telling you. This won't keep her down. She's been through a lot. She's put herself through a lot, right? She always bounces back and somehow lands on her feet. It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. I think she's coming back. I do. I'm going to drop the link, see if anybody wants to come up. We pronounce it as arseholes. Love your accent. Do I have an accent? I hate my voice. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Arseholes. Arseholes. I thought arse is like the nice way of saying ass. Am I right or wrong about that? Please let me know. I'm Aussie and you are American. Yeah. I wouldn't mind going to See, I cannot even do your guys' accent. I can't. It sounds like a sick puppy. Melly Joe, how come? Amanda, how are you doing? Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Thanks for coming in. So, in order to monetize, you guys, and I am going to monetize, in order to monetize, you got to have, they changed it. You got to have now 3,000 watched hours. It means you got to accumulate 3,000 hours that people have watched of your content. Y'all, I have 400 and something. I think it'll be a year before we get there. And you got to have 500 subs. So if you haven't subbed up, please sub up. Please sub up. If you don't like it here, you don't like me, add a little bit of sugar. And I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Add some sugar. Everybody knows how this goes. Add some sugar. If that does not work, put a little liquor in there and you're going to love me. You will. Lainey, just want you to know I am not new here. I am not going to say who I am right now. I had to figure out how to change my name today, which took forever, and I can't change it back for 10 days. That's okay. I won't ask who you are, but I appreciate you being honest, Southern Comfort. Appreciate that. You could sit under that alt. That's absolutely fine. But I appreciate you being honest. Most people aren't honest. Usually people use alternative names to cause havoc, and it's not cool. Miss Donna Clark, good to see you, love bug. Amanda's doing good today. I'm doing good today. It's been a good day. Due to strong opinions, I should have kept to myself, but I didn't. I was getting hate. Going to change my name, and I can't change it back for 10 days. Wow. So are you going to change it back to your original name after 10 days? And did you get a lot of hate for the whole Rose and Tina thing, or are we talking about in a different community? I'm curious about that. Like, where did you get the hate from? And it just now hit me, Southern Comfort. I think I know who you are. If it deals with the whole Tina and Rose thing, I just think I figured out who you are. The whole thing is sad, really. The whole thing is sad. Yeah, I've never changed my name before, but I had to today temporarily. Yeah. Yeah, I think I figured it out, love bug, and I'm sorry about that. It's gonna all work out in the end. It will. It will. It's just gonna take some time. It's not one of those things where they can both jump on panel, scream at each other for a few minutes, and then, laugh about it. This is gonna take some while because too much has been said, too much pain, deep pain. It opened up them psychological wounds that I've talked about before on here, the ones that never go away. Yeah, the Band-Aid got ripped off of both of those, and when that happens, it's worse than a physical pain, and it's harder to come back from because when you're dealing with psychological pain and you put it out there, you end up saying stuff that you wouldn't normally say if it was like a physical type of pain and stuff like that. So both of them are coming from a place of the heart. Both of them are coming from past trauma. Both of them are coming from a place of psychological things that are going on within themselves. They brought it here. They unleashed it here. They spewed it out there, and it's going to be hard to overcome, but they will. They will. Southern Comfort, yes. I know who you are. Thank you for being honest with me. I appreciate that. I just hope subs don't start picking side Nelly Joe. Unfortunately, that's already happening. And in the end, it's going to be the subs who, because it's just like a parental thing. They're going to get back together. They're gonna work through it. They are. They'll work through it. It's going to be a while, you guys. It really will. It's going to be a while. This is going to be ongoing. And then also, what's going to happen is anytime they get into a fight from here on out, this will be brought up again. It will. I don't even know who Sierra is, but if you listen, the Sierra thing is brought up whenever Tina gets really hurt. And I'm telling you, every time they get mad at each other, this is going to be brought back up. And it's sad. And it's because um, it's touching them both so deeply. It's really sad. People are already taking sides. Yeah. I don't like it, you guys. I don't like it. I love them both. I I can see the right in both of it, and I could see the wrong in both of it. But who am I to judge? I'm not judging either one of them. It's just not going to happen. Not going to do it. Y'all can. I can't tell anybody what to do, but I'm no better of a person than they are. Who knows what I would have felt or I would have done if I was in the same situation? I would hope that I would be able to keep it private and not speak on it over and over again. I would hope that I could do that. But here's the deal, you guys. This, th- to both of their to both of their credit, you know, the subs have become their family. I mean, really, their support, um, it's who you turn to. Some people have kids they can turn to. Some people have a parent they can turn to, or a sister they can turn to. Best friend. But what happens with creators is we end up making these relationships with our subs. And so whenever something hurts us, It's a natural reaction to go to the people who we feel the support by, right? And I think that's what happened. I think if they had a sister or a best friend, like someone that's so close to him that means more to him than subs do, I think that's where they would have went with it. But because they feel comfortable here, and this is where they get their validation from, and this is where their relationships are at, that's how it ended up here, you guys. I really do believe that. I really do. It's just the drifters taking side, Melly Joe, I think. Yeah, and maybe people that don't have an understanding of both of them. Maybe. I don't know. Southern Comfort, I have wanted to change my name too, especially after being supportive of PCT when she had to leave DV. Maybe we should do a one-on-one on it. A lot of jungle cats butting in, I think. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, right? If you go public with it and you keep going public with it and you're putting it out there, then do do the subs have the right to react on it? That's a good question. So me as a creator, if I had problems with somebody, another creator on here, and I went public with it because, you know, you guys are my support and you're my only support and things like that. Um, does it give your subs the right to weigh in? Maybe. I mean, what do you think's going to happen? Really? Let's be honest about it. You go public with something. What do you want the subs just to sit there and quiet and listen to them, and then go over to that channel and sit there and listen to them and have nothing at all to say? Whether it's give a kind word or just say, whoa, 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 take a step back. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. You're going to regret it. You know, I mean, what are the subs supposed to do? You're just as invested here as creators are, if not more. You could click any link, right? You could go into anybody's chat. You chose to be here. That's a choice. It's a choice. It is really affecting people's Southern comfort. It is. And I think people are so wrapped up in it, they don't realize, they just don't realize that they can't see other people's pain right now. If you guys hear me walking around, hold on just a second. I got to do something. Sorry. I really hate background noise. Good grief. I think they're too invested right now in their own pain that they can't see everybody else's. They definitely can't see each other's, but they will see the subs pain before they see each other's pain. I promise you that. That'll happen. There'll be apologies. Not that that's what everybody wants. I'm not saying that, like, apologize to us. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they will eventually be able to see past their own pain to realize how much pain they've caused everybody else. Or not everybody. Some people are sitting back streaming it. You don't give a damn. Amanda says, I care for both of them. I hope it works out. They are both great. They are. They're really special women. And I only hang out with special people, y'all. Seriously. Everyone's got an opinion. Yeah. My volume is low, or was it low? It was probably low because should I turn wait a minute, hold on. You guys tell me if my volume is low now. Can you guys hear me right now? Is it better right now? Max, what you think? Somebody just type in a yes or a no. Yes or no. Is the volume okay? Yeah, it was sad. I know it sounds insane, but I was actually in here bawling my eyes out. And my boyfriend's like, "What's wrong?" And I explained to him, my good friends on YouTube got into a fight. He thought I'm crazy. Yeah, yeah. People who don't understand that real relationships can listen, guys. I watched Downton Abbey. Like I watched the whole thing all the way through. Um, and what do you call that? I can't even think right now. I need this cigarette really, really bad. Rainy. Hey girl, hey. Um, and when it was over, you guys, I cried. I'm not lying. I cried because I felt like my friends had left me. Like seriously, I thought I'd never seen my they became my friends for 6 weeks. They helped me through a surgery recovery. And then when it was over, like I seriously cried. I seriously did cry. So I developed a relationship with people, fake people on TV. I loved them so much. Volume is okay. Yeah, Max, my volume was down because I was walking away from the computer with my headset on. That happens. Sorry, but I have to get stuff to clean my glasses or I can't read. Still low, still low. I can talk real loud. I can get loud. Good to see you, Rainy. Thanks for coming in. Hey, if you guys haven't hit the like, please hit the like. Please, please, please hit the like. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Trying to get to two 280, I think. 280 subs by Friday. Trying. Does anybody want to come up on panel? Or y'all just a chat kind of people? I'm just not that interesting, you guys. By myself, I could be more interesting with people. I see, what up? 272, right on. So I need 8 more by Friday. Yay. This brought up a lot for me. My mom died suddenly at 60. Oof. I would have been honored to take care of her. She was my best friend, and I need her. And I think Tina has more to her story. Yeah. I just choose to give grace, you guys. I really do. I really do. Just we don't know each other that well. You guys, I know probably less than 1% about any of you. You know less than 2% about me. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah, Tina puts a lot out about herself. So does Rose. They both put a lot out about themselves. There's a lot more that I could, believe me. I try not to. Um, but we don't know. We don't know what's going on there. Don't know. So I try to give grace because Lord have mercy, do I ever need grace? I lost my mom when she was 72, and it was just out of the blue as well. And even with my daughters, all of the trauma that I've gone through with my daughter and her illnesses and her transplants and her heart attacks and everything that's gone on with that. Losing my mom was the single most hardest thing that's ever happened to me. And I'm coming to terms with it now. Like I still struggle with saying like certain words. Like it's easier for me to say my mom left or I'm just learning how to say passing. The other words I can't say when it comes to my mom. I don't know why, but maybe it's just too final. Um, and my sister and I, which I've got, quite a few, but the one I'm the closest to, we handle things so differently. Like she put like she couldn't get enough pictures of my mom. She would just always sending me a new picture of my mom that she found and stuff. And that was very hard for me because even today, and it's been 5 years, December 27th, 2018 is when my mom left. Um, Even to this day, I don't have a picture of my mom up. They're put away. I just can't. I can't do it. It's too painful. Um, so I think people handle grief differently. But I will tell you this. I'm going to smoke this damn cigarette, and then I'm going to tell you something that might or might not make any sense to you that helped me understand what I think is happening with Tina. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, and it was a hard lesson for me to have to learn. So I'm gonna smoke this cigarette really, really quick, and then I'm gonna tell you guys about what I learned about that I think is going on with Tina. But like I said, I know less than 1% of her. So I feel bad for even saying I think I know. How do I know? I don't know shit. So I'm gonna smoke this freaking cigarette really quick. And I'm gonna tell you guys. You can put your business out there because there are too many snipers that shoot you down, Sally. And I struggled with the whole, you know, camming up thing because I want to. I want to cam up. I want you guys to cam up. Let's just have a real like Zoom meeting, right? Let's have a Zoom meeting. But when my youngest son, is 20, found out that I even put my real picture up there, he was really upset with me. And he showed me on his phone how he could find out exactly who I was by that picture. I won't tell anybody else that. You know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Thank God. But if I had it to do over again, maybe I wouldn't have used my picture. But all of my kids have told me, Mom, please, please don't do it. Don't do it. And then, if you were in here last night, me and Richie, my real Facebook profile, he found me. It just came up in his people you might know section and he clicked on it and it's me. So there's that. I mean, what can you do? I'm not going to delete my real Facebook because my family's on there and there's reasons why I have it. You know, all I can do is just pray a hedge around it and pray it doesn't get in the wrong hands. People that want to do any kind of damage, even though I got nothing to hide. You guys, if it's me, I got nothing. You can't hurt my life. You can't. call my job. You can't, I have no record nowhere. I think I've got maybe 2 speeding tickets. Nothing. There's nothing. I'm so squeaky clean, it's just really disgusting, probably. But I have to protect my family because, people go after each other. Listen, there are creators, sickening freaking creators out there that will call your job, try to get you fired. If that doesn't work, they call your kids' job. They call they send a welfare check out to you just to screw with you. It is terrible the stuff that I have seen in 2 years that people have done to other people on the internet, even subs. You guys got to be careful. It is sickening. It is disgusting. It really is. And it's all about content. Hey, Joyce, are you still here? We're curious. Google is mighty. The all seeing brother, right, Mary Jane? Yeah, y'all be careful. Seriously, be careful. These people out here are crazy. Oh my gosh. Southern Comfort, it's terrible. The stuff I could tell you just in 2 years of being on YouTube that I've seen done to people, it is terrible. Driving by people's houses because you happen to be in their neighborhood and you doxed their neighborhood and you put it on the internet, driving past their home, that's happened. It's real. People do some scary stuff. I deleted Facebook 2 years ago. I understand that, sunshine. It's scary. It's scary. So whenever I started this, my son was upset that I put my real picture out there. And then all my kids were just like, "Mom, do not cam up. Don't do it. Don't do it." And look, somebody somebody found my real Facebook anyways. And he wasn't looking for it, just showed up. Waffle says I deleted mine around 4 years ago. Wow. No. Did you see Mission posted Rose's address and phone number? No. When did that happen? I didn't know that. People are crazy. People are mean. People want harm to come to other people, and they also want to mess with your head. People do go real life. They really, really do. They really, really do. Me too. If people looked into me, they would be so bored as fuck. I'm not working, so no job loss. Yeah, yeah. Guys. I walk the line. Like I'm so squeaky clean. It's pathetic. I don't know if I'd change anything if I had to do it over again. To tell you the truth, I mean, you know, but and none of my family has a record. I thank God for that. I thank God that, but my kids do have jobs and my husband has a job and I'll be damned. Um, I'll be damned if because of something as stupid as me having a channel on YouTube or being a sub on YouTube um um causes them to, you know, lose jobs or cause any havoc at their work. Like if I just disappear, that's what's up. The one friend I requested just popped up. Hmm. Are you talking about me, Mary Jane Doe? Did I just pop up and that's how you found me? I put that one out, right? I tell you guys that you can find me on Facebook. Send me a message over there at According to Leanie. But Richie found, I mean, in his people you may know, it was my real my real name, my real Facebook. Lainey, is Mission here? Is that what you asked me? Is he here? Oh, I'm sure he is, just not under Mission because he's blocked. The only people I've blocked are Mission and Lionel. Um, I can't fight. I want people to understand I can't fight everybody's battles. If Tina and Rose never work this out, they will. But if they didn't work it out, I'm not blocking either one of them. Their fight's not my fight. But I blocked Mission and Lionel because they were using my channel to hurt other people, and that's not going to work. That's not going to work. It's not going to happen. Yes, I've heard and seen some things that are just horrible. Yeah, you got to protect yourself. I just saw about an hour ago, but it had been what? Are you kidding me? Why? I don't understand. I mean, I do understand. There are people out there that have nothing better to do than to make people miserable. But you have to be a miserable, miserable person to do stuff like that to people. In Australia, I believe we don't have such easy access to criminal profiles here. Yeah, I mean, you can get anybody's hair waffle. You can get anybody's. So easy. It's public asset. Excuse me. It's public asset access. You can get their court cases. You just punch in their name into a court file, into a courthouse, and you can bring up all their court cases that they've ever been into, the ones that are pending and the ones that are closed. Hey, Grandma, I hope you got rest. Hope you rested up. Yeah, yeah, Mary Jane. Yeah, I get that. I get the according to Leany one out because, um, I want people to contact me if they need to. But yeah, my real person. Now he didn't try to friend me there, but he sent me a message. But yeah, it's crazy. No, they weren't together waffles. They were close friends. He is in Australia because those people you might know pop up all the time. Yeah. hmm And you know what's funny though, Mary Jane Doe? He and I are not even friends under according to Leany. That's what's funny. That's how you know your smartphones, your smart TVs, all that stuff, it's all listening at all times. The Googles, the Surrey, the other chick that's out there talking, they're listening at all times. That's how come, like me and you could be in a room talking about, let's say, secret deodorant, right? And the next time you sign on to Facebook, you're going to have ads about it. That's how those ads pop up and stuff like that because they are listening. Rose Petal said, I just seen you're on at work listening, not sure what's going on. Oh, Rose Petal, I hope you're well. I I hope you have a good day at work. Glad you popped on. Yeah, is that on his community tab? Where did he post it at? I mean, I've got him blocked, so I can't go to their pages. Not that I'd want to. I believe you. They're sickening people. They really are the trash. Complete trash, you guys. It takes YouTube a little while sometimes, you guys. Did you guys hear about that? It was just, I think it was 2 months ago, where a man actually murdered his stepdad, you guys. I don't want to get too graphic in it because I don't want to offend anybody, but he severed a part of his body and was live on YouTube with that part of the body for like 15 minutes, and it took like 14 hours for YouTube to take it down. Mhm. Such a tough guy doxing a single woman who lives alone. Yeah, oh yeah. Piece of shit completely. Yeah, Alexa, there you go, thank you. My mind, there's a lot going on up there, you guys. It's hard to focus sometimes. You are right. There's been so many times my daughter and I will be sitting here talking about things and get on her phone and see an ad, and it's for a trip. Yeah, it is. Sometimes my husband gets shitty about it, and he'll go around and he'll unplug everything. Everything goes off. He's like, "We should just unplug it." And I'm like, "But I'm watching that." But even when you're watching, it's listening. So if I pass gas by my smart TV, I will get ads for every. You might, you might. I did and took a screenshot and sent it to Rose. Wow. Yes, waffles. It was the head thing. Yes. Yeah. Took 14 hours to take it down. I reported it too. That's disgusting. Yeah. The bad thing is that, yeah, YouTube took it down, but there's enough people who have already clipped it. It's easy to find. It's really easy to find. Hey, there's 44 people in here, you guys. How many thumbs up do we have? How many thumbs up? There's 45 people now. How many thumbs up do we have? I'm just curious. I can't see it. I really can't see it. If you haven't subscribed, it's for free. It's for free. You don't have to like me to subscribe to me. 9 thumbs up waffles. Oh, y'all are slacking. Y'all don't like me today? Is that what happened? Oh, holy hell. Tashi, I know you're not a thumbs up girl, but hit that thumbs up. I gotta do this, y'all. 9? That makes me so sad. 20 thumbs up. That's better. We're getting there. Mine says 19. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that so much. Oh, you were 20, Grandma. Okay, thank you. Sometimes I think you have to refresh it because sometimes I'll be sitting in somebody's chat and I'm seeing like 3 or 4 likes, and then somebody puts the number in them, and I don't know if you have to refresh it to find out. 23. Okay, okay, this is better. I feel a little bit of the love now. Thanks, guys. 9 scared me. I was like, "Whoa, I gotta get off. Gotta get off." That's the old way of doing a heart, waffles. Yeah. That's old AOL days before emojis. That's what we did. Yeah. Yeah. I think I did a heart like that on one of my. Wait, hold on. Is it on this one? Hold on. Let me look at my banner. Here it is. See the hearts there? Yeah, that's the old way before, back in the old AOL days, we didn't have emojis. So we made up a bunch. 24. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you. Hit that thumbs up, you guys. Yeah, thank you so much. Warrior. Hello, sweetheart. I hope you're well. Oh gosh, that was so obnoxious, wasn't it? So obnoxious. But it was so funny to me. I couldn't help it. I just could not help it. It was funny. Couldn't help it. And I really do think that that's probably the first time that's ever been done on YouTube. So I feel, you know, I feel like a trailblazer. we'll see what comes up of it, right? And you go back and you look at it, there's 50 something likes on it. So I guess people either went in and hit the likes on the way out or whatever, but that was great fun. I'm going to go powder my nose, as Tina says. I'm gonna put on the elevator music because I haven't figured out the damn music yet. Entertain y'all. But I have to do that, and I have to check on a dog that hasn't come out yet that I'm scared to leave by herself. So I'm gonna put this on real low. Y'all chit chat. Tell me something good or even bad. We'll work through it. What the hell am I doing? Okay, I'll be back. I gotta potty and check on a child dog. All right, the dog child's fine. Sorry about that, Mary Jane Doe. I gotta work out some music. New York government has suppression order made by the High Court. Should I check that out? It was funny. It was funny to me. I'm glad it was funny to you too. We were having a good time with it. It was a good time. Naming Prime Minister, SSS, etc., etc. I'll check into it, Warrior Nun. I'll figure it out. Wild Angel, did I say hi to you? I'm so sorry, Mary Jane. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure out some good music. But my music may make you fall asleep too. I mean, I like all different kind of music, but I don't like that slam jam funkomatic. Like I'm not a rap fan. I'm not a heavy metal fan. I'm not a um, jazz fan. I'm not a. I don't. I have a. I do like different types of music, but um, my favorite music is stuff that makes me feel something. Uh, like slow rock or country or something like that. Has to touch me in some way. I can't just play stuff. Can't just listen to stuff. Naming and shaming. I saw some channels that have music on them. I don't know how that works. I've been told how to get to them. I just have to get on here and add some to my computer. to my desktop so I could play them. I've been told how to get. I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna do it. Oh, see there, I got off. I was gonna, my thoughts on Tina. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna Southern rock, but at the same time, I also like Guns. I do like some of Guns N' Roses. AC/DC is a no go for me. Just can't do it. Can't do it. So I'm gonna get this right here real quick. Maybe you want to hear it. Maybe you don't. If you don't, then fast forward. Here's what I learned. So I was in Germany and I got a Red Cross message that I was coming back to the States because my brother had been in a car accident and he wasn't expected to live. Right? Right. I'm just going to end that story right here. My brother lived, is living today. It worked out great. He's wonderful. He's beautiful. So I don't want to leave the cliffhanger. Did my brother survive? My brother survived that accident. Is a miracle. University of Alabama, UAB hospital saved his life. And I'm still thankful for them doctors today. So I don't want to leave a cliffhanger. My brother's fine. But I got Red Cross back to the States. My brother wasn't supposed to make it. It was touch and go many, many, many nights. He had a traumatic brain injury. And yeah, it was really, really bad. Well, as soon as I got back to the States, now it took me 2 days to get back to the States because you can't just go to the airport. Um, they have to get you a flight out. I ended up taking a military flight home because we couldn't get a flight out quick enough commercially. So I jumped on one of them big old army planes with my kids and came home. Well, my mom went to the hospital with me, right? All of my family was already in because I was the only one that was overseas. So my family was already all there, took me up to the hospital so I can go see my brother. And mom, mom went to the hospital that night that I got in with me. And then like two days after that, she made the hospital visits. Now, when you're in ICU like that, you don't just get to sit in there with them. They have visiting hours, and that's for a reason, right? So there were visiting hours. So what we would do is we would hang out all day. Like we'd all go first thing in the morning and hang out until after the last visiting hour at night. Well, my mom quit going, and I was all kind of shitty, y'all. I'm talking. I was so upset at my mom. I'm like, "That's your son." Like, and I didn't voice it to my mom, and I thank God every day that I did not voice it to my mom. I don't know why I didn't voice it to my mom. I just felt like I was going to give my mom grace. I knew she was hurting and she was scared because that was my brother, but that was her child, her only living son. Her firstborn was a boy, and she lost him when he was a month and a half old. My brother's the youngest out of all of that. So I knew my mom was struggling. So I just chose to give her grace because my mom wasn't acting the way that I thought my mom should act, like be at the hospital with us, and going in and seeing her son, you know. And I worried about that for her. I worried, uh, you know, why wouldn't she? I always thought if that was my kid up there, like they could barely get me out during non-visiting hours. I'd probably make a scene, right, to see my kid. I couldn't understand why my mom wasn't wanting to go to the hospital, right? But I thank God every day I gave her grace for it. There were other people in my family that were like, "Just come and go to the hospital with us, come and see him." And she was like, "No, no." And she would make an excuse as to why. And none of those excuses made any sense, but I wasn't gonna fuss at my mom, about it. I just let it be. It was what it was. But was I shitty about it? I was shitty. Yeah, I was upset that she wasn't going because I was upset because I couldn't understand it, right? This is what I would do in that situation. By God, if my kid was laying up there dying in a hospital, I would be there. How dare you not go to the hospital and see your son? That's what I was thinking on the inside, right? Thank God it didn't come out of my mouth because found out years later. Like I said, my brother lived. All turned out really good. Um, does he have problems from? Yeah, he he's got a brain injury. He's always gonna have a brain injury, but, um, is he thriving? Is he married, happy, got kids? Yeah, yeah, I mean, he's a true miracle, you guys. Um, but here's why I'm glad I never opened my mouth against and use that and even try to talk to my mom about it, because I ended up going through the same thing, right? Most of y'all that are in here right now know about my daughter and all the stuff that I've been through and the trauma. And it got to where, as my daughter got older, I didn't want to go to the hospital. And the reason why I didn't want to go to the hospital is because I was scared. I was so scared to see her like that. I couldn't help her. I couldn't make it better. I was so scared that she was going to pass in front of me. Um, I was so scared. I just can't tell you how scary that is when they tell you your daughter's had a heart attack, or you know, tells you we we're gonna need a miracle. We're gonna need a heart and a kidney for this kid to live. Scary, right? So the sicker she got, the less I went to the hospital. And if I went to the hospital, here's what would happen, honest to God. I'm panicking the whole time, popped a couple pills even before I got into the hospital to handle it. Still, I'm scared. I'm scared to death. Scared to see my baby die. And what would happen is my sister knows that that's the way that I am. I'm scared. I'm scared for what will happen. I'm scared to face that. So my sister would show up at the hospital and literally I would tag her, "You're it." I would hug my daughter. And luckily, my daughter gives me grace because she knows that I'm scared too, right? So my daughter gives me grace. And my sister's like her second mother, honestly, really. We raised our kids together. Um, them and their cousins are just like brothers and sisters. We raised them together, literally. Um, so I would wait for her other mother to get there, her aunt, and I'd tag out. And sometimes I would I would always leave the hospital, meaning I would always at least go to my vehicle and sit there. And sometimes I would sit there for hours, but I couldn't walk back in that hospital, but I was still there. And sometimes I couldn't even do that because I was living in the greatest fear. And so I would go home and I'd crawl in bed. And so I said that to say this. Maybe I feel like maybe I don't know for sure because we know less than 1% of everybody's life, really, their real life here and their feelings. Maybe Tina feels like that with her mom. Maybe she's so scared. Maybe if she doesn't acknowledge it, it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Because even though I had to acknowledge my daughter going through the things that she did, and my mom had acknowledged her son was not going to live either, we handle things different. We all have different strengths. So maybe you would have been the person to stay right there next. If my brother was your child, maybe you would have stood right there by the door, waiting to go in and see him every time the doors open. If my daughter was your daughter, maybe you could have stayed at that hospital and never left. But we're all different. We all have different strengths. Maybe I handle something better than you could handle it, right? Is it weakness? I don't know. But I do know we all have different strengths. Do I think my mom was weak? No, I don't think my mom was weak. We're all different. We all handle things differently. We handle grief differently. We handle love differently. We handle everything differently. We're all made different. We were all the same. It would be a boring place to live. It'd be dumb. But I am so glad I never spoke out to my mom because it took me going through, it takes me going through the things that I go through watching my baby, to understand my mom. So that's why I think it's easy for me to give grace to Tina, to Rose, to, you know, how would you handle those situations, right? You don't know how you'd handle it if you're in the same situation. You don't know how you would have handled Rose's. We didn't None of us heard Rose's message that she sent to Tina, but obviously it triggered a lot that Tina jumped on, but none of us heard it, right? We only heard Tina go off. We didn't hear Rose's go off. So none of us know how we would handle that situation that Tina and Rose are going through. So when you jump on sides and when you're calling somebody out for it or whatever, show some grace because you never know if you're going to be put in that same exact position and then you're going to have to eat crow. And maybe some people don't have a conscience, so it doesn't bother them. You know, who cares? They're not, they don't have a conscience. It doesn't affect them. But for me, do you know how guilty I would have felt having to live through everything with my daughter that I lived through, knowing that I gave my mother so much grief for the same way that I react to stuff that she did? That's tough for me because I do have a conscience. That's tough for me to have to deal with. So I'm thankful that I chose to show my mom grace and not fuss at her and not demand that she go to the hospital and be with her son. And I'm thankful that my daughter gives me grace and that I have people, my other children, who step in for me. I go, but I don't stay. The minute somebody gets there to take over for me, I tag out. And so just be careful how you judge somebody because you might be in that very same shoes one day and you're going to need someone to show you some grace. And I hope that's my hope that somebody's there to show you the grace you need. And that's where I'm at in the whole Tina and uh, Team Rose thing. I'm going to show them grace. All right, so there you have it. I like Southern rock, same time Rose ACD, but the we need something has just come to mind. I think we have the same taste in men, meaning when Tina did the fantasy panel, you shoe Patrick Swayze and someone else. Yeah, Patrick Swayze. Oh God, man, was he ever hot? I have a thing for men that have that crooked smile. It's a thing, and it's a for me, it's a quiet strength. I've come to find that out. Men who are egotistical and only want to talk about themselves and don't like anybody better than what they see in the mirror and need a lot of petting and a lot of attention piss me off. I don't like it. It's a major turnoff to me. Men with quiet strength that don't have to lift themselves up and don't have to be the center of attention, those are the intriguing ones to me. That's what I ended up marrying. Tina comment blog. Wait, what? What does that mean? Tina comment blog is pro Tina and Ant. I don't understand. Somebody help me. Oh, guess no, but a lot of people don't understand. Let's see. Sorry, I'm a boomer. Is that on our page? I guess I'm a boomer too. I can understand that, Leanie. I'm sure it was mentally and physically. It was. It was. Still is. All right. Somebody tell me what that means. Honestly, not all family is close. That's the truth. That's the truth. Waffle says he is too hot to handle. Oh, girl, yes. I know. Three Dot Dave. Where's Dave? That was beautiful. We need your desertion on grace. Thank you for it, love. Your neighbor in the bushes in Illinois. Cheryl. Thank you for being here, Cheryl. Come out of the bushes, Cheryl. We're good people here. We're fun. We're fun. You're reading chat. There's no judgments here. We're fun people. Chili Chick says, when I was little, I asked for a cardboard cutout of Patrick. Oh, gosh. I'd ask for one now, Chili Chick. He's fire. He is. Woo, God, he's freaking y'all. Now I know everybody loves Patrick Swayze in Dirty Dancing, but my favorite Patrick Swayze is Ghost, where he's sitting behind Demi Moore and she's working that clay and he's got his arms around her and he's molding the clay with her even as a ghost and she feels safe and surrounded by oh my god. Hose me down, guys. Where's the fire extinguisher? God, that's fire. That's hot. Holy Hannah. Good night. I think I just did something to my insides. Leanie doesn't. I dig you, Three Dot. Three Dot. You're fun. I love you, Three Dot. I love you. My comments posted on Tina's channel under her last live. Was it her last live this morning? Waffle does you or waffles for comments are hostile to Rose. So, do you mean, Max, that your comments are hostile to Rose or other people's? I'm lost. I just want to add to what you said. People see Rose as a tough Spitfire, but she is probably more sensitive than Tina, and people mistake her pain as rants. Rose is reactive, and I just adore her. I adore her too. She is reactive. That's what I mean. They both handled it kind of kind of differently, kind of the same. They both fussed about it on YouTube, but there's a difference in their voices and the way they handled it, and it comes from deep pain. That's where it comes from, you guys. I said I asked, but unfortunately, I didn't get it. Oh, Patrick Swayze, you have a great night too, Three Dot. It's Hotline Lesbians just asking Waffle. There were 80 comments and 70 are bashing. Really? Huh, you guys, I don't even go look at the comments. I didn't know until recently you could, but where do you find those at? What do you just pull up the live and then just do the comments scroll through, or how does that work? I don't know. I don't even go read my own because I don't know how. Somebody told me on here once how to do it. I don't remember. If I don't do it right then when you tell me how to do it, I'm not going to remember until I do it like twice. It's kind of like getting lost. Um, As long as I drive that way, even if I get lost like 2 times, I can always get back to where I was. It's the weirdest thing. There are some topics that trigger people. Well, yeah, religion triggers people. I don't even know how that's possible. My kids will trigger people. I trigger people. Everybody's triggered. Waffle says, "Ladies don't fart to you." So are you guys all out reading the comments now? How do you get there? I don't know. It is just sad. So the whole hope that people don't take sides, there you go. I don't know when the comments started coming through, but there they are. And it's not just there. I mean, I was in Rose's channel and I saw some people bashing Tina. I mean, people are taking sides. The way it goes. I don't get triggered. I just think it's our day and age. Everybody's offended. I'm offended people are offended. I think that's what offends me, is when people get offended. Like, shut the hell up. You'll be okay. I doubt anyone knows the backstory, so Tina should not have let it go down that road. Well, there you go. There you go. But then when you say that, I have to play devil's advocate here because it's what I do. It's what I do, you guys. Why did Tina take it down that road? Is this the only place that she feels safe enough to put it out and then it backfired? Maybe. Gonna play devil's advocate all day here. I didn't try to take sides because I love them both. Chili chick, good on you, honey. I'm not taking sides. I love them both too. I choose to give them both grace. I think it comes from a very, very, very deep place, and I'm not going to do it. Why beat a why beat a hurt dog when it's down? Why? Why? They're gonna they're gonna beat themselves up, you guys. They don't need us doing it. They don't. They are gonna beat themselves up for everything that's taken place. Religion and politics are common trigger issues, but there are others. True, true. But back in the day when I was a kid, people knew just not to bring up politics and religion. Why? Because they knew that it caused fights, so they were adults about it, so they just didn't talk about it. Unfortunately, we live in a day and an age where you kind of need to talk about it. There's some things that, yes, they're going to be trigger warnings, but you need to talk about it. You need to talk about it. The problem is how your discussions are handled and how you handle yourself in discussions. Are you a grown ass person that can handle it, even if you don't agree? I can feel both sides on a personal level. Yeah, it's deep. Yes, but she didn't like her pri sorry. She didn't like her private business being brought to YouTube either, so it just entices war. You are correct. You're correct. I'm telling you guys, there's nothing that any of us can say that they haven't told themselves already. I believe that. I do believe that. I do. I have to. I have to believe the good in people. If not, then I'm just going to go hide underneath the covers in the room. I have to believe there's good in I have to believe there's good in almost every person. Not every person, I'm not that dumb, but if I don't, then for me, what's humanity? I have to believe there's good in most people. And I believe there's good in Rose, and I believe there's good in Tina, and I believe we make mistakes, and I believe we should give grace, and I believe um, when they're ready to come out and talk about it, that we should give them grace. That's hard. It's hard to admit when, especially if they're going to admit that either one of them were wrong in a certain whatever. If they're going to take any kind of fault in any of this, um, give them grace. Don't bash them. Don't add fuel to the fire. Give them grace. Accept it. Move along. Move along. You're right is better. You're right. It's better to live a life where you see good in someone, even when it's hard to. It is hard to sometimes. It is. It's a choice, you guys. It is completely a choice to decide to look for the good in somebody. It is. And I've been burned. I've been burned bad. But does it stop me from being who I am and getting burned because I believe in the good at first before I sit back and pay a lot of attention to people, find out who they are? I'm still going to do it. It's still worth it because more times I've been right when it comes to people than wrong. You know, I'm always going to believe the good. I'm always. I'm always going to show respect right away, right away. And then what you do with it is up to you. I'm always going to just give love right away. It's just always going to happen no matter what. and then what you do with it is up to you. So kind of put the ball my relationship with people, I give them the ball and let them run with it, always. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe I shouldn't do that, but it's how I've been my whole life. It's how I'm probably gonna die. And sometimes it hurts like hell, but sometimes I've made a really good choice. See you next time, Waffles. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Did Wild Angel say anything while I was gone? Did she say anything? Did she see? I don't know if she's still here or not, but did she talk to Tina? I hope Tina's okay. I hope Rose is getting much needed sleep and drink some lemon water or lemon tea to soothe her voice. Lainey, thanks for being a positive voice in the situation. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. It's really the only way I know how to be. Really. Believe me, I can be ugly, you guys. I can be ugly. I can be vile, just like anybody else. I'm not a saint. And believe me, nobody's going to ever put my name in for sainthood. It's not going to happen. But I don't know. I just am who I am. Maybe that makes me a little soft. Don't appreciate waffles in leany chat. Why? What does that mean? That you don't like her here? Fart elsewhere and bury it, waffles. Oh, Joyce. I didn't watch Tina or Rose lately, so I don't know what's going on. Well, Joyce, it's the lives are still up. Tina's lives aren't very long, like 10 minutes live, 9 minutes, something like that. Rose is a little while longer. Um, it's all very sad. It's very, very sad. I just need grace, you guys. I just need it. Any prayers, any love. Very, very sad. So Sherry didn't say anything. I'm taking it. I'm looking up. I don't see anything. It's okay, Leanie. It's waffle shit. Okay, I'll just leave it right there. Happy birthday, Joyce. Silent J. Have I ever seen you here before? If I haven't, thanks for coming in. Glad to have you here. Thank you for coming in. Hope you'll stick around. 48 people here and like 2 people talking. What are you guys doing? I don't have that much to say. I'm not that entertainment, folks. You can hit the like if you haven't subbed up, sub up. Told you I'd get you a special. Tashi, is that you? Silent J. That's the hee haw thing. Did you know that? Have you ever seen hee haw? Yeah, it's Joyce's birthday. Party over at Joyce's. He's on his way to your place to give you a striptease. Oh, nice. Nice. Markella, good to see you. How you doing? Used to watch Hee Haw all the time as a kid. Yeah, me too. Me too. I miss old Hee Haw days. That's the Hee Haw, isn't you guys look at that. So look at Silent J's donkey, goat, horse thing. Isn't that Hee Haw? That's Hee Haw, right? Chili Chick, your birthday's the 11th. You'll have to come in and hang out with us. If not, happy early birthday. It is the Hee Haw. Yes. That's what I thought. Oh my God. Does it say it down in the corner? Or does it does say Hee Haw down in the corner? I love Hee Haw, you guys. Buck Owens and uh, Roy Clark. Hey, Grandpa, what's for supper? Grandpa Jones, Minnie Pearl. That's back in the day before they started messing with our minds, you guys. Yeah, absolutely, Chili Chick. Come hang out with us more often. We're a good time over here. Silent J is so hot he would melt anyone's heart. Wow. Wow. Pictures or it's not real. Wait a minute. Is Silent J Tashi? Is Silent J a subscriber here? Got to be a subscriber before we're dropping links. That's my only thing, you know. Leany etiquette. I met the Hager Oh man, they were so good looking. I forgot all about them. What were they like? Were they really sweet? I usually catch the replay or I'm in the bush. Come out of the bushes, honey. The bushes are not fun. We're not that entertaining, really. You need to come out. It's more fun to be a part of it. Be a part of the show, not in the bushes. I like a Carolina Reaper pepper. Sunshine said, "Well, I am enjoying your channel. Why it's not too many people. Soon the chat will be flying by and I will take." No, you will not, Sunshine. No, you will not. Because I'm coming to visit you in Idaho. Not taking a back seat. Not. You're one of the first people here, Sunshine. I remember. Silent J is subbed. All right, cool. That's all I asked. Tashi, is Silent J you? I don't get it. I'm lost. He's a sub. He watches in the bush. Come on. Well, I appreciate him subbing. I just believe in etiquette. I met them in Kentucky. Yeah, they're really cool guys. Wow. I thought they were really, really good looking. Did. I think there's a lot of Aussie inside jokes going on, guys, that we're just not privy to. It's getting Cheryl, come out. Come out. That cannot be fun over there in the bushes. It just can't. Unless you're like unless you're just listening, sweeping your floor and doing your chores. I have to do that a lot, you guys. But it can't be fun in the bushes. Come out. Come tell me about yourself. Come on. The only Kentucky in Oz is KFC. Y'all come out of the bushes. It's just not fun in there. Silent J is hot. I'm pretty sure there's an inside joke going on around you guys, and I'm not privy to it. Cheryl, you kicking me out? I'm kicking you guys out of the bushes. I'm gonna go over there and shake the bushes. I'm gonna shake the bushes. Y'all get out. Get in here. Let's chat. Sunshine, I told my husband. I was like, look, I gotta go. I gotta go. Go hang out with Sunshine. He thinks I'm being silly. I'm not being silly. Going to see her when I go over to Idaho to hang out in the court proceedings over there. I plan on going and seeing Sunshine. Rainy, get out of the bushes. Y'all come on. Come on. I know y'all got something to say. Come out here and chat with us. Josh, why she thinks I'm you. So Silent J is Josh? Probably because he's never talked to me. I really did think it was you, Tashi. It's not. I'm popping in and out, usually doing chores. I feel that, Rainy. Yeah. I need to do my floors. I'm protesting it. The reason why I'm protesting it is because I know my back's going to hurt. And you know how you got to gear up because you know the pain's coming. So you kind of prepare your mind for it. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, see, I'm usually cleaning and listening because YouTube is my TV. Yeah, I get that. I don't have regular TV channels. American TV is trash, you guys. It's trash. The commercials are trash. It's all trash. I'm always sitting in a tree. Come out, sunshine. Come out. Spread that love. I'm in Georgia. I do goats farming. I'm not Tashi. Ah, you're in Georgia. My roots run deep in Georgia, in Savannah and Statesboro. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be making a trip back pretty soon. Gotta go see my family. Maybe I need to jump in bushes with Silent J. I guess it just depends on what you guys are gonna do over there. Turn the red light on by the bushes if that's what you're doing. No, stay in the bush. It helps it hope it has thorns. No, no, no. Come on out. Come on out. I love everybody chatting. Let's just do this. Markella, did you see Garrison, Janelle, Cody, Brown, son? Nuh-uh. Are you he passed away? Hopes. Are you serious? Take a link. Come and talk to me about that. Hopes, will you take a link? You guys come up here and talk to me about that. I want to know. I watched Sister Wives. I love Janelle. Janelle's like my favorite. Are you kidding me? Will somebody come up and talk to me about it? No way. Where have I been? Oh my God, I've been on YouTube too long. Somebody get up here. Let's talk Sister Wives for a second or two. We are 8 hours from. That's okay. Sunshine, it's okay. I love road trip. I love a good road trip, Sunshine. I've never been to Idaho. There's lots for me to see. I would love it. Somebody take that link and come and talk to me about Sister Wives. Who's your favorite? Now I got to get the phone and read it. Silent J and Tashi are two different people. Okay. I didn't know. I've never even seen Silent J. And thank you for being a sub. Thank you. I didn't even know. Cody is awful. He is awful. He needs to be slapped. But There are women out there that love him. Why? Why? I'm getting the phone, you guys. If you guys are gonna take a link, we're gonna figure this out. I'm getting the phone. I'm gonna look it up. Nobody's gonna come up here and talk to me about it, then I'm just gonna read on it. Oh my god, I can't believe that I love Janelle. How sad. I'm gonna Google the hell out of that. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's right here. Sister Wife star Janelle Brown's son Garrison dead at 20. After an S, he unalived himself. That was today, 2:34 p.m. Janelle Brown just addressed Garrison's death, taking to social media to post a photo of her boy in writing, "Cody and I are deeply saddened to announce the loss of our beautiful boy Robert Garrison Brown. He was a bright spot in the lives of all who knew him." She adds, "His loss will leave such a big hole in our lives and that it takes our breath away. We ask that you please respect our privacy and join us in honoring his memory." Wow. And he was very outspoken when all the breakups were happening. He was outspoken on social media about it. He was for it, wasn't he? Am I right about that? Janelle Brown's son Garrison has died, and it appears his passing was an unaliving. The Sister Wife star, who appeared alongside his mother and father, Cody Brown, on the TLC hit series for over 5 years, passed away Tuesday in Flagstaff, Arizona, where he had his own home after having moved away from his family. Oh my gosh. Flagstaff PD tells us officers respond to Garrison's home Tuesday morning on a report of a unaliving, and when they arrived, they discovered him unalived at the scene. We're told Garrison appears to have suffered from a self-inflicted you-know-what. We're told no foul play is suspected, and for now, the police are looking to it as an apparent unaliving. Garrison's brother Gabriel arrived at the house and found him. And found him. Oh no. No word on whether a note was left behind. We're told an investigation is underway. Garrison has appeared on Sister Wives since it first aired on the network way back in 2010 when he was just a kid. The series chronicled the dad's polygamous lifestyle in Utah, where Cody has multiple wives. Janelle was one of them until they got divorced last year. As for Garrison, he is one of Cody's many children, has several siblings and half-siblings, many of who are still featured on the show. All in all, he's Cody and Janelle's fourth child. He has 5 direct siblings, two and two other half-siblings from different marriages. While he and his family have lived in Utah at first, they eventually moved to Vegas, and as he became of age, Garrison showed an interest in enlisting in the armed services. While he wanted to join the Army, Garrison ended up signing up for the National Guard. Garrett moved out of his parents' house a few years ago during the pandemic, this amid the massive feud within the family over the C word. In the end, Garrison ended up buying his own home in Arizona and has lived there since 2021. The guy was pretty active on social media. That's what I thought, documenting his life and his pets. That's what I thought. His last post on Instagram features him with his new cat, and he said he had welcomed into his household. a feline he called Mrs. Buttons. He described the cat this way: newest addition to my home, Miss Buttons. She's 9 years old and was on the line for euthanasia, but my savior complex couldn't suffice. It's an absolute tragedy for the ones he loved, especially Janelle. Oh my goodness gracious, I can't imagine. You guys, who just announced recently she experienced what? A cancer scare and had to have two precancer spot removed. Girl, I feel that. I've had those taken off too. Garrison is survived by many family members and loved ones. He was only 25. Rest in peace. Gosh, you guys. Doesn't that put things into perspective, though? Like, how big are our freaking problems? Hold on. How big are our problems? We got stupid little problems that we blow up, make so huge on the internet. And you got a mother who's mourning her son who took his own life. How big are our problems? I think we should be ashamed. Puts it into perspective. Even if they move it from Moscow, it won't be on my side. I don't care. I'm still coming. Don't try to deter me now, sunshine. Cheryl said, FYI, the bushes are clothing option. Oh, well. Y'all turn the red light on. Turn the red light on, guys. It's a nudist colony. So what I'm taking this to mean is that Leanie's bushes over there where people are hanging out is a nudist colony. It's a nudist colony. If you want to join, join. But I'm just going to say it right here, like Megan says. I'm going to say it right here, guys. You guys can be naked on in the chat too. Just don't tell nobody. It's kind of creepy. I can hardly talk from coughing. Sorry. No, it's okay, Hopes. It's okay. I didn't know that it happened. I haven't um really done social media today or even looked at anything that would show it. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm sad for I like Janelle, you guys. She's my favorite out of the sister wives. She really is. Sad for anybody who loses a child. He's my fave human, Leanie. I love him to pieces, and so does Joyce. We used to mess with him because Joyce adores him too. That's sweet. It's nice to be adored. I don't understand why anybody likes Cody. Me either. Does it have to do with arranged marriages? Like, you don't have to like him. You just got to marry him and spit out some kids for him. Did they ever like him? There's a there there is a question I want answered. Did they ever really like him besides Robin? Because obviously it was an arranged marriage for her. She wasn't even in the faith. And at that point, why like him? Ew, it's just gross. It's so gross. I adore Silent J. J. He is super hot. Well, I want to see pictures or it didn't happen. Oh gosh, yeah. I would come up, but earlier I got on panel and kind of tanked. Oh girl, come up on panel. It's not gonna tank. And even if it tanks, it tanks. It's life. Cactuses. That sounds painful. I'm sorry I derailed your life. I was so upset. No, girl, I'm glad you told me. You didn't derail my life. No way. We talk on all different kinds of things here. Not off limits. People want to listen to it, they'll stick around. If they don't, they'll leave and they'll come back. It's all right. I have learned by research in FLDS that some of the children just can't take the stress and drama that goes on and do commit. Yes, yeah. It's just very sad. Like I said, when there's children involved, the ones that really get hurt are the kids. Wake up. Wake up, adults. Be adults. Be adults. It was nice talking to y'all. I'm off to bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Silent Jay. It was very nice meeting you. I hope you come back. Don't be so silent next time. Mark Keller, you should pay Leanie for your research. Oh, nah. No, I don't. Thank you, Warrior, but I'm good. I'm sure she's done a lot of research, you guys. She's fixing to um actually put out Markella's actually fixing to put out a video that she's been researching about the FDLS. So if you haven't subbed up to her, get subbed up to her because she's fixing to put something out on that she's been working on. I'm excited to see it. And his brother found him. Yeah, that's terrible. Cody was so mean to them boys. Yeah, yeah, it makes you wonder. Complete cult. That's what it is. Taking advantage is not cool. No, she's not. No, Warrior Nun. She's not taking advantage of me at all. I chose to read that. No, no, no. She's done a lot of research. Markella's done a lot of research. She's going to be putting out a video on it. So we're waiting for that to come out. So no, she's not taking advantage of me at all, honey. I just wanted to read it. But thank you for worrying about me, Warrior Nun. That's very sweet. Breaks my heart for Janelle and Christine. She's probably a wreck too. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad Christine found love. I really am. But I'm really, really hoping that Janelle finds somebody to love her. I really do want to see Janelle in love and just because on the show now we only know less than 1%, but on the show I felt like Janelle always had to be the man in all the relationships. It seemed like she was the strong one. And while all the other women were crying and whining and stuff like that, I mean, I felt like Janelle she had to be strong. She was the one that worked. She's the one that worked, and that was a choice. I mean, that was the thing that was the deal they all came up with, right? Certain wives would stay home, certain ones would go to work. Where and I'm not sure what you're talking about. It's okay, Markella. She doesn't mean anything bad by it at all, I promise. Oh, I'm glad Joyce and Tashi are sharing Silent J. Back in the day when the first show came out, my neighbor and I hung out so much and was there for the birth of my son. We would tell strangers we were sister wives. Uh, Lori and then I did my own research, so not getting it's. She didn't mean anything by it, Markella. She's a sweet lady. She's a sweet lady. Maria, thank you for that. I even forget myself to do that, Maria. I forget to pimp myself out. So I appreciate you doing that for me and thinking about it. Thank you, Maria, so much for that. I end up pimping everybody else's channel out and forget to put my own in there. And then I forget when I go over to people's channel to even ask if I could put my channel in. I'm not very good at it, so I'm glad I have people looking out for me. That's really nice. Sitting here naked, eating Cheetos and watching YouTube. Hey, see there? Rebel starting a thing. It's a thing. Come out of the bushes, naked or not. No judgment. No judgment. Just be careful who you sit next to. Tashi, good to see you. Okay, okay. Get down, little girl. Get down. The visions. The visions. I have places to take you to my husband. Will be our right on, right on. Sunshine. I would love it. I would love it. And to have a driver too. I've hit the big time. I've hit the big time. Yeah. Markel will be dropping a video when it's done. Looking forward to that. Now, Warrior Nun doesn't mean nothing by it. She's a sweet lady. She's a very sweet lady. Yeah, she did. She just got confused. Janelle worked so hard for the fan. Yeah, Hopes. Even when they were on air and they were making tons of money off of TLC, Janelle still worked. She did. I want to see her in love. It's tragic. This is maddening. It's so sad. Do not judge because I'll think my dad bod is getting worse. You know what? Dad bods are sexy too, but only after, the woman probably becomes 50. But I'm just being real and honest with you about that because men don't even like mom bods until they're like 75 because usually when men go through midlife crises, they're out there running after the 20 and 30-year-olds because they don't even like the mom bods. Boy, it's been a long day. I've got to get through to Tina. I'm just about to try and ring her again. Have you talked to her, Maria? Have you talked to her? I hope you get to her. I really thought I didn't realize it was 2:17 in the morning, so it's what 11:17 there. This is about the time that she usually goes live. I'm really hoping she comes on. Can you leave her a message? Maybe you know, go live. And if she wants to just block all of chat and just sit there and talk, tell her to do that. Yeah. When I say little girl, that's my youngest one. Her name is Anichka, but I've always called her little girl since she was born. And she just came over and brought me a toy. She wanted me to play with her. Yeah, that's the little white one that causes the destruction of the house. I'm going to make my second Wall Street prediction in 15 years. Wow. Did your first prediction come true? Go ahead and let us know. Put it in there. I don't want to drop the link for anybody to come up just to have a discussion and to fuss at each other for it. Guys, I think it's a misunderstanding, Warrior. It's okay. She's done her own research. She knows more on it, I guarantee you, than I do. So we're just going to let that one drop. I think it's a misunderstanding. Um, I looked at that myself. I read it out for myself and for anybody else who is interested. But Markella really does do her own research, so I just want to drop it and move along. And I love you, love you. I left you and nothing back. We haven't heard nothing back. Maria, I really hope you're not taking on too much of it. I hope you're not feeling any responsibility towards it. I really hope you're not. And I hope it's not causing you too much stress. Don't don't do it, Maria. You can be friends with them, but don't take on the stress of it or the you know what I mean? Like don't hurt yourself into it. Um, Sometimes you just have to love from a distance, and and protect our own peace. And I know you love them, and I know you love Tina and very close with her. But um, sometimes we battle alone, and sometimes we need to battle alone. But don't be taking on any of that stress that it makes you very, very sick. And I know you've been worried. I know you've been worried. I know. I know. I just don't want you getting sick from it. I hope Tina's okay. It's going to be okay. It is. It's going to be okay. Maria, I'm going to be praying for you. Yes, on paper, I called the demise of Bear Stearns at 68. It was 3 less than. Oh, I don't know nothing about all that, but I believe you. I believe you, Max. I don't know nothing. I don't follow it. I don't know nothing about it. Or I probably should, but I don't. Thank you, Leni. I appreciate. You're welcome. Just don't want to see anybody else hurt or sick from it. Just don't. Wow. Thanks, Cheryl. A master class in grace and wisdom. Mm, just it's probably a little, I'm probably a little bit too much for some people. It's probably too sugary. It might be too sugary. It might be. It might just be dripping in syrup. I don't know, but it's the only way I know how to be. It's the only way I know how to be. My prediction is that Viking Therapeutics for the buy. Well, you said it here, Max, and if it comes true, you could always pull back up this live and say, "Hey, I predicted it, but I don't know anything about it, so I can't help out there. So I can't co-sign it, but I'm glad it's here." Maria G, she might be getting some extra sleep. There's the hope. There's the hope. Maybe drinking some warm tea. Chili chick, how long have you been back there?
Not long. As soon as you were
Oh
saying
my
that you're too
gosh.
sugary, I was like, no, I'm going up. You're not too sugary.
Ah, I might be too sugary. I
I
might
don't think
be,
so.
but I
It's
I
it's
don't know any other
honestly
way to be.
refreshing. It's
Thank
refreshing
you.
that you're not picking sides and you love both of them. You can tell,
Thank you.
you know.
I appreciate that. No, I just there's enough out there, there's believe me, there's more this way I look at it, there's more cesspools going on out there that you can go
Hmm.
jump into and go pay attention to. That you don't need to come here for it. I mean, and I don't know any other way to be. Now, if I get mad, I've got those feelings just like everybody else. I can be vile. I can be just completely disgustingly sick with my mouth. I
But you're
can.
human. You're
Right.
human.
But I've made the
Everybody
choice.
has that.
Yeah. And I made the choice that that's not what I want to do here, you know. I have fought my whole life for something. And here I just don't want to fight. I
I
guess
I feel you on that.
how are you doing though?
I'm doing okay. I
What's
mean,
going on in
it's
your neck of the woods? Tell me about it.
uh, nothing really, honestly. Um, it's my night to be up. Me and my husband, we flip flop nights.
Uh,
Especially right now, I'm trying to find a job, so I'm home. We're both home. He's on disability, so we're both home. But we switch nights to stay up, and one of us will, sleep in the next day. So
Is that
it's
for
my
kids?
night. Yeah, for the kids.
Oh,
So he'll get the
gotcha.
kids up in the morning and get them on the bus, and I'll get to sleep in.
That is a really nice arrangement right there.
Yeah, it started when we were both still working, but we worked opposite shifts. So
Hmm.
on the weekends, we would do that for each other. That way we both got, to sleep in.
Yeah, got a day to sleep in. I think that's great.
Mhm.
That's great parenting right there.
Oh,
Tag teaming.
thanks.
No, seriously. Seriously, because it's either left to the wife, the mother, usually,
Mhm.
or
Yeah.
it's left to, the husband, and it's not fair. Even if you're a
Yeah.
stay-at-home mom, it's not fair not to let your wife sleep in one day a week, not let mom sleep, even if she's a stay-at-home mom, because her job never ends, right? Let me tell you
Yeah.
how the nights go, and you know this. The
Yeah.
husband's like, I'm tired, honey. I'm gonna go to bed, and they go to bed, right? They go and brush their
Mhm.
teeth, get in a nice warm cozy bed, and you're like, yeah, I'm coming. Get
Mhm.
up, you start a load of laundry, fix the dishwasher, make sure it's going for the next morning. Wipe down the countertops that are already clean, but you do that again. Then you fill the
Yeah.
dog bowl, let the dogs out and see how that goes. Go to the bathroom, come back in, bring the dogs back in. See something on the floor, you pick that up, you throw that away. Oh, by the time you've done all that, you might as well just go ahead and switch the laundry while you're up. By the time you get to
Exactly.
bed, it's 2 hours later. A mother's
Exactly.
job never ends. So I appreciate you saying that you and your husband take turns. I think that's great parenting. Great.
Thank you.
No,
It's
thank
it's funny.
you.
We've I've kind of gotten the working mom and the stay at home mom, because even
Mhm.
when there was a point in our marriage that I was at home all the time and he was the only one that went to work. So I got that too. And I mean,
Mhm.
right now, kind of feels that way.
Wow. Okay.
Mhm.
So do you enjoy, because there are women that would love to have a full-time job. So what do you enjoy the most? Would you rather be a full-time mom or work full-time and then um
I loved, I loved being able to kind of do both. There was a point where I was a dental assistant for
mhm,
13 years. So for a good bit of our marriage, I was a dental assistant. And so my schedule was really light. I loved my schedule. It was only 7:30 to 2 in the afternoon. So, but that was still full time for that office. So
mhm.
I worked full time, but I really didn't. I still got to be at home with my kids, when they got home from school. And
Wow, nice.
I would love that, because I don't know, I like being able to make my own money, but I grew up with both my parents working opposite shifts and them never really being able to spend time with me.
Mhm,
So I wanted kind of the opposite for my kids. I wanted them to be able to have the time with me, because
mhm.
one thing my mom, even towards the end, even said, she's like, memories are the one thing that you can take with you.
Mm,
Everything else you can't.
mm, nice.
And yeah, a
So
lot of
could
my
you
memories are with, huh? Sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead. You're fine. You're fine.
I mean, I have good memories with my parents, but there's a lot of like trips or like going to the mountains that was never with my parents. I always went with my friends' parents.
Why
So a
is
lot of
that?
my memory, because they didn't my parents were working all the time. My
Oh,
dad worked third shift and my mom worked second for most of, my childhood. So, and at one point my mom worked two jobs. So I really didn't get
wow.
to see her that much. Yeah.
Did you talk were you able ever to talk to her about that?
Yeah. It
About
actually
how
got to a point.
go ahead.
Well, she actually looked at me one day. I think I was 16, And it just so happened, like, she had gotten in a really bad accident. So she was at home. She had messed up some discs in her back and she was trying to get disability. And she just looked at me. She goes, I almost didn't recognize you. And she started crying. She's like, it just hit me that I've missed most of your childhood. Like, you're grown. You're grown. And
Wow.
so it ended up being that, her, because of her accident and her having, she couldn't work anymore. That's when, she was able to be there all the time. But it really bothered her.
Wow, how sad. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, how sad is that? Did she know though that I mean, obviously she worked those jobs because she had to. I don't
Yeah. Oh,
that
yeah.
wasn't a choice, right?
No,
So,
no,
d
she had to.
did she understand and did she know that you didn't feel like you didn't have any disdain against her, that you understood
Oh,
she
yeah.
was doing what she Oh, I'm so glad you
Yeah,
told her
like,
that and she knew.
well, see, and that's the weird thing. I was the youngest. So my sister and I are 12 years apart, and my brother and I are 7 years apart.
Okay.
So my mom told me I was her lifesaver. Um,
Oh,
because
wow.
she found out she was pregnant with me at her mother's funeral. Like, she was getting sick with, being pregnant with me at her mother's
Uh-huh.
funeral.
Oh,
And
wow.
there's a whole other backstory to that. But that was the one thing my mom, it bothered her the most about looking at me and seeing that I was grown up, because I was the only kid that I didn't ask for things. I was never, I wasn't the one that, you know, threw temper tantrums. I just didn't, you know what I mean? I was the quiet one, basically. I was the
Uh-huh.
easy one.
You just found your
So,
place and you stayed there. You didn't have to
yeah, I
shine.
always,
You stood behind
yeah.
shadows. I gotcha. I gotcha.
Oh, yeah,
You're the
because my
shadow
brother was
kid.
already a mess. Yeah, my brother was already a mess. So I think even from a young age, I just knew, I'm like, he's already driving him crazy. I don't need to.
I think kids do feel that. That's why we do have shadow kids. They feel it. They know. So keep going. I'm interested. You got me.
um,
I'm digging
I
it.
don't know. Well, do you want to hear the backstory of why my
Yeah,
mom called me?
I
Okay,
absolutely love
so
backstories.
okay, so one reason there's such a big gap between me and my siblings is because my mom had a hard time with every one of her pregnancies. I actually had an older sister before. My sister is 12 years apart from me. I had
Okay.
one, I think Jennifer was 2 years older than my sister. So we'll say 14 years older than me. But anyway,
Okay.
so her doctor actually had her scheduled to get a full hysterectomy. And then her mom died. And so my mom called and postponed it. Well, then, after the funeral, she figured out she was pregnant. And the doctor even told her, like, no, Elaine, that, sorry, that was my mom's name. You can't have
It's
another
okay. My
kid.
mom's
Like,
name was Emily.
the doctor was pissed at my mom because she was pregnant again. He told her, like,
Can I
you
ask how
cannot
old she
have,
was?
well, my mom was 37 when she found out she was pregnant with me.
Okay. Keep going.
So, but she had so many. I would have 9 brothers and sisters today if she had all of her
Oh, wow.
pregnancies. Yeah. So, and the doctor did not want her to get pregnant again. That's one reason why when she even called to postpone it, they didn't want to do it. Like, the doctor was like, no, you need to get in here. And she's like, my mom just died. Well, my mom swore every time she would tell this story, she would say, if it was not for my mom dying and me having to postpone it, I would have went in there being pregnant with you and they wouldn't have told me. They would have just, you know, went through with the hysterectomy, and then my mom would have died. And
Oh,
my mom
wow.
was really close to her mom. So she kind of looked, she said that being pregnant with me gave her something else to look forward to.
Oh, yeah.
So, and she actually named me after her mom. So,
Wow, that's incredible.
yeah.
I truly do believe that's how I got my oldest dog, Cheyenne. God sends us things to get us through really tough times, and we may not realize it at that very time. It's good that your mom recognized that right away, that you were her lifesaver, you were her gift. Um, it's good that your mom realized that. God, that makes me want to cry. Stop it. I got chill bumps about that because I feel that 100%. I really do feel that, and uh, that's how I ended up with my dog because my mom passed, and my
Mhm.
husband told me I struggled. I struggled so hard with that. I still struggle. I struggle today. It's tough. Not
There's a
like I
lot.
did back then, but
Mhm.
my husband told me, he said, we got to do something. Let's get you a dog. And I was like, he said, pick a dog. Let's get a dog. And I always wanted a golden retriever. I said, I want a golden retriever. So he took me like the next weekend out and got me a golden retriever. And I'm telling you, did it take away the pain of my mom? No. But it did give me something, pardon me, choking on my own spit. That's what happens when you talk too much. It did give me something else to think on other than my own grief. It gave me something to take care of. And so you absolutely were a gift to your mom. Did it take away the pain of losing hers? No. But it gave her something else to focus on because that's how when you love something so deeply and you lose them, um, if something doesn't come into your life, not to replace it, you can't replace the loss. It'll never happen no matter with what, but it can bring comfort. And if you don't bring something that comforts you into a place that you're lost at, then you're gonna
Mhm.
get swallowed up and you're gonna stay there. And that's how a lot of very tragic endings happen because they couldn't find a joy or a purpose for their life. And sometimes all it takes is a purpose. So my dog became my purpose. The dog needed me. I needed to care for that dog. And but I needed the dog more. And for your mom, you were her purpose. And that's probably a heavy load to carry for you, but but what a gift for your mom. Wow.
It
Wow.
was it was definitely, it honestly probably sounds bad, but it's one of the things that I go back to when I miss her
Mhm.
because I heard that story so much.
Yeah. Why is that a bad thing?
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of selfish.
No, no, honey. No. You know, maybe you just weren't here only to save your mom. Maybe your
No,
mom's
there's,
story saved you.
mhm.
Hmm?
Well, yeah, yeah, it did. There's a lot of times that I don't know. Just I think back to that, and it also, like you were saying, that God gives you things to help you get through them. That's one of those that for me is an example of the same what you just said. You know, there's a reason why that happened that way, and it was to help my
Mhm.
mom. Well, this
Mhm.
one's probably going to make me cry, but if that one made you cry,
Girl,
this
you
one
just
might make you
cry.
cry. Well, I'm sorry. When it gets close to my
It's
birthday, it gets
okay.
worse. So,
I
but
know.
when my mom was in the ICU, because she was, they said that it would be any day. But I have to say, she went for a whole week. But so with the whole week, it was actually me and my sister and my dad in the ICU with her. Well, we had this nurse that it was just so weird. Like she was just so kind and so sweet, and like she just felt like family. It was weird. It was just weird how it just she just felt like family. But it
Mhm.
got to a point where, my mom couldn't talk anymore. And she had come in and she said, is there songs that your mom loves, or is there anything, any kind of music that she might like? And she had brought her iPad or her iPod in, and she had a huge amount of music. Well, my mom's one of her favorite songs, and one of the ones that she had told us before that she wanted played at her funeral, was Tammy Wynette's "One of a Kind." And
Mhm.
so she played that for for my mom, and she actually let us keep her iPod while we were in there with her, and let us put the music on for my mom and for us, so we could play with her and snuggle and listen to her songs. Well, we come to find out that this nurse, her name's Jennifer. Well, we're like, oh, that's so weird, because you feel like family to us, and we had an older sister named Jennifer.
Oh,
And
wow. Oof.
oh no, it gets weirder.
Oh,
And we're
oof.
like, and she's like, well, when's her birthday? And we're like, well, it's August 13th. And she's like, nah. And her birthday was August 13th.
Oof.
And it was just a year after our sister Jennifer's year. So it really, like, just sent goosebumps. Like, we just started bawling,
I
because we're like, this nurse literally helped us get through losing our mom. And here it's like it's our sister, you know?
yeah.
And it was kind of funny, because the nurse didn't get weirded out about it. She was weirded. She started crying, but she's like, this is just so weird. But
It
yeah.
that's oh my gosh, I've never heard anything like that.
Yeah,
I
it was
don't
just,
it is weird. It's weird, right? It's weird.
yeah, like
But but it's so
it,
special.
yeah, yeah, and it really did help us. It really did. Her being there, even my dad. See, my dad um was bipolar schizophrenic, so he was on heavy meds. So he wasn't very talkative,
Mhm.
especially my mom and my dad were like two peas in a pod. Wherever my mom went, my dad went.
Mhm.
It was just how it was for so many years, because my dad would tell you my mom was his rock. She was his everything. Like, he took his meds for my mom. He lived, breathed for my mom.
Mm.
So when when we're all in the hospital together, he was having a hard time, because he's losing his world, you know?
Right.
And but he also would keep saying, it's okay. I'll be okay. I'm worried about you girls. I'm worried about you
Mm.
girls. So he was holding it all in.
Mhm.
But he's like, it's just so weird, that lady, that nurse, how can she have the same name and birthday? Like, it didn't. He's like, she really made us like made me feel CDs.
Hello? There
Hello?
you are.
Oh,
I lost you just for a second. Keep going.
oh,
I'm
sorry.
listening. No,
But
you're okay.
she ended up making mixed CDs for me and my sister and my dad, which I
Wow.
and she came to my mom's funeral.
Wow. Do you still have
Yeah,
contact with her today?
honestly, it's so weird. I had the same phone number first, and it was just in the last 2 years that I got my number changed and I had a whole new phone. And I can't find her now. Cannot find her. And you would think after all these years I would know her last name, but I don't. Like, I had her phone number on my phone, and we just keep in touch. She would message me, I'd message her. It was usually on my mom's, death date and on her birthday.
Mhm.
But it dawned on me last year. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have her number. I don't know. I don't know her last name. I've tried looking up Jennifer, you know, RN, but the hospital that my mom passed away in and she had worked at closed. So
Mhm.
she wouldn't even be, I can't even find her there.
Right.
But yeah,
Well, I mean, people come into our lives, and some of them stay for a day, and some of them stay for a year, and some of them stay for a season. They stay for as long as you need them. They
yeah,
serve their purpose, and then they're off. And you are too. I am too. We're only here in this moment for however long we're supposed to be here to do whatever we're supposed to do, and then we're off to the next place. And I'm not talking spiritually or anything like that. I'm talking about in our physical bodies. I really do believe that. Um,
yeah, no,
people, and she was with you for as long as her purpose was. So
yeah,
who knows? You could be in a grocery store one day and turn around and Jennifer's going to be there, and that just
that,
means that it was time for her to walk back in. But thank
that would be
God.
crazy.
I know. But
I
it's crazy
moved
already that
too,
you,
so
wow,
yeah, yeah, so
wow. Yeah.
yeah,
God, Southern Comfort says it's amazing the people God put in our pathway. It's true.
it
It is
really
so
is.
true.
I feel
That's an
like the
amazing story.
thank
Keep
you.
going. I'm listening. Tell me all kind of stuff. Tell me everything.
Well, I said about how my dad ended up passing away. Um, I guess it was a year and a half because he passed away in May. My mom had passed away in January the year before. So, but he
Oh, wow.
kind of knew it was going to happen because he just, especially now, knowing all the things, like he did certain things and said certain things
Hmm.
that made me know that he wanted to be with my mom. He couldn't
Hmm.
function without her because he had
Hmm.
for all those, I mean, they were together since he was 18 and she was 16. So, and my mom was 58 when she died and my dad was 61
Wow, they're
when he
so
died.
young.
Yeah. My mom had stage 4 lung cancer and they only gave her a year and she lived 3.5. She was a
Oh my
spitfire.
goodness. And your dad? What did he pass
My
from?
dad, well, see, so
If you don't want to tell me, you don't have
we
to.
don't no, what we know he passed from, because okay, so 6 months prior to him passing away, he stopped talking to me. He moved in my brother into the house, and that was something that he had promised my mom that he wouldn't do.
Hmm.
There's a backstory to that. But honestly, my mom even making him promise that was like a shock to me. But she did.
Uh-huh.
We're in the ICU, and she's like, "Bill, you're not moving him in. He's not allowed. Don't move him in." And he moved him in and then stopped talking to us. He wouldn't talk to us because he knew, especially me, he knew that I was in the room when he promised her. And
Mm.
he, I would try to go to the house. He wouldn't talk to me. Well, so We found out when he was in the hospital and he was dying. He had an intestinal bleed, and they couldn't get the bleed to. They couldn't fix the bleed, so he ended up passing from that. And what I've gathered is he most likely took too much of his medication, his one medication, and I can't remember the name of it now. I mean, it's been 13 years, so but as soon as there was a commercial that came up like a month after my dad passed, and I'm like, that's the medicine he was on. Well, that was one of the side effects, an intestinal bleed. And knowing that my dad didn't want to be here anymore and thought that we were all
Mm.
taken care of. Like he I could see him taking too much of his medication. But I'll never truly know exactly. I got to see
Mhm.
him, and that he knew I was there, but he couldn't talk to me. Um but I'll never know because I'll never get the truth out of my brother of whether he's taking his medication or not or what, because once my brother moved in, there was no way of keeping track of that. So he passed away a, about a year and a half after.
Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's a lot to have to deal with in such a small, short period of time. It's a lot.
Well, then
So
while that was
keep
happening, my
going.
husband found out he had testicular cancer,
Oh,
and yeah, and at that point, hearing the word cancer, just I lost it because he's my he's my constant. Losing my mom, losing my dad, he has been my constant.
mhm.
He is my person. So he almost died. You think, like, especially now, testicular cancer is, definitely not a death sentence. And I mean, he's here, but he had a part of the cancer was on his aorta.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, and they didn't tell us until they were wheeling him back that it, there's a 50-50 chance that when they go to try to remove this part of the cancer that it could rip his aorta and he'll bleed out and there's nothing they can do. And
Mhm,
he also had a blood clot go through his heart into his lung. So that should have killed him. But
mhm.
all that happened within a 3-year span. So yeah,
How are you doing? How are you handling all that? That's a lot.
I think honestly, I think that's why recently I've been missing my mom more. Because I think it's finally really hitting me.
Mhm. So do you think that you're missing your mom more because right now you feel like you need your mom? Because there are different times we need our mothers, right?
Yeah,
I mean, our
yeah,
mother's the very first human interaction that we've ever had. And when you feel like you've lost the closest human interactions and relationships that you have, I think we tend to go back to the first one. And when the first one's not there, it's tough.
yeah.
So, does that
Because
have something to do with it?
yeah, oh, definitely. Especially because like my oldest, I have a daughter who's 18. She's going to be 19. And for the last 3 years, she hasn't lived with me. She's lived with her dad. And my mom, my mom was really close to my daughter's, um, father's parents or her other grandparents.
Mhm.
And in the last 3 years, they've kind of alienated me from her.
From your daughter?
Yeah. And I know that I constantly say to my husband, I'm like, I wish my mom was here because I don't know how to handle, I don't know what to do because before my mom was like my biggest cheerleader.
Mhm.
And you would think after 14 years, 15 years of me raising her and them getting to see her, like the things that they tried to say happened or that she was being abused all of her life, they would know, right? They would know because they babysat her, they had her on visitations. I was even close to his mom, like her grandmother. But
Mhm.
my mom, I don't know. She would have been able to help me understand why all of a sudden. And I don't think it would have happened.
Can I ask a question? And you don't have to answer. Believe me, when I talk to
Okay.
you, anything you don't want to answer, don't answer. But I'm just trying to get a better understanding and a better feel of this. So you raised your daughter for the first 15 years, is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she went and lived with her
With her dad.
paternal.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
And her grandparents.
And
And
was
see,
that
there's a
by
whole other backstory to that scenario. But yeah, she
so
went to go live with
was
her.
that by choice, your choice,
No,
or
I don't.
situational?
It was honestly because all of a sudden, so she was 15. I She had rules. She wasn't allowed to have her phone at night. On school nights, she had structure.
Mhm.
They over there, she didn't. She didn't have to. They only had her on the weekends or every other weekend. So it wasn't, there wasn't any.
Mhm.
And she wanted that. She wanted to go live with her dad because one, her dad was still living with you know, his parents. And she thought that she'd have a better time over there. Well, it went from her only staying over there for a little while to her taking me to court and trying or saying or having her say that she didn't want to live with me anymore.
Mhm.
And I know
So
it's out. Huh?
no, go ahead, honey.
I know it's like you would think like, well, a kid, a teenager can tell what's happening at home. Well, yeah, but when there's obvious proof that none of the things that are being said happened,
Mhm.
I just don't understand. You know,
Mhm. Mhm.
he's. It also scared me that he actually fought to get her at the age that she was. Because when I had her, or when me and her dad first started dating, I was 13 and her dad was 19. It seemed to be a trend that he would go for younger girls. So that's one reason why, for the 15 years that I raised her, she was only allowed to sleep over at the grandparents' house. So she was only allowed to, visit with him when he was there because I did not trust him with her. So it really freaked me out even more. My red flags went up when all of a sudden she's 15 and she's telling me how cool her dad is because her dad takes her and her friends out and like has nicknames for her friends that are not appropriate. And I'm like, she needs to come back. She needs to come back home. Like, this isn't good at all.
Mhm.
But now she's 18 and still.
So, when was the last time you had a discussion with her?
Well, hmm, I stopped trying to have a conversation with her about it because every time we've tried, even like, okay, so last year she graduated and me and my oldest son went up with me to her graduation because we live in different states now. And
Mhm.
it was easier for me to only take the oldest and go up than the two youngest because it's a 6-hour drive. And so we went up there and it was right around her birthday too. So I tried talking to her then because, I said, I just started crying when I seen her. I was like, you're all grown up, you're graduating, this is it,
Mhm.
kiddo. And she's like, yeah, well, you're the one that, chose to move to a different state. And I'm like, well, but honey, I told you I would always come up and get you. I gave you the option to move with us. And honestly, one of the reasons why we moved down is because I thought I would be able to give her what she wanted. I thought it was because we didn't own our own house, like stupid things like that, that little comments that she would make, like she was embarrassed of where we lived when she was living with us,
Mhm.
because we didn't own a big house. And
Mhm.
I, but I tried having talks with her about it, and it always ends up she shuts she shuts it down. She doesn't want to talk about it, or it's somehow still. She thinks it's wrong. Now, mind you, she grew up with my husband, who I'm married to. She grew up with him from
Mhm.
the time she was 6 months old until 15 when she moved out and moved in with her biological dad. She tried telling me that it was wrong that I had married my husband and that I had other kids. And I'm like, how does that get put? Like, she grew up with him. She grew up with my husband.
Mm. This is what I think.
Hmm.
Thank you, Maria, for putting that in there. I always forget to do that. You guys, let me just address this really quick. You guys, I did if Warrior Nun was banned, I did not mean to ban her. Um, because on mine it says that she was banned and their comments were removed. I didn't absolutely did not mean to do that. I was just timing it out because I really want to talk to Chili Chick and I
Hmm.
didn't want I knew things were being said in chat that nobody understood, that some people didn't understand, some people were understanding it. I was understanding it, but I couldn't put a stop to it. And so I just wanted it to stop before it got out of hand. And I love Warrior Nun. You guys know she was my very first mod in here, and I love her to death. She gave me her story. She's been nothing but kind. I love her. Don't know what she's going through. I hope she's okay. So if I ban her, if anybody knows how to get her back and tell her Leanie loves her, because I really, really do. I just wanted to whatever upset her, whatever I was just trying to stop it because I believe she has a good heart, and I believe that what she was saying to Markella, she was just thinking that she was protecting me in some sort of way. So I think it was a misunderstanding. So Please understand, I'm not about hitting the ban and not. You guys know I'm not like that. I just believe that I was just trying to stop what was happening until I could get back over here and talk to you guys and chat. Okay, so if I did ban her, if somebody knows how to get it back, please do that, you guys, because I'm not about that. There's only 2 people banned from this channel that are never coming back, ever, and we all know who they are. All right, back
Yeah.
to this. So, um, what I'm hearing, does she still live with the grandparents?
Yeah. Yeah, at the moment.
Okay.
She does work, but
Okay. But what I'm saying is because when you live with someone, you're under their influence, right?
yeah.
But I think what I'm hearing, my first thought is something happened, something shifted, something happened where that the parents saw something they didn't like or heard something they didn't like. Her father heard something or saw something he didn't like.
And see, there's a
And when they got the
tumultuous.
chance,
Sorry. Go ahead.
what is? No, you're okay.
So between me and her father, now mind you, she did not know this. For as I was raised, as the whole 15 years she was with me, I didn't. We didn't discuss. You know, I didn't say, or my husband say anything about her biological dad. Any of the past things, it was never brought up. It was never a thing. Because
Hmm.
I don't want to put. I don't want my past with him to be put on her. And
Mm.
I felt like if any of that was brought out, it would make her have an opinion about him that, in my opinion, wasn't really fair because it's not her hurt, it's my hurt. You know what I mean?
Mm. Yes.
So, but there was a PFA that my husband had on him that he could not her dad couldn't come up to the our door. He couldn't be on the same property as my husband, but we worked around that. Like, and it had for so many years that it was just already a second we just did it. It was that long of a PFA. Um so there was that, but she didn't find out about that until she moved in there, and it wasn't for me.
Mhm.
And I do
Yeah, but
think that has some to do with it because
mhm.
in her eyes
It has
I
everything
lie.
to do with it. Yeah. It has everything to do with it. And that's what I when I was listening to you talk, I knew I think I knew exactly what was going on there. So I'm glad you said that because I don't like to just assume stuff, but that's what it felt like. So but now that I know that, I can tell you for a fact that's exactly what's going on there. What happened was your ex-husband or boyfriend, whoever he was pissed
Mm,
off for whatever reason at what was going on there. And um whatever your daughter, you said that your daughter got to go over there every weekend or every other weekend. I'm
every
telling
other.
you, your daughter was already being groomed. They were already talking shit about you. Maybe not a lot, but just enough to, you know, just enough to cause a little bit of
Of a
cracks
problem.
in your foundation. And then they made it fun over there. It's a vacation every freaking weekend, which to a kid that looks lovely, you know, no
Mhm.
rules. I
Yeah, and
believe that
they
is
kept going
complete.
too, even when they
Yeah,
had her.
I totally believe that's a tactic. Completely. It's either a tactic or a way of life, and they raise shitty kids themselves because they didn't have any kind of um, lines drawn and rules and household rules that not just kids but everybody followed, right? So I
Mhm.
do believe that your child has heard a couple things that she shouldn't have heard. And then when she finally did move into them, it was, all hands on deck and you were the enemy. Even if they were pissed off, not necessarily at you, but at your husband, ultimately you're the mother. Here's the other problem that you're facing is it's a girl. She's a girl. If this
Mhm.
was a boy, things may have turned out slightly different, because relationships with girls and mothers and relationships with boys and mothers are completely different things. They're not the same at all. But because she's a girl and there's already that huge bond with your mother, and then you go through a period, and it's usually between the 16 to 21, 22-year mark where
Mhm.
mothers and daughters struggle with each other, right? The
Mhm.
daughter knows
Yeah.
everything. Mom's too possessive. Mom's this. Everything is mom's fault. Blah blah blah.
Mhm.
And then so they go through this thing. Then around the 22-year mark, they start, getting an adult mind, having responsibilities, like things are starting to happen that are starting to make sense to them. Words are coming out of their own mouths that their own mother told them, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're dealing that's that's probably the biggest problem that you're dealing with right now is that she's a girl. Hopefully, she she will grow up more because, right, 18-year-olds aren't grown. They think they
No.
are,
No.
but their minds are
Oh yeah,
not
she
that
definitely
they're
thinks she
not.
is.
Yeah, of course. Um,
Yeah.
that's normal. She
Yeah.
but she doesn't have an adult mind yet, right? It's not her fault. No
Right.
18-year-old does. So
Yeah.
hopefully as she matures, as she grows, as things come her way, she will be able to see that she was used and manipulated and used as a weapon against you. Okay. Hope there's the hope. And I have more
I
hope
hope.
that because because s- the statistics show that a girl when she hits about 22 years old, her and her mother's relationship changes drastically. They become
Yeah.
but the mother also has to be willing for that to happen because you have to realize that yes, that's your daughter, but it's no longer your child. It's your daughter. And then it's also it can be your friend. So if you can learn the line of and I think you got to practice it right now. I think you got to practice it right now. The line of mothering versus being a mom, you know what I mean?
I
Took
think
me a
I've
long
had to
time to
kind of
realize
figure
this.
that out because
It's so
if
painful.
I tried to, it is. It's oh, I feel like I mourn that the most, especially because I don't even. I dreamt of the day that I had the relationship like I did with my mom. Like I wanted that
Mhm.
for her. Adult, the adult, you know, friendship
Right.
with my mom.
Mhm.
There is a lot of traumatic things that happened with my mom that it took me a little bit, but I mean, I used my husband would he would make jokes because do you remember when T-Mobile had that thing where you could have the your favorite 5 people that
Yes,
you
yes.
okay, oh, he was so happy when that happened because before that, our cell phone bills would be so high because I would be calling my mom morning,
Oh,
noon, and
wow.
night. We would talk
Uh,
before I went to work, while on lunch, and then on my way home from work. It was just what we did. Or she would call me at 2 o'clock in the morning, like, "Oh, I gotta tell you, you gotta know." It was just what we did, and so I looked forward to that.
mm,
I looked forward to that, and I get scared that. that's not going to happen. And I'm really close to my niece. She actually moved down to the same state I'm in. And I've said to her, like, she grew up with me. We kind of grew up with each other. We're 12 years apart too. But
Wow.
yeah, but she looks at me more like a sister, and I look at her, I guess, more like a younger sister to an
Mhm,
extent.
mhm,
And I'm like, I feel like a horrible mom. Like I must be just this horrible mom that my kid doesn't, my daughter doesn't want anything to do with me because I just, the things that I went through with my mom, it took a lot. Like it, most people asked me even up until when she was dying, like, how can you talk to her? How can you, how can you have a relationship with her? And it, it took being able to look at my mom's perspective, how she grew up in the era she grew up in, to kind of understand that she wasn't trying to hurt me, you
mhm,
know.
mhm.
But I'm like, I just I couldn't imagine a day that I didn't want to, if my mom was here, that I wouldn't want to talk to her. Even when those things were happening, I still wanted to have a relationship with my mom because she was my mom. And I
Mhm.
couldn't, I don't know. That's the one thing that I've had a really hard time with. I mean, really, she almost didn't want me to go to her graduation, and that almost killed me.
Mhm. Okay, so whenever you're struggling with I'm a bad mom, like why can't, like if my relationship with my daughter doesn't look like the relationship I had with my mom, then that makes me a bad mom. Not at all. Here's the deal. First of all, you're the youngest. Your daughter's the oldest. You can't compare. You
Yeah.
can't compare. The oldest child compared to the youngest child. Listen, the oldest child is the learning child. If you don't kill the oldest child by 2 years old, go ahead and have you some more because you're probably going to get it right. Just saying. We practice on the oldest child. The oldest child knows that. We depend on the oldest child the most. We grow up with the oldest child. Um, um, there's a different dynamic completely when it comes to the oldest child. We also have trouble not parenting the oldest child the most because the
Oh, I
bond
did
between an
though. I was kind of the opposite. I was really
that
strict with her.
s-
Sorry.
so you struggle.
I
No, it's okay.
mm,
I just got. So what you're saying
sorry.
is you still parented her. No, it's okay. You still parented
Yeah,
her.
yes.
That's what I'm saying.
I was yes, I am, I still am like this to an extent, but uh, we've gotten more lenient on the boys
Hmm.
because of what happened with her. Like
Right.
it has kind of scared us to an extent, like because I she wasn't allowed to have her phone at night because I was like, there's no way you're gonna be sleeping. You're a teenager, you're gonna be on your phone. And in fact,
Hmm.
her phone, I didn't buy her phone because she got her phone when she was 13. And at that point, it was like, you're not, you don't really do sports. You don't do any after school activities, really. There's no reason for you to have a phone because I knew that was not going to be good.
Hmm. Yeah.
And so her dad, her
Sure.
biological dad got her,
He's the fun parent.
uh-huh,
He's
he had
Yeah.
the
And, they do
iPhone.
that on purpose, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, they
I
sure do. Mhm.
figured
And
that
it
one out.
and it's not for the child's benefit. It's to your detriment.
Yeah. Yeah, because then I'm the one that actually has to parent her, but
Mhm.
not, he doesn't have to deal with the repercussions.
That you damn right. That's exactly right. It's to your
And
detriment.
and see,
Mhm.
I thought that's what my mindset was as it was happening. I'm like, of course you're gonna get a freaking phone. I didn't say it to her, but I'm thinking in my head. And
Mhm.
as soon as
Yeah.
I would vent to my husband as soon as we could, like, can you believe, I can't believe that. I'm like, of course he would. Of course he would. But
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what?
so,
Had you been the one to get her the phone, you would have been wrong. You understand that, right?
oh yeah, just like
Because
for
he's gonna go against anything you do. Anything. Keep going.
her having chores, her having they did like a intervention on me as me and Emmy, my niece, joke about because they when she ended up living there, they called me over. Well, I would not go over there alone. There's other reasons, but I
Mhm,
was not going over there alone. I was never alone with her biological dad ever
mhm,
again. And so, and I wasn't sure if the grandparents were going to be there. So my sister and my niece went with me and they were there for it. But they're like, she said that you make her clean the whole house while you just lay on the couch. And I'm like, huh?
mhm,
I'm like, what? And see, at this point, we had a newborn. So
mhm,
I'm like, no, that's not how that works. No, no. And even like, because my niece was there a lot, she's like, no, that's not how that works. And they tried saying, well, you apparently you give her way too many chores. Like she's a kid, she should have, kid time. I'm like, she does have kid time. Doing dishes and making sure her room's cleaned. Like, I didn't think there was that many chores. Maybe helping me with the outside work, and that turned into a thing. Apparently, it was being said that I made her do all the outside work, yard work, and it was really funny because at this point, I was like, "Come over to my house. Come over. You tell me if there's been yard work done," because our lawnmower was broken and had been broken for a month. Our
mhm,
grass was so high. It was like, "Please come over. Tell me if yard work's been done."
mm,
But they and then they turn around and I, I'm gonna say when she was 17, they only lived alone for a year, but she and her dad had a place for a year. And my daughter was in charge of cleaning the whole house. Actually was. Because when I went to go pick her up, I asked if I could use their bathroom because he wasn't home. And she's like, yeah, come on in. And the house was clean. Well, when I brought her back from visiting with me, I once again had to pee. 6 hour drive.
mhm,
So, and he wasn't home. I was like, can I use your bathroom again, hon? And she's like, yeah, but I don't know what it's gonna look like in there. Just warning you, I don't know. I'm like, well, obviously we just came home. I'm pretty sure it's probably fine, honey. It's probably fine. And we go in,
mhm.
trash piled up in the kitchen, dishes pile like I don't think there was any dishes left in the sink or in the cabinets. It food everywhere. And she just looks at me and she goes, yep,
Mm.
I haven't been here. And I'm looking at her, I'm like, oh. Hmm. And in my head, I'm thinking, wow, doing dishes was hard at my house.
Mhm.
It's the
Yeah,
thought. And
of
I'm like,
course.
at that point, I'm thinking, she's going to end up coming back soon. She's going to come back soon.
Yeah,
But no, she ended up moving with her nana.
yeah. I first of all, I think you're a rock star for even going over to the intervention because 'cause I'd have told them all to go screw off. What goes on in my house is none of their damn business. Um, so I think you're a rock star for
Seriously.
that. I mean, um,
Well, see, and at
I
that point,
wouldn't.
I still thought like his mom and I thought we talked every once in a while, like on Mother's Day, we would even take her over something for being the grandmom, like I had no idea the wrath of this woman. Like I didn't. I
Mhm.
thought I thought she was my ally, but
Mm,
she really wasn't. And there was
Mm,
things that came out in that court case that made me even realize even more. Like I seen a whole different woman,
mhm,
and it just shocked me. I'm like, and I think that's one reason why too, because like mom, my mom and her were best friends. My mom and her were best friends, and I don't even know what my mom would say to that. Like
mhm,
I have no idea. Because even when my mom was like the most mad at me, she there was a point where she had taken his side twice in the you know in the time that my mom was alive, and there was two times. There was one time that she ended up regretting and apologized to me. It traumatized me that like my mom didn't believe, she believed me, but she still stuck up for him and was
mhm,
like, well, it's because he loves you. And it was a moment that like you wouldn't want to say that to your daughter for
mhm,
what just happened to her. And then another time was when he attacked my husband. She, if you would see the dynamic of my husband's a little guy compared to her dad, and she witnessed what happened, but she still tried to say that my husband went after him, but that is not what happened. And so those two times are the only times she ever stuck up for him. But the last time I left with my daughter and I moved out that night. And so she was mad at me for a while, but she would not say that I was a bad mom. She would never, she'd go, oh, yeah, brr, but
mhm.
she's a good mom. And even when she would call, like she would write letters. She write letters and have them sent because I was living with my husband and his parents at this point when we moved out in the middle of the night. But she would write letters and mail them, and same thing. She'd be going off on me and oh you and Anthony live in
Mm.
and then she'd go. But I know you're a good mom, and she would leave messages. And then she'd leave messages on my in-laws voicemails going off and of course saying things nasty things about them, but then she'd go, but I know she's taking good care of my granddaughter. And so at the end, like it's like even she and it would take her a lot, I'm sure it like just drove her nuts that she could not say that I was a bad mom. Like she couldn't find a reason.
Right.
Mind you, I was 17 when I got pregnant with her, with my daughter, and I
Mhm,
was 18 when I had her. And so that was one thing that like I think that also why I was so strict on my daughter, because I was hell bent that no
mm,
one's going to look at my daughter and think any less of her because her mom's young.
mhm, mhm. Yeah.
And I didn't, I'd been through enough in my life that I felt like I knew how to protect her, like she wasn't allowed on her any kind of electronic when we drove anywhere because I wanted her to be able to know where she was and know her surroundings because my other niece, was 18 and had no idea how to
Mhm,
get to my house from her house, and it was literally a 10-minute drive. So it was like a thing that I'm like, this way, if something ever happens, you know to look at your surroundings. And she could tell me how to get to, her cousin, that niece, how to get to her house before my niece could tell her.
Whoop, didn't mean to
But
turn that on, sorry.
okay. But that was just so that's why I feel like if my mom was here, I don't know if any of this would have happened. Or maybe it would have.
Listen,
Maybe. Hmm,
listen. First of all,
hmm,
You're not a bad mom. Being a young mom doesn't make you a bad mom. Um,
you know.
if I could give you any advice, we can't change the past, right? We can't change, unfortunately, the damage to the relationship between you and your daughter that's already happened. The only thing we can do about that is pray that God will intervene there. And I believe, I think you're a believer. I think I've heard you say a couple things that lead me to believe that you're a believer.
Yeah,
So I think you
too
need to
many
do a
things
lot.
have happened to me. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Too
You're
many
fine.
things have
I
too many things have happened in
Go
my
ahead.
life for me not to believe.
Yeah, God gets our attention one way or another. Sometimes we are hard headed, and so we have
Yeah,
to learn a lot of lessons before we learn to depend on Him. Um, but I'm gonna give you some
yeah,
advice, but I'm hopefully help you understand this just a little bit better. So what we can do here is we can pray for your daughter. You need to be praying. There's nothing like a mother's prayers. That. There's
yeah.
nothing like a
Oh yeah,
mother's prayer. That child laid and grew underneath your heart for a reason. Okay, so there's nothing like a mother's prayer. Um,
yeah,
so you need to be in prayer for your daughter. But if I want to stress to you so bad. I don't care if your daughter takes till she's 30 years old. You remember these words. I don't care if it takes till she's 30 years old to come and say, "Hey, I want a relationship with you. Let's start over. Let's do this. Let's do that." You pray that you are open to that at that point, and don't ever, ever, even at that age, talk bad about her father or her grandparents. And the reason why I say that is she's going to be old enough. She's going to figure, some people figure it out earlier, maybe even in their teens, but some people it takes going into adulthood before they could, and having relationships themselves and even having children themselves and even losing a parent before you realize, oh my God, and you wake up, right?
yeah, yeah.
Never, do not stoop to those people's level. Your
Well,
daughter
I
will
feel
know. Your daughter will know what happened. She's going to be able to see it. She's going to ask you questions. If she asks you questions, be honest with her about it, but don't give her more information just because she's an adult than what she needs to have. Even as an adult, we cannot carry what happened between our adult parents' relationship. We can't. We deal with our own crap. We deal with our own everyday. We deal with our own relationships with our parents.
Mhm.
It's too hard for her to have to deal with what happened between you and her father and what
definitely.
happened
Well, see,
between her. Go ahead.
that's the part that sucks too, because it wasn't until the court case that she ended up finding out what happened 3 days after having, like, after I had her. Something
Mhm,
happened with him that's what part of that's the one thing that my mom and me had issues with, um, between us, and there was a PFA on him, and there's paperwork. Well, when the court case happened, that was brought up. I brought it up. My lawyer brought it up, and her grandmother went back and, well, one, she was yelling down the hall, "I can't believe after 15 blah, blah, blah years, you bring this up now."
mhm,
And she went back and brought it up to her. Well, it got thrown at me from her, from my
mhm,
daughter. And I'm like, honey, there's just some things that you just won't understand right now. You lie. You're a liar. That
mhm,
happened. Why would there was? That's why there's court paperwork. But there's just
mhm.
some things that you don't understand. That's one thing. Like you said, you can't change it, but there's a part of me that's just like, I wish I would have just went through with it because he wouldn't have been able to be in her life.
Mm. Yeah, I get that. I mean, hindsight's 2020, right? But
Yeah.
maybe that looks good looking in now, but you don't know what that future would have looked like. Had you continued down the road you were on with her and her father would have never been in her life, you don't know
I
what
would
you
have
would be
explained
facing
her.
today from
Yeah.
that decision either. So now we have to deal with the decision that we've already
Yes.
made,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We got
No.
to
No.
deal.
No. No. I'm
So,
agreeing. It's just one of those things that's like I wouldn't have even that wouldn't have even been brought up for her.
mhm,
That she wasn't at that court hearing.
mhm.
There's a reason why they're not brought in because they're not
Right.
supposed to hear those things.
Mhm. Yeah. So, it's gonna be brought up again. It will be. It'll be brought up again. She's gonna ask you about it. She's probably gonna scream, yell, cuss at you again. It's all gonna happen. It's all emotion, it's all pain. That's what's gonna happen. And what she may never understand, but you have to tell her is, "That was my marriage. Just because I am your mother and he is your father, you don't have the right to know what happened in that marriage. That was my marriage. Just like when you get married, I, as your mother, don't have the right to know what's going on in your marriage. That's yours. It's one of the only
Yeah.
things we as human beings can call our very own. There's just a couple of things, right? You've got your
Yeah.
name. You got your name. Nobody can use your name, right? We've got our
Mhm.
kids, but you share your kids with somebody. We've got our spouses, but our spouses are actually shared with somebody. But your marriage, that's a kind of a whole thing there.
Yeah.
Nobody has the right to that. There are things
Yeah.
that my older kid's father and I went through that my kids don't know about. And they're all in their 30s, but they're not gonna know about because what good does it do? Doesn't do any good, but
No.
make them feel bad. You know what I mean? Make them hate a
Yeah.
parent. What do I need that for? That was my marriage, that was my business, and all it's gonna do is bring pain. So shut that down. Just shut that down.
And see, I'm
Don't
glad I'm not the only one that feels that way. It's just frustrating. Do you know, sometimes it's really frustrating that, especially sitting where I'm sitting right now. I mean, I still feel that way, but a part of me is so frustrated that, like,
mm,
right now it feels like the bad guy wins because
oh
the
yeah.
one thing that kills me is the picture. There's no pictures of me standing with my daughter in her graduation. There's a picture of him with her, but I
Yeah.
didn't get that because I had to leave. I had to
Mm,
leave because it was them, all them. As soon as we came out of the school, they were right there. And it's not, they, I didn't want there to be a fight at all. I didn't want to fight with them. I tried to stay off to the side of, so I wasn't anywhere near them.
mm,
But I ended up having to come back. I ended up having to leave because we had to leave that night. But it bugs me to go on, like, I can't go on Facebook, and because if I that's his picture, his profile picture, and I'm like, "Oh, I wouldn't have taken that away from him." I never, in all the years, even with all the issues with the PFA, I still made it that he still got his own moments with her. I didn't take them away. I didn't make them difficult. I thought about it like, okay, this is probably going to be uncomfortable. He doesn't want to feel ganged up on. I thought of those things, even though
mm,
he's such a jackass.
mhm.
But that's
But you
one
know,
thing that
some
gets
people
me.
aren't capable of that, right? A lot of people aren't
Oh, I
capable of
realize
that.
that.
Yeah.
I'm realizing that.
So
I'm,
what do we do with that? What do we do with that?
I guess, not let
What
them
would you
take our moments. But I felt like I was gonna make it worse because she
ah
didn't even want me there. And
no,
how am I
listen.
supposed to stop a fight, especially
Listen.
with all of
No,
them?
you did you did the grown up thing. You did the grown up thing by not going and trying to cause problems. That's the grown up thing. You gave your child a gift. She may not know that what you did for her was a gift at your own to the you took on a lot of pain from that. You know what I mean? And a
Yeah, I
lot
mean,
of
we were there. There's pictures of her with my
right.
son, but yeah,
Yeah. But you didn't want to cause any problems, so you took on the pain and said, I'm not gonna cause any problems here for her. It's her day. And you gave her a gift, and one day she'll realize that gift. But what I want you to take away from that is there's gonna be big days in her. This is the good takeaway from it, right? This is something to look forward to. This is just one big day in her whole life, and it is a big day. And but I promise you, it's not gonna it this feeling that you're feeling right now is
yeah,
is eventually gonna be put on the back burner of your mind because now you know that on her other big days, the wedding day, the and you're thinking, "Oh god, darling, but I may not even get to the wedding." Well, we're not gonna worry about that until it comes. We're not gonna borrow trouble. We're just not. We're not gonna put the horse before the cart. We're not. We're gonna pray about it. We're gonna pray about this relationship, and we're gonna believe God because it is not God's will that children and parents don't get along. Okay? It's not. Unless there's some kind of abuse going on, serious abuse that is not healthy and it doesn't bring you peace, then this isn't God's will. But you can't force God's will or your will on somebody else. So what you do with that is you pray about it and you let God handle that. You leave that in his hands. And yeah, that's where your faith's got to come in. And it's freaking hard. Man, it's so hard because you want it right now. Like just fix it. You can't. So you're going to have to let time fix it and
well, see,
things in life fix it.
and that's
So
the
what I
other
want you to
thing that
think of
gets me.
hold on, let me
Is
get past this
okay,
point and then we're
okay,
going to keep going, okay? So
okay.
what I want you to think about when that pain comes that I didn't even get a freaking picture with my daughter on the biggest day of her life so far because it pretty much
Mhm.
is, you know.
Yeah,
There's going to be other days. There's going to be other days. So you make a point that when this happens, I want to be there and I talk to God about it. God, make a way that just something special happens just between me and her, whether it's just a quick picture of this or that or special hug or something, just make a connection happen. You know what I mean? And as
yeah.
time goes on and as she grows and as life goes on, I promise you, the pain you're feeling about that special day will be set aside because there's more joyful moments to look forward to.
See, that's the kicker. Definitely, there's gonna be more. I know, but even the one thing that we always say to each other, like I said it to her since she was, little. Like, I'm never missing a first, and she would repeat it back to me, like whatever we were doing. If it was something that she was going to be doing the first time, I was there, and she'd always go, "I know, Mom. I know. You're never missing a first."
You didn't miss her first.
No, I know. It's just,
You didn't miss it. There's no documentation of it. She knew you were there. You knew that you were there. You didn't you did not, um, give up that promise to her.
no.
As uncomfortable as it was for you, I can only imagine,
Yeah, because I
um,
wasn't allowed to bring anybody else.
mhm,
I, my
you
my
s
husband wasn't even allowed.
But you know what? That wasn't the promise you made to her. The promise
No.
was, I
Yeah.
will make all the first, and you did. So give yourself some grace on it.
No, I am. It's just something that like there was 6 of them and just me and my son. Like, yeah,
I think you're beating yourself up too much.
I guess I can't help it. I just, yeah,
I think you're weaponizing everything that's going on to use against yourself, because that's all I'm hearing.
I guess it's just like it's just how I feel. I just, it has killed me not having her with me, and especially now that she's 18
Right.
and
And you feel like she
there's,
should make that choice to come home.
well, I know she's not now. It's that time is limited. You know what I mean? Like to have your kid home with you, there's a limited time, and I'm proud of her because she's working. She's working a lot, and she is talking about getting an apartment, which kind of made me giggle because I was like, "But you don't have your license yet." And then it dawned on me. I guess nowadays they don't need a license necessarily; they can just get Uber. Whereas when we were growing up, you get an
Right.
apartment before you got a car. It's a little
Right. Exactly.
unheard
So
of.
it sounds like you are in communication with her.
Not as the last time I heard from her was at Christmas, and I've messaged her. I message her once a week. Before it was like every other day, and I was like, okay, I feel like that might be obsessive. Like
Mhm.
I'll so I just and I don't want her to feel like a weight from me messaging her that much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, don't be a
That was
bugaboo.
yeah,
Don't be a bugaboo girl. Yeah, okay, once a
yeah,
week is good, yeah.
yeah.
But when you
And
message her, what do you say? Be
I just
honest. What do you
okay.
say when you message her?
It all depends on the day. Like the one day, so Happy Feet was on, and that was her favorite movie when she was growing up. Like we had the soundtrack, and she had to listen to it every night she went to bed. And she listened to it so much that it was on a CD, so it actually had ingrained, lines in it from her listening to it so much. But so Happy Feet was on, and so I took a picture of the TV with Happy Feet on. And I'm like, um, watching Happy Feet, missing my little Happy Feet. Um, love you, and that was it. I'll send her things like that. If it's
Okay, so wait.
hmm,
What was her response?
uh, that one, I got a response like 3 days later. She's like, "Oh my gosh, Happy Feet! I
Oh,
missed that." I'm like,
mhm. Now tell me a message that you sent her that you didn't get a response, and be honest.
No, I will. Like, I don't. So in the last year, I don't send her messages of like, I wish you would come see me. I don't say anything like that anymore. I don't
Mhm,
because anytime it was brought up about her visiting, and mind you, it went from me saying, I want you to come visit it because I felt like at first I thought I don't want her to think that I don't want her to come down here. I don't want her to think that she's not a part
mhm,
of our family. You know what I mean?
mhm, mhm.
So I was like, I can't wait for you to visit, or can't wait for you to come down. And she got, cold about that. So I was like, okay, I'm just not going to say
Mhm,
that. I just won't say that. I'll wait for her to say something about coming down here. And so she
mhm.
did. And she was like, I'm going to come down. Actually, she said she would come down around Christmas. This was last year. And I was like, oh, okay. Um, I, the boys and I are so excited, like to see you. And then she literally sent me a message the day before she was supposed to be down, saying, "I'm not coming. I can't be around you."
Mm.
And I don't even remember the other parts of it, but I was like, okay. And it turned into like a trend. Like, so I just don't say anything. What she says about coming down, like, oh, okay, it'd be great to see you.
Mhm.
Just let me know, and I won't say anything about it. But
Okay.
so we don't, and I don't try to have those long drawn out texts with her anymore. I
Mm.
did before, but in the last 2 years, I have not because I think it means more when we're together. And I can, if it's, you can tell if it's the time to talk or not. Getting a
Mhm.
long drawn out text, not knowing what's going on over there is not, you know what I mean? Is not good.
Mhm.
So I learned from that. But
Good
so now
girl.
I just send, so now I just send her, it's only if something like that, happy feet, or like this Christmas, she didn't say anything about possibly coming down, but I sent her a picture of the fireplace, and I think she asked me, "What are how many stockings are? Don't you have too many stockings?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "Your stockings up there," and I named off her. She's like, "You put a stocking up for me?" I'm like, "Well, yeah.
Mhm.
Just because you're not here doesn't mean you're not here. That we don't, you're still a part of us. You're still a part of me, and even if you're not down here, it would feel wrong not putting up your all your Christmas ornaments you've made and your stocking. I wouldn't feel right not having it up." And she goes, "Oh,
Mm.
that makes me feel really good." I'm like, "Well, good," because I don't know how else how else it would be. I don't know how
Right.
else to be about it. I'm glad it didn't upset you.
Yeah. Southern Comfort wants to know, is it possible that she holds something against you for having kids with a new hubby? It's a good
Well, see,
question.
that's the thing. Yeah, see, but that's the thing. I would fully understand if it was new hubby, like he hadn't been there since she was 6 months old. He had been there the whole time of her growing up. And it wasn't until like she actually asked me, I'll never forget it. She was 6 or 7, and it was coming up to Father's Day. And she said to me, because up until that point, she still, I didn't tell her to call him dad. She knew him as Anthony.
Mm.
But she said to me, "Mom, can I call Anthony dad?" And I was like, "Well, why do you want to call him dad?" And she goes, "Well, because he, whenever something's broken, he fixes it. When, whenever I go to bed and you're not here, he tucks me in. He reads me stories." And mind you, I'm like almost bawling because I'm just sitting there like, you're naming all the things that a dad does,
Mhm.
and she's asking to call him dad. And I was like, if you want to call him dad, you can call him dad.
Mhm.
And she called him dad up until she was 14. And that's when she started coming home and be like, I'm never going to have, kids with two different dads. I'm just never going
Mhm.
to do that. That's just wrong. I'm like,
Mhm.
where, but that's okay. I'm like, but yeah. I was like, you get two dads.
That's
Out of the
because
mix.
that's what she had been being told over there.
And
Seriously.
I picked up on that at that moment. I was like, okay, that's coming from him. But at the same point, I figured time and memories, and she grew up with him. Like she grew up with Anthony. Darn it.
It it
She
ma
grew up
it
with my husband. Like,
yeah. It matters not.
yeah,
She
like
was she's being groomed. She was being groomed from I mean, when kids go into the teenage years, um,
Mhm.
You that when kids go into the teenage years, they start developing their own
Mhm.
relationships, not relationships that parents are giving them, play dates, things like that, going to school um, uh, birthday parties for other kids in class. Teenage years are
Mhm.
when they develop their own friendships and their own relationships and stuff like that. So that would be the time to start that. If it had started before that, she wouldn't have picked up on it until around the teenage years. It wouldn't have started because now she's picking her own relationships. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
I think that I think it was grooming. If you look up the word grooming, it doesn't always mean, um, you know,
Yeah.
what people use it as for today. Grooming could be a lot of different things, but definitely I think there was grooming going on there. Whether they meant it for that or not, that's exactly what was happening. And so what I'm going to say is, uh, I think I think you're doing the right thing by keeping the text messages. Don't very, very once a week. I feel like is a good thing, especially at her age.
Mhm.
Um, Once a week, and not to be very personal because it feels like to a kid, to an 18-year-old, to a 19, 20, 21-year-old, it feels like, oh, mom's just trying to make me feel sorry for him again. Oh, bother. I mean, it is a bother. It's a bother. It's a burden to them.
Yeah.
Like you're being a bugaboo and they don't like it and you are infringing on their lives and they're trying to become something and do something and all that goes with it. So I would say, so here's the deal. Like my son went away to college, my
Mhm.
baby went away to college, and I was broken, man. I was just like, what the heck is going on, in my life? And so I was
Mhm.
texting him, oh, I love you so much, boo. Like, mama misses you. You talk to him just like I normally would talk to him if you lived at home and going to school here. Mama misses you, baby, and give me a call. Let's chat. What's going on? What's going on with your life? Being mom.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he quit texting back. Like, it would go 2 or 3 days before he would text back. Then I started getting butthurt over it, right? I was getting shitty. And
Mhm.
then and then I'd hear his dad say something like, "Yeah, Rhett said this or whatever." And I was like, "Wait a minute. Like, I texted him 2 days ago. You've talked to him?" He's like, "Well, yeah." Oh, well, and he's like, not talked to him, but he answered my question or he asked me a question. I was like, "Oh, okay." And I was just paying attention to like how long it was taking Rhett to answer me back and blah, 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 all this other stuff, right? And
Mhm.
my husband is the one that told me, and this is my son is in his 2nd year of college, so it took me all this time to learn this, right? I
Yeah.
wasn't born with knowledge. Knowledge comes from living it, right? So
Yeah.
I was being
Yeah.
shitty about it, and I was just like, "I miss my baby, and he doesn't love me anymore, blah, boo-hoo," and I'm
Mhm.
crying and being sickening. And my
Mhm.
husband said to me, he said, "Look," he said, "he's not your baby anymore. He's always gonna be your baby, but he's not a baby. And you gotta quit
Mhm.
treating him like a baby." And he said I was like, "Well, then how do you get him to talk to you?" And he said, "When I worry about him, and I haven't heard from him a couple days," he said, "I will ask him something about something we have in common, which is sports or racing or something like that. I'll say, 'Hey, have you heard this about this person?'" And he said, almost if he's not in class, almost immediately he'll text back and say, "Yeah, I heard it. That's kinda cool." And he said, "And then I don't say nothing back because just by him answering me, just that I know he's okay, he's doing fine, and it's enough just to stay tapped in. He knows I'm tapped in there, but I'm not interfering with his life." It took me a year ago. I'm 54. It
Yeah.
it took me a year ago to figure that out. And I've had 4 kids prior to him. Imagine the shit I put my kids through, all right? It's amazing. It's amazing what they've gone through. But it took me all those years to figure that out. And now I don't do it. I don't even I if I go a week without hearing from my boy, which he's a lot busier now because he's taking on some other responsibilities at school and
Mhm.
stuff. So I have realized that it doesn't mean that he loves me less. It just means that he really is so busy, and he probably thinks about me when he's laying his head down at night, and no news is good news, and I'm going to be okay. That's my feelings, and I have to deal with my feelings, and I can't project them onto my son. That's what you got to be careful to do. You got to be careful
See,
not
and
to
yeah.
project your feelings onto your daughter because she's not taking it like, oh, she just loves me and she misses me. That's not what she's feeling at all. She's feeling
She's feeling,
completely smothered, and
yeah.
you are obnoxious because here's the truth. Even if she was living with you, she would feel
Mhm.
completely smothered and you would be obnoxious because you're her mom and she's at that age.
Yeah, and I mean, the one thing, and this is true, like, she is what, she's what made me a mom, but she's what made me wanna have more kids.
Well,
She
yeah.
just she was the I was like, "You were such a good kid." Like, she really was the easiest baby ever out of all of them. The easiest baby, easiest one to potty train. Did you That's another thing I should ask you. So you have boys and girls.
Mm,
Were the girls easier to potty train than the boys?
no.
Really?
No, my girls were not easier at anything. From physically
Oh.
to mentally to emotionally, it was a totally different ballgame. And thank God every day
Mhm,
that I got the girls out of the way first. Because Lord
see,
have mercy, how traumatizing it was. And I had three boys come in because God showed me grace. He was like, "You've had enough." My oldest daughter was my oldest daughter was the perfect child. And then 16 months later, here came my second one, and she rocked my world. She was completely opposite of her sister, whereas her older
Mhm,
sister was very calm, like just calm. She sat on the floor. She was a
mhm.
pretty. She liked her little purse. She liked her little, cartoons put on
Yeah,
TV. She was very neat and clean, and she would sleep in and all the
yeah.
wonderful things. And then here came her sister, 5 o'clock in the morning, screaming to the top of her lungs to get her breakfast. Now, talking about from 6 months on, now we're going to have breakfast. Dirty,
Oh my
loud,
god.
running everywhere, getting stitches. And it lasted like that.
Mhm.
She and I struggled through her teenage years. And it wasn't until she hit 21 and then some things happened in her life around 18, 19, 20. We went through some hard times. I kicked some ass and
Mhm.
she realized probably about 21 years old that I was her best friend. And
And
that's
see,
why I'm saying, don't give up.
that's that's the funny thing. She was an easy baby. Teenage years, she scarred me. Like, my oldest
Whew.
son, I have 3 boys. I have 3 boys too. So my oldest son, he is 13. He's gonna be 14 next month, and I am, like, terrified of him now because he's a teenager, and, like, her teenage years, it was traumatic, you know? So now I'm,
Yeah.
like, terrified of him being a teenager.
Yeah. But it's so, look, in my case and what I've seen with other people, um, boys are so
I
different
honestly
than girls. The only thing this is what I had to do with my boys that I didn't have to do with my girls. Like I was scared for my girls, like because I was a young mom and I was scared my girls would be young mothers, and so I was always very honest with them about that. They knew.
Mhm,
I was very forthright with that. And then when my boys came along and they became teenagers, I always made sure to let my boys know about the dangers of girls and how evil, and I
mhm.
put myself in the category, right? I was like, we can be evil. And if we want you and we want to keep you, we're going to find a way to do that, whether that means pregnancy or claiming that you've done something to us. And so that's how I had to protect my boys because I had to make them, you have to raise
Mhm.
them completely different. So you have to worry about with the girls, like, don't get pregnant, watch this, blah, blah, blah. And then you have to worry about with the boys, you have to worry about, okay, there are girls out there that absolutely will trap you. And if they can't trap you, then they're going to turn against you and they can ruin your whole freaking lives. So I probably had my kids scared half to death. But
See, it's funny you say that. I had that talk kind of with my son on the way back from my daughter's graduation because he brought it up. He had just turned 13, and I was like, "Well, we're already having talks that there's a reason why you have your own bedroom away from your younger brothers because of morning things. Like nobody else needs to
mhm,
see that, like those talks." So when
yeah,
he brought it
yeah,
up, I was like, "Yeah, I didn't,
well, my
I
boys
didn't."
never told me about that, so that's a pretty special relationship. But
Oh
yeah,
my god,
you
no,
gotta
it was
raise them.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I can
And
only
it wasn't
imagine.
him telling me; it was him coming out with it.
Oh wow, nice,
Yeah,
nice.
I'm like,
Yeah, I think I would have had to take pills and a lot of liquor after that one.
I went
That
in. I was like, hubby, you gotta talk to him. Like, you gotta talk to him. What I said
and
when
that's where daddy comes
it
in.
was like eye level too, because I was sitting out on the porch, which we live across from a doctor's office, by the way. It was full parking lot. He comes out early morning, and I just look up to see who's there, and bam, right there in my face. And I'm like, you need to fix your shorts.
Wow.
Ugh. I was
Yeah,
like,
that
hubby,
would have
you need
been
to talk to
devastating for
him.
me.
I was like,
Southern come
these are the moments I need my mom because what'd she do with my brother? Like how'd she deal with this? Because I have no idea what to do. I figured those moments were going to be like my husband's department.
No, it usually comes out to the moms, and then the moms have to tell the dads when to react. And that's a healthy relationship right there because you don't want a husband that's going to react because they tend to overreact as far as discipline and how the gruffness and the making fun of things like that. Like you have to, moms normalize it, say, oh, it's normal. No, no worries. And then you go to your husband and like, oh my God, like get in there and talk to that kid. I can't tell
Yeah,
you how
that's
many times my son
mhm,
when he had his first girlfriend, I went in there and
mhm,
I sat on the bed and I was like, hey, we need to talk. And I need to make sure he was actually 16 or 17 when he had his first real girlfriend. I was like, we need to talk.
mhm,
And he was like, okay. And I sat on his bed and he's doing homework, whatever. And I was like, well, you have a girlfriend. And he just looked over at me and it's like he just reads me. He knows. All your kids, they know. And he just looked at
mhm,
me horrified, and I was like, "I just wanna make sure you're covered," and he's like, "Mom," he's like and I was using the S word, right? I'm like, "I just wanna make sure if you're
mhm.
having sex, I wanna make sure that you're covered and you understand," because I always like I said, I put the fear in God to my boys about how girls can trap you, so my boys were always really careful. He finally got his
Yeah.
girlfriend, and here I am sitting on his bed telling him, we got to make sure you're protected if you're having sex. And he's like, Mom, he said, you sent me through not one, but you sent me through two sexual classes, sexual education classes at school, not one. Like that wasn't enough. You made sure to sign the paper the second time for me to go through it. And then you sent dad in here to talk to me a couple years ago. Yeah, that was real fun, Mom. He's like, so I'm not talking to you about it. Like I know what I know. And I was like, but maybe you don't know. Maybe there's something. And I was serious. I was so serious. I was like, maybe there's something you don't know that only a female can tell you. And I'm your girl. And he's like, Mom, if you say the word sex one more time, like either you're leaving my bedroom or I'm leaving this house, right? He had his own car, so he could leave
Mhm.
if he needed to. And he's like, I'm either leaving this house or you're leaving my bedroom because I cannot handle hearing the word sex from you one more time. And I'm being as serious as I'm trying to be loving
Yeah.
act smart, like I'm doing the right thing as a responsible parent. He started screaming to the top of his lungs for his dad who was downstairs, screaming, "Come and get your wife out of my room. Your wife is crazy. Like, what is going on?" And my husband comes running up the stairs and he just looked at my son and he's like, "If she says the word sex one more time, I'm going to vomit and I'm leaving and I'm never, ever coming back to this house. Dad, help." And my husband just looked at me like really like he had his mad face on. He was very disappointed. And he
Mm-hmm.
said, "Let's go, Mom. Let's go. You're done talking to him." And I felt like I couldn't believe it. I was like wounded because I came in there with all my motherly heart. I was giving
Yeah.
all my love, and all my
Yeah.
goodness. And I thought we was going to have that warm heart to heart. And he was not having that, not having it. Kicked me out of his room. His dad takes me
Mhm.
downstairs and he's like, "Why would you do that? Like, why?" And I'm like, "Because what if he doesn't know?" And he's like, "He knows. I talked to him. I talked to him. Trust me, he knows. He's okay. Leave him alone." And ever since then, I mean, I've had to back up and learn a lot from his dad, because kids are different,
Mhm.
right? Like my oldest son, he could
Yeah.
talk to me about stuff like that. My middle son, there's certain things that he could talk to me about. My youngest son, he's like, "Do not say certain things to me. Like, be quiet, please. Please just be quiet. I'm not talking to you. I'm not going to discuss this with you." So,
I think that's
um,
gonna be my youngest because he already
yeah,
tells me things like, I'm like, "Thanks for letting me know, buddy. Thanks for letting me know."
yeah, for real. This is his sister in chat, and she'll tell you, he told me he was going to go live with his sister. He was done with me. He was done because she's
Well, see, at least you
18
talked
years
to him
older.
about it. You
No,
know
I
what I
didn't
got
get to
threatened
talk to
with?
him about it.
Well, you tried. You
God,
know what I got told?
I
Then
tried.
I
What's that?
let me find out you're having sex. I will sew your legs closed. I got that, and then I got um what was the other one? Either that or she was gonna tie me up and hang me like a deer on the wall.
Oh, oh, no. Well,
So when
we've
I had
come
to
a
tell her,
long way.
she did handle
We've
me
come a
telling
long
her I was
way in
pregnant.
communication.
Yeah. But she handled me telling her I was pregnant a lot better than that though. She was just like, honestly, my mom's one friend was actually living with us, Jan. She she was like my second mom, but she she knew before my mom did because this lady would not buy anybody anything, like she would bring home stuff for herself, but and it was just how she was. I loved her. That's just how she was. But I said something about craving French onion dip and chips, and she had went out to the store and she's like, here's your French onion dip and chips. And I'm like, oh my God, she knows. And sure enough,
Mm.
when I ended up telling my mom and my mom made me go tell her, she's like, I knew. I was like, that's why you got me the chips and dip. She's like, yep.
Uh-huh.
But she was, when I told my mom, she was like,
Mhm.
well, I should have known when you got an A in sex ed. That was not a good thing. We was like, isn't it kind of the opposite? Because I got an A in sex ed, but I'm pregnant.
I already had it figured out, Mom.
Yeah,
That's
apparently.
cute. That's
And
cute.
my dad took it really well. He's like, by him? Oh,
You couldn't have done better.
yeah. Yeah. Which is funny because he loved my husband that I have now.
Yeah.
Well, I had him then. So, and he was like, this is a lot better pick. I was like, thanks, Dad.
Dad approval. Dad
Hmm.
approval. That's
Well,
important.
and that's a
That's
funny thing
important.
too. My mom actually made me go out on a date. with my husband. I actually
Wow.
could not stand him. We went to school together. I could not stand him. I pushed him down the bleachers. Like, I could not stand him. He was one of
Wow.
those, he was a short guy with loud mouth, and he had to touch every girl in homeroom. Like,
Mm.
when we were, yeah, during lunch, he would go around to every one of the girls. So I could not stand him. I thought he was obnoxious. And he ended up showing up to my house. He was at my neighbor's house, and my neighbor was like, "Oh, so and so, Chili had her baby." And he was like, "Oh, we should go over." And he used to make comments and like hit on me, but I always was just like, "Oh, he's just obnoxious. He does it to all the girls." But he showed up, and he ended up like talking to my mom, and my mom's like, "Oh, but he's such a nice boy." I'm like, "No, he's obnoxious. Like, you don't
Mm.
understand." "No, look, he held the baby. He held the baby. You could tell, like, he's never held a baby." I'm like, "I know, I was nervous." Like, I was like, "I was nervous." And she's like, "But see, he's just so sweet. You should at least give him a chance. Give him a chance." And I
Give
was
him a
like,
chance.
first time going out, we went to Texas Roadhouse, and I held up my steak knife and was like, "If you even touch me."
And he stuck around, huh?
Uh-huh. Yeah, in fact, like he'll if he was out here, he'd tell you he doesn't know how we ended up getting married because we weren't even dating. We were just giving it a try. That's all I said.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
like, he'll even sign some of our anniversary cards. Um, you know, 15 years, still giving it a try.
Still giving it. Well, maybe that's the secret to your long marriage.
I think so.
Still giving it a try.
Definitely. Uh-huh.
That should be your motto. Still giving it a try. So when people ask you what the secret to a long marriage is, you just tell them, well, we're still giving it a try.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
when you
that
quit
one.
trying, maybe there's a whole message there. When you quit trying, quit trying. Too many marriages quit trying.
Maybe that is it. Maybe. And well,
There
he
we
would tell
go.
you too that his crazy or my crazy matches his crazy.
Yeah, don't hide that. You'll eventually find somebody. You'll find somebody out there that'll fall in love with that crazy. I don't hide my crazy. No, I put it all out there. Good,
Oh, I
bad,
guess.
the ugly.
Yeah, he's seen it all. He has seen it all. And I don't. I mean, he even put up with my mom and seen her crazy. Like, I've had friends that wouldn't even talk to me anymore because of my mom's crazy. Like, it's a yeah. My mom reminds me of, or Rose reminds me of my mom so
Wow,
much. Like, she was just a tell it like it, like, just blunt. She told you how she felt. That's, yeah,
that's really
it's one reason
special.
why I love her because it's one of those, like, she reminds me of. I've always wanted to say that to her, but I don't want her to take it offensively. Like, it's not an age thing. It's the personality. Like, there's no other person that I've ever met that's like that.
I don't think Rose would take. First of all, Rose embraces her age. She absolutely loves growing older. So you couldn't offend her with that. But I think that's a really nice thing to say, and I think you should say it to her sometime. She would love
Mm.
that. And she absolutely would take that as a compliment. She would. I mean, that's I think that's great. I do.
I just
And I know
noticed
Rose would love
anymore,
it.
it just seems like it's a rare thing anymore. I know I ran into that with even some of my friends. Like, you don't know, obviously something happened, but they won't tell you what happened, that what you
Mhm,
did to upset them, or, it just, I don't know, since my mom passing, and
mhm.
it just seems to be a thing that doesn't happen anymore. Like, far more people just don't talk or express how they feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I definitely know what you mean about that. That's that's why I like doing this. I like what I do. I like this. You guys,
Yeah,
you guys, you guys are you guys are my therapy, right? My therapy, and
you guys are my therapy too.
and that's okay. We could all be in therapy together. Let's just, everybody needs someone to talk to, and it's just so much easier to talk to someone who isn't biased
Yeah,
and who has nothing to gain from your pain or your triumphs. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, oh yeah,
And I think it's also a lot easier to do something like this when you don't have to face the person. That's why I think therapy doesn't work very well sometimes because you're actually having to face that person. You're seeing a look on their face, like, and then you feel judged, and then you don't feel judged, or do they care? Do they not care? It's kind of a weird thing. I think therapy, doing it on the internet, we've seen it more and more since the pandemic, where you
hmm,
could actually get therapy over the internet on your phone or whatever. And I think that's going to become more and more and more popular because you just feel safer when you don't have to look at someone and tell your
yeah,
story, and then someone not to be biased one way or the other. So
yeah.
I just
I went
hope.
to
Go ahead.
I went to counseling right after I had my daughter because of all the other things that happened. And it's I've always, which probably seems strange because I'm doing it right now, but I've had a very hard time opening up to people, someone I don't know,
Mhm,
especially face to face. And I was in that with that counselor for a couple of years, and it took me a while. And then going through all of this, like that's one thing that has kind of stopped me because I'm like, it took me forever to open up, like to feel like I could talk to them.
mhm,
And with especially things that have happened in the last several years, I've closed up a lot more. This is actually the
mm,
most I've talked in probably a while, other than to my kids, obviously, talking about,
sure.
everyday things, but not like this.
Mhm.
I don't really have one to talk to like this anymore.
Wow. Well, I am very, very humbled that you chose to share that with me and with us that are in chat. And it's really not as hard as, people are scared. I had somebody reach out to me and tell me that, they wanted to come up and talk to me, but they were scared. They were scared I was going to say no. I would never say no. I love that. And it's such a vulnerable place to be, to sit and have people hear your voice and hear your stories and think, wonder what they're thinking about you, trying to look at chat, and then you go back and look at chat to see if anybody said anything bad. And
I don't know if
honestly,
I can
I don't
even
know,
look.
honey, I can tell you right now, you had nothing but support in this chat. You did. You had nothing but support. Most people just sat there quietly listening um to it. And, but I remember, going on panel a couple of times and, not in this community, but other times. And so I guess that's what this is about for me. Is just a safe place for people to come up. And I may not have all the answers. I might have some of the answer. I might have one answer, but if I don't have nothing else, then I'll just listen to you. And people sometimes that's all it takes is someone to talk. Someone just listen, let me get it out, let me cry it out, and then maybe that'll get you through. Just even if it gets you through to another day, then it's worth it,
It will.
right?
It
Yeah.
makes, I have to say, thank you because you honestly helped me feel a lot bit better about my daughter. You know, it's
Yeah.
something that has bugged me. And my one friend that, she's got kids, she's busy, but when I've talked to her about it, we've grown up together. Like, I don't even know a time that she wasn't in my life. We've known each other since we were 2 and 3. So really, like, we don't know a time that we didn't know each other. So she knows my whole life, you know?
Mhm.
And so when she would say, like, Maggie is, or it's not you, it's this, it still felt biased because she's my friend, she's my sister, basically. So it still bugged me. You know what I mean? It still didn't, I
Mhm.
still felt, I still feel guilty, I still felt
Mhm.
like, well,
Mhm.
she's been there, so she's gonna stick up for me.
Mhm.
So it makes me feel a little bit better that, you don't know the whole story, but you know a good
Mhm.
bit of the story enough
Mhm.
to, and I didn't know how to put a word on what was going on, I
Mhm.
how that happened with her.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And anytime you want to come up and, just chat, get a little bit off your mind, we can do it. I don't mind doing it anytime. Any Even if it doesn't say open panel, I'm always open. I'm always
Okay.
open. But
And
um,
I won't keep you
you
up
know,
as long. I
oh
promise.
no, I was up anyways. I was hoping to see somebody come. I was hoping to see somebody's live that didn't go live. So no, you didn't keep me up. I actually took a nap so I could be here late at night tonight.
Okay.
So no, you didn't keep me up at all. And I'm glad you did. And I wish for you the best. And if you need to talk, you just go ahead and jump in here. And I'm thankful you came and you trusted us with that. That's really special. But keep your head up, girl. I promise you, it won't be like this for long. It's not going to
Thank
stay
you.
this way. It's ever evolving. And
Oh,
she
I
may
hope
never
so.
come home as a child, but she'll come home as an adult. When I say come home, I mean home as in your heart. And
Yeah,
the relationship
I
will
hope
never
so.
look like what you thought it was going to look like your relationship with your mom. It's not, because it's not you and your mom's relationship, but you'll figure it out and it'll be beautiful and you'll be thankful for it and she'll be thankful for it. You just got to keep believing and keep praying because no prayers like a mama's prayers, you know.
Yeah. No, I
But I
appreciate that.
love you, girl, and big hugs to you and keep your chin up. And anytime you want to chat, come on up. Stay out of them bushes. They're thorny from what I hear, and a bunch of naked people over there. That's what I
Yeah, a bunch
heard.
of,
I heard there were naked people in the bushes.
oh my
You
goodness.
know. All
All
right,
those
girl. I
naked
love you. Big
people.
Yeah. I love you. Big hugs to you, okay?
Love you too, Lainey. Thank you.
You're welcome, honey. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Let me I really need to smoke, but I wanted to see. I saw Maria come in. Some people left, some people stayed, some people came, some people went. Those that went, if you have a good night, if you get lots of rest or a good day. Some of you are on the other side of the world. Hope you have a good day. Um, some people that came, welcome. And the people that stayed, you're the true MVPs for today, for tonight. True MVPs. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. If you haven't hit that like, you guys hit the like. I don't know how many likes we got, and I don't know if we got any more subs, but I'm trying to get to 280 by Friday, so help a sister out. Tashi said she would love to hear that. Yes, see there, if you're still in here, sweetheart, even Tashi knows. Rose would absolutely love that. She would never take offense to it. Never. Uh, Auntie Rose, Maria, did Tina ever respond to the messages? Oh, you fall asleep to me. Okay, I put people to sleep. That's good. That's good. No answer on the phone. I left a voice message. She hasn't seen them yet. I think Wild Angel's trying to. Delilah. Did she do a live? I don't think she did a live. Did she? I don't think she did a live. Love listening to your story. Love this channel. Thank you, Rose Petal. I appreciate that. Y'all make sure to hit the likes if you haven't subscribed over there in the bushes, the naked bushes. Leanie has naked bushes over here. There's some wild stuff going on over there. Just poke your heads out every now and then and let us know that you're okay. That's right. That's right, Cheryl. There's good company over in the naked bushes. That's for real. Your story helped me learn a lot. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. She's got a story to tell. That's for sure. She's got a lot going on, you guys. She's got a lot going on there. I think it's going to take more than one. She's got a lot going on there. A lot of different. You've heard people say that they're burning the candle at both ends. I think she's got a lot of candles burning. She needs to deal with her mom, the loss of her dad, her daughter, just being a mom to young boys in general. Um, there's a lot going on for her, and we're gonna help her. We're gonna help her along the way. Oh, my girl Waffles, you off to bed now, Lainey? No, no, no. I'm still here, love bug. I'm still here. I'm still here. I gotta wait to hear from y'all know who I want to hear from? Maggie. I'm waiting to hear from Maggie. Gotta hang out with you guys longer. Look, Shannon came in. Hey Shannon. Good to see you. No, I'm still here. Thank you. You're welcome, Chili Chick. So, honey, I wish I could give you a big, big, big hug. You're gonna make it, girl. I promise. You're gonna make it. You'll remember this crazy old white-haired person on YouTube one day, and you'll be like, "Yeah, she told me it's gonna be all right. She told me you'd come back." She will. Y'all, I gotta smoke. I gotta take a pee break. I think it's intermission time. What y'all think? I think it's time for intermission. Got 44 people in here. Do we have 44 likes? Somebody's got to check that out for me. What do we got for likes, guys? We've been on now for 4.5 hours, so I think we should at least have 40 likes. That's not too much to ask, right? 4 hours, 40 likes. That's not a lot to ask. Nice to see you, Leanie. Thank you for being live for us this early. You're welcome. You're welcome. I try to fill in the gaps. I'm thankful I'm able to fill in the gaps. I'm thankful that people want me to. I'm thankful people want me to fill in the gaps, to tell you the truth. 43 is available. We've got 42 likes, you guys. 43 is available. It's available. You're welcome to take it. Billy Idol, Monty Monty, yeah. Oh, look there. Raider. Richie. Richie. Richie, I'm gonna have to drop the link for you. I gotta talk to my Richie, y'all. Richie, I gotta drop the link. I haven't talked to you in over 24 hours. This is not right. Richie's my favorite side host, y'all. Richie, come on. Come on, Richie. You awake? Y'all know Richie. Richie's he's my co-host here. Love me some Richie. Richie, get your butt up here. 49 people, 42 likes. God, that's so amazing. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that so much. Richie, got to come up here. I got to go smoke and I got to pee. Come on. I need you to take over for a minute, Richie. Come on. Quit playing. Richie, quit playing. Get up here. Quit playing us. I am having withdrawals. I love him so much. It's like my buddy. Richie, quit playing. I need to pee. Get up here. Get up here and Wish these people a good morning, Richie. I don't care if you're sleepy. Give me, I'm a professional smoker. It's only going to take me a minute and a half to smoke a damn cigarette, a minute and a half to pee, 30 seconds to wash my hands, and 30 seconds to get another cup of coffee. I need you for exactly 5 minutes, Richie. Come on. Come on. Just 5 minutes. Richie, Richie, Richie. I've missed you. Don't you miss me? I saw you on Rose's panel. I was like, mm-hmm. No, I'm just kidding. I'm glad you went over there. Richie, all right, Richie, 4 minutes. I mean, 4 minutes isn't a lot to ask. Ah, there's one. Listen, here's Wild Angel, y'all. But I'm not letting Richie off the hook here.
Yeah, we're not gonna let Richie off
Hey,
the hook because we love to hear
Sherry.
Richie. Hi, sweetie. How are
Rich,
you?
Richie better get his butt up here. Quit acting like he's
He's
not
a
my co-host
trooper.
over here.
He hung
He
out
is.
with you all
He's my
night, and
buddy.
then he was there helping Rose through the day. He's a trooper.
Yeah. He's moonlighting. He's moonlighting, if you will, right?
Maybe is he napping or
Richie,
is he in the chat?
he's in the chat. He said he's sleeping. He could be
Okay.
half asleep. He could be. So what's going on, girl? What's going on with
Oh,
you?
not much. Been an overwhelming day outside of
It
YouTube. I
has
mean,
been. Outside of YouTube, because
outside of
I'm
YouTube.
only. Oh, anything you want to talk about? I gotta pee though.
No, you
You
go
think you
pee.
can? Okay, I gotta pee and I gotta smoke. So I need 4 minutes since Richie's not going to give it to
4
me.
minutes.
Wow,
All
that's
right.
really shitty. All right, listen up. No, I love my Rich. You guys, I knew he wouldn't let me down. I
Because
knew
you called him out.
it.
He's like, I'm coming.
I
Man, I'm
knew
kind of
it.
sleepy though, but I'm just laying
I
down, or
called it.
I was laying down.
I was
Richie,
too.
I knew you wouldn't let me down. You could lay down, Richie. We don't mind. We don't mind.
I had Leanie on my pillow beside me, and I was listening for the last couple hours, because I
Thanks,
couldn't sleep.
Sherry.
Yeah, I was chilling.
Thank you. Welcome to the chat, everybody. Welcome. And for the next
The last
4
time I was on here
minutes,
for a long time though, man. I was here forever. Like I don't know.
Richie, I've only been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I
I
mean,
don't think
usually I'm about a 3.5 hour girl, but the all weekend and last weekend we burned the midnight oil. So
You're a three
we
and a
got
half
to fill in,
hours girl. Damn.
midnight oil.
we
No, but the way that
Richie,
sounded
we got to
right
fill
now,
in.
the way that sounded kind
It,
of I mean, I don't want to say it, but I'm a 3.5 hour girl. I was like, God dang.
all right, my chat's here. Good night, C. Andersoni. I love you, baby. I love you. 48's available, Maria said. Anybody can take that 48. It's for free. All right.
I don't have really nothing
Entertainment
to
is
talk
brought.
about tonight.
Well, listen. This is what you're going to do then, if you don't mind, if I can ask so nicely here. Um, our friend Sherry here. She's had kind of a dramatic day, Richie, outside of YouTube.
Wow.
I mean, it's been dramatic enough on YouTube. Sherry
It always has
actually
been.
has real life stuff going on, Richie. Imagine that.
Yeah, I had a little scare a
So,
little bit ago. So
yeah,
Wow.
Richie, I'm going to need you to handle that situation for me while I
he's all
pee.
good. We can just sit and giggle and not think about bad things because
Well, why don't you guys just shoot the shit for a minute,
You can
and
just smoke
then
in the house, man. Shit.
I don't smoke in my house. No, sir.
You
No,
might
I
no,
as
know
no,
I'm
no,
well.
no,
right by
no,
my
no.
kitchen window blowing the
No,
smoke out the window, but
You can still
no.
smell
I'm
it
not
though.
gonna
I've
do
got
it once.
You can
I'm
still
gonna
smell it.
quit once I finish.
I've got my husband has never smoked a cigarette in his life,
Oh my
and
god. Oh my
Mine
god.
neither.
this is,
What
he pays the
the?
bills here.
How about the weed though?
He pays the bills. No, my husband has never ever smoked weed either. We're a perfect match. We walk the line. We're straight up square people,
What
Rich.
kind of people are you?
Straight up, straight up and square.
Not even beer
Squeaky
or anything?
clean.
Wine, beer, no?
Yeah, we've had wine and beer, but I'm just saying that we're straight up square, squeaky clean kind of people. We
Brady,
walk the line.
Brady Bunch.
Right, right, right. We have 5 kids, 8 grandchildren. 8 of them. All right, you 2 shoot the shit.
Damn.
I'm gonna smoke. I'm gonna pee. I've been holding this for a long time. So that it's gonna be an epic stream for real. So,
You could just take the phone to the restroom
y'all,
and then just some
I'm not on the phone, babe.
press
I'm
mute.
not
Oh,
on the
okay.
phone. I'm on my laptop.
All right.
I mean, not my laptop. I'm on the desktop. So I'm gonna
Um,
press the mute, and I'm because I would, I'm gonna press the mute. You guys shoot the shit. Welcome people in. Say goodbye, good night to people, and shoot the shit. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
yes,
Don't go
yes,
nowhere.
boss. Yes, boss. Deplane, boss. Deplane. All
I was
right.
just saying before you came up that you were a trooper today.
All right. Well, I can't be everywhere, but
Exactly. I
everywhere I
say that
go,
to
there
people
is
all the
there's
time. I can't be
always
everywhere.
wow. I mean, everywhere I go, there's always something going on.
I know. And then it happens in your daily life on top of it. It's like, wow.
Especially yesterday, I was like, Jesus.
That was not the day I was expecting either.
I'm not even gonna talk about them, but
Mm-mm.
we all know what happened. I was just like, I better just not say a word. But I was on the panel, but I was bored. I guess I had nothing else to do. So
Well, I mean, and nobody likes it when we don't get along or when anything happens because technically speaking, people are most of the time happy or try to be. You know what I mean? Or want to be,
yeah,
I should say, and want to be because some people aren't. Sometimes I'm not.
yeah,
And then I'm like, okay, take a deep breath, blow it out, try to laugh a little bit about it. It might get a little bit better.
yep. Because
Shit.
I've seen it too. Because it is just a matter of time, and I've seen it with co-hosts on a show. Eventually, they're gonna butt heads and shit. They are. They're. I mean,
Right.
even the moderators and administrators, like there will be a time where they're gonna have a disagreement because somebody came on their damn panel that they don't like, and all hell breaks loose.
Right.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
You could just at least feel it sometimes. Just say, okay, it's gonna happen right now. Watch sooner or later. Oh shit!
And
And then
pray
the
for
worst
it not
part
to.
is, and then the worst part is these. Well, I'm not saying everyone does it, but yeah, we all know many talk behind the scenes, and then that's when it gets even worse.
Yeah.
Start trading numbers, and next thing you know, it gets in the wrong hands or it gets linked out, which is not cool. And it's like,
Right.
oh shit. At least have some privacy for someone's number, or you don't even have to swap numbers. You could just do the Facebook phone, right? That's all you gotta do.
Right.
But
Well, I think the biggest thing to learn for a lot of people is that if you don't like somebody, just leave them alone. They'll leave you alone. You
yeah,
leave them alone. Let it go. You got to walk away from some things. And sometimes they'll work themselves out and you can fix them later. But sometimes they just aren't meant to be. And dragging it out, being angry, and none of it really at the end of the day there's no resolve in it because there's a lot of hurt people. Everybody's upset, whatever the outcome is. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It's and I'm not talking about what happened today. I'm just talking about in general, in YouTube, in the real world, whatever, all of it. Just been there a million times, done that. Choose to just leave things alone, walk away. Some people won't let things go, but then you just still keep quiet. You know why? Because they're gonna get tired of it. They're gonna get sick of it, and they're gonna maybe hopefully start looking at themselves and saying, "Why am I doing this?" and stop.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. Like
Because I mean,
yeah,
I just don't think. I mean, we all are going through shit. We've all been through the family stuff, the relationships, kids, whatever we have, pets, however it is that your life is. And we're gonna just have challenges. We're gonna have these things happen, and you just have to deal with them. You just gotta deal with them and try to remain as calm as you can. Everybody's gonna have an explosive day or a day where you're just like, oh, I'm so sick of it all, and you're like, ah. But you know, that's when you reach out to some good friends and you talk through it and you find something to laugh about and find a way to make the day just a little better than it was. I'm trying to do that now.
I hear you. Yeah, because like there's been many times where I was watching a channel for a long time, and if I'm not feeling it no more, I'll just unsub and just leave. I won't leave a mean
Right.
comment. I'm not gonna
Right.
go on the panel, talking shit. So I'm not. I'll just quietly
Right.
just leave. That's all I do.
Right. Well, the big thing on YouTube is if you leave anywhere, they assume automatically that it has something to do with this little blue symbol called a wrench. And I used to think to myself, Lord have mercy, you could stick anything symbol beside anybody's name and it have nothing to do with the fact that if you just don't feel comfortable somewhere and it's not good for you, you leave. You don't continue down that path. You got to go away and because you don't want to be somewhere where it's not positive, right?
Yeah.
Are you there? Okay. I was like, where'd he go? So yeah, I mean, I agree with that 100%. It's just that a lot of people look at things like that and they see it in a different way than what it really is, because they don't know you personally, so they don't know your heart or your mind or your intentions. You know what I mean? But I just don't care about like dwelling on other people being angry or saying whatever they want to say. Look, say whatever you want to. Okay, people can make their own opinion about getting to know you as a person, or if they hear you talking or see you hanging out with different people. You know what I mean? If you're just being you and they're angry about that too, well, then I think there's something that they need to look at, because there shouldn't be a reason to be. Just let people go, leave them alone. Don't hang on to it, don't drag it out. Because like we used to always say, you don't know what people are dealing with in real life.
That's true.
Yeah.
You
That's
just
true.
don't know. And I would much rather be talking to people and trying my best to figure out a way to uplift them and myself out of whatever it is that the struggle is, than to make somebody feel bad and hurt them and just drive them into the ground and everything short of digging the grave. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not okay. Like, I just can't go with that. I can't do that.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
And
I've had
yeah.
people rant and rave about me, carry on to people that don't even know me. And obviously they were people I thought were friends and aren't. But you find out, as time goes on, you find out who who cares about you. You can tell. You know what I mean? We can tell. You get a vibe from people when you're with them that you feel like, okay, this is positive and these people have good intentions. And then you get that other side of it.
Hmm.
I see what you're saying though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Warrior, just saw you up. Hold on. Warrior, just saw you up. I had you up on stage, honey. If you want to come chit chat with us, you're welcome to. Come back if you feel like it. Go ahead, Rich.
I think I said this already, but I'm not sure. But I remember during the whole pandemic, I was just a regular on some channels and panels, and there were some people that we've never even seen before, but they said that they were watching this channel, or not this channel, but these channels for a long time, but they just never typed in nothing or just hopped on the panel. But a lot of people were new, and then were like, hey, well, the floor is yours. And a lot of these people were just like alone. They didn't have any family. Well, that's what they said. I mean, I don't know if they were lying or not, but they were just alone and they just needed, because like a lot of people, had their whole routine just knocked off. And some of these people were like ex-addicts, like ex-drinkers and drug addicts, and they went right. One of them even said that 20 years sober, and he went to the store and bought a bottle. I was like, oh shit. He's like, yeah, man, because all the gyms were closed, and and that was his therapy was the gym and shit. And he just relapsed, and I was just like, damn, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah, the pandemic caused people a
Caused a lot
lot
of
of
shit.
problems.
Yes,
Like
it did.
anxiety,
It did.
like anxiety too. Like there was
Mm,
people who were dealing with the anxiety and shit.
mhm. Yeah, if you didn't have some sort of
Like a
support system,
routine
whether it
going.
be family or yeah, then you were in trouble for sure, for sure.
And it's like it wasn't just me on that panel, but I mean, I didn't even know what the hell to say. I mean, I just listened to them. That's about like all I could do.
Right.
I mean, there was no like if I mean if they asked for like some feedback, then I'd give it to them. But it's not like I'm here to lecture their ass. No, it was
Right.
that was
Well,
a different time for
sometimes,
social media for me. I was like, damn.
yeah.
Yeah.
And even now, sometimes you just can't say anything. People come up here and all they want is is just to be heard. And I realize
Right.
that.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I realize that they need some kind of understanding or perspective from an outside source. And so
Yep.
I
Right.
try and hope that I give the right perspective. It's my perspective, whether it's right or wrong. I don't have any training. I just have experience to go off of.
Right.
And
Experience is training though in
Yeah,
life.
that's the same
You
thing.
know, it
Yeah,
really is.
same here, pretty much. Because like, have you ever? Well, I'm pretty sure it's happened to many of us. Say like you're at the waiting room, right? At the hospital or at the dentist waiting room, and then you just talk to some fucking random stranger that you don't even know, and you guys can just have a little few laughs and just
Yeah,
isn't that weird how?
it
And then
is.
it's
But
like,
I always am
then
real friendly with people. I
yeah,
tend to
then
like to
yep,
smile at people that are walking by and,
yeah.
give a person a smile or a hello or a nod, just
Hmm.
to like
And you never see them
I mean,
again, right? You never see them again.
right.
You're like, yeah.
But it's also just it just shows that, not everybody out there is just, ignorant of being kind. Like there are people out there that will still, or when I see older people, I always open doors for them.
Oh, me
I
too.
try to go out of my way to be kind to people because I would like to be treated the same way. And you can't get kindness if you don't give kindness. You know what I mean? Like it comes with itself.
Yeah.
mm,
I
mm,
mean,
mm,
and I have no reason to be upset with anybody out there. Nobody's, you know what I mean? Like if they're, you know what I mean? As long as you haven't been mistreated or attacked or in some way treated wrong, there's no reason for, even if you have been, but other people, they had nothing to do with that. So they don't deserve all of that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like you're still yourself, whether you've been hurt or not, or whether you're sad or happy. You know what I mean?
right.
But just like you said, just giving, doing a nice deed, saying something nice, waving at someone's, giving them a smile. Maybe nobody ever smiles at that person. Maybe you're the first person in weeks that smiled at them. And it gave them a little glimmer of hope that there are people out there that still care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's going on, girl? What happened today? Tell me all about it.
It's just been one of those days where it's overwhelming. I mean, um, I was feeling pretty good the other night. We all had a good time,
Mm,
on here the other night, and everybody was good. And then that kind of like I was a little upset for everybody, not like mad at anybody, just upset for what everybody was going through. So I think I was feeling other people's sadness too,
mm,
and so that like kind of like had me thinking all day about that. And then um just in a lot of pain. My pain gets to be to the point where, you just wonder why you have to deal with it. It's, and I'll go and lay
mm,
down, not because I'm tired, but because I'm in pain. And
mhm,
my husband and son could step up a million times to the plate for me because I do everything for everybody in my family. Like I'm always the one everybody needs to help talk to. Can you help me with this? And it's like, I just don't want to have to tell people I need your help. You know when someone needs you, when you
mm,
live with somebody and you know what they're, you know what I mean?
mm,
I woke up to just feeling like I wanted to like, I was just like, can anybody help around here? I was like in one of those moments, like,
yeah.
I'm like, if I'm laying down because I'm in pain and you're gonna go to bed, can you do A and B before you lay down? Like, lock the door, let the dogs out one more time. Those things, So when I wake up, there's not disaster or a bunch of stuff that I have to do that I don't mind doing, but when I do it, it makes me in more pain. So then you have the more pain clashing with the anger of feeling like people aren't stepping up when you've always taken care of them. It's frustrating, pretty
Mm.
much. That's kind of where I was. And then I was getting so upset that in my head literally started to throb so bad I thought I was having a stroke or something weird was happening because it didn't feel normal. So I almost called an ambulance. And then I was trying to do some deep breathing. I tried to calm myself down. I think I'm a lot better than I was like an hour ago, but that was just really frustrating to me because I'm thinking one of these days I'm just going to die from stress. And
Mm.
my family's going to be like, what the hell happened? And then everyone's going to try to blame each other, but that's not how you do that. You just be good to people, help people. Like if somebody drops something, pick it up, just help, just be there. That's all. I guess what I'm trying to say is just be there for people, especially those people that have always been there for you,
Mm.
We just, I
Mm.
mean, like I said, the world has changed so much and people are so wrapped up in everything going on around them. Nobody's seeing that we're losing ourselves and we're losing what we need to keep ourselves have any kind of peace at all. It's just getting sucked right out of it. You know, I
Mhm.
mean, look at all the stuff that's happening. I mean, every other day something's happening to a child or to an, it's just chaos. It's so chaotic that it literally makes my head hurt, you
Well,
know?
I think today you totally had a thankless mom moment, where you felt like, like you said, I do everything. And you do everything. I know you do. You got 11 kids, man. Got a husband. I
Right.
mean,
And
you do
I only have
everything.
one
And
adult one living with me, but
yeah, but it doesn't matter.
it
They're adults,
doesn't
so that should even count even that should even
more.
count as more. You're an adult, like help your mom out here just for a second. But you know what? Sometimes even when they're adults, you're still mom,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're still
Yeah.
going to be mom. You're always going to be mom. And it's really hard to see mom as a human and as someone who really has feelings and has needs of her own because we have pushed all of that aside and never let our children see it, so it's hard to see it even as an adult.
Yeah. Well, now that he's stayed with me, I'm sure he's heard many of my conversations when I've talked to my husband about how overwhelming things are and that, it's good to be there and support someone. I said, when you've been ill or, obviously nowhere near and had the things happen to him that I've had happen to me, but like when he's been just like sick or had an issue, I've always been understanding and caring. Whether I was mad
Mhm.
at him that day or not, I still did that because it's the right thing to do, and that's kind of what I'm trying to make them understand, I didn't even know my son had left, so he had left anyway, so he wasn't here. But I remember saying, well, could you, just come home at least and take your dog out or brush your dog because he's not just staying here, but his dog is here as well. So
Mhm.
that's giving me 4 dogs that is really hard on me to deal with all of that all the time. I feel like I'm running a
Mhm.
daycare center,
Yeah, I get
a
that.
doggy
I get that
daycare.
totally.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so, because you've got a handful too. So, um, but yeah, I think we're going to sit down and have a conversation about how we need to budget, start saving for that. He needs to get that apartment. I
Mhm.
told him, I'm like trying to work with him on it. Let's get a plan, in place here so that we can work towards something instead
Mhm.
of, you know, I don't want it to be a long-term thing because that more that they depend on you, the less they'll go and do it themselves. And so he's been out of his apartment for about a year now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the deal is that what happens if you don't come up with a plan? Not just a plan, you've got to have a timeline. And
The timeline, yeah,
if you don't
for
stick
sure.
to the timeline, then they're going to end up leaving anyways, but it's going to be on bad terms.
Right,
So
right.
you no
Well, I
matter
don't
how
want
much
him
it hurt
to.
as mothers, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't want him to, like meet some girlfriend and then move in. I've always told him make sure you always have your own place. It's okay to date people. It's okay, when if you decide to get married, so yeah, live together. But before then, keep your own place so that nobody can ever kick you out of anywhere. So that if you get in a fight on a Friday and you don't come back till Monday and you guys decide, no, we're not going to do this, but you just got a place, you're not out a place to live again, you know? Because I mean,
Right.
I warned him this
Right.
last time. I said, if you go and move out of your apartment with your girlfriend in a place you guys can't afford, how long do you think it's going to last? Barely 6 months, and she's back living with her mom and he's back here. Just what I said. I said, keep your apartment. They're hard to come by.
Hmm.
You know, it's where we live. They're hard
How
to
old did you
afford
say
and
he
hard to
was?
come by. He is 24, 24, yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
He's a
girl.
young
You
guy,
got to
huh?
give you got to give him a timeline though, because here's the
Yeah.
deal. You could no offense. You could pass tomorrow and your son isn't going to know what to do with himself
Right. And I mean,
because
I've got him.
you've
He's
given
come a
him
long way, but you know,
sure,
it
but
does. It
you
does.
can't you got to make him stand on his own 2 feet, babe. And
Exactly.
that's hard. That's
No, and
really,
that's
really
what I'm
hard.
wanting to see, though. I'm like, you have to help. If you're here, you have to help pay for things. You have to help take care of your dog. Because, you know, I've been dealing with this knee injury since last September and it ain't getting any better. And I know why. Because even my other son was staying here for a little bit because his apartment lease came up and he was in the process of getting something else. So he was here for a little bit too. But so at one time I had them both here, which is fine. I mean, I do love it. I love visiting with them and having them around. But it's overwhelming when you're in pain to try to keep up with extra laundry, a bunch of different people trying to eat and be in the kitchen, dogs running crazy all day long. It's just like,
Yeah.
holy shit.
Yeah,
And I
but you
got
know
him all
what?
situated.
The deal is consistency too. You've got to be consistent with it. You can't let them off the hook today and get your mommy feelings going for them, and then
Right.
tomorrow have the mother feelings where you're gonna set them straight. You got to keep it consistent, and it's painful. I know. I know.
It
Being a
is.
mom, we just our natural reaction is to help all of our children out and all this, but raising kids, we're not raising them just to be great humans and and respectful and all this. You're also raising them to live without you because that's the reality. Reality
Exactly.
one day is you're not going to be there for him to fall back on. So if he doesn't learn his own resources and how to navigate this world, then
I had that
you've
conversation with him and my husband today.
done yeah, you've done a disservice to your child. No offense. Let me react to this real quick. Hold on just a minute. What the hell happened in YouTube land? Finished work, thought I'd catch up, and two who I follow are at it, like lifelong enemies. How's it going in here? Oh, we're okay in here. We're hiding.
Mm,
No, we're not hiding.
you're
Um,
funny.
y- yeah, Lulu, there's trauma in what I call the triangle. There's trauma in the triangle. And when I refer to the triangle, I refer to what I feel like is me, Rose, and Tina. There's trauma in the triangle. They need a lot of prayer. They need a lot of help. Is from a higher power, not from. I think too many people have gotten involved at this point. Probably. Uh, so I'm not saying not to or to. It's up to you. But I'm just saying that yeah, they need a lot of prayer. They need um, a lot of support. Yeah, all hell has definitely broke loose. Hope says, "Oh, Sherry, I can relate to you. I like being a caretaker and helping. I need help now and feel resentment." Ah, there it is.
Yeah, that's kind of where, but see, I'm a really good person at like telling exactly how I feel. That I'm a Leo. We are outspoken people, and I get to roaring like Rose does. So I can relate to Rose sometimes too because she's very compassionate about things, and that's why I called her out one day and said, "You're a Leo, aren't you?" I knew. I was just knew it, but because I feel like it's really important for people to understand how you feel. I'm not one of those people that goes and holds it in and does some crazy thing. And I've just always been able to filter it and just because I have to, because there's just too much to hold on to all the time if you don't say anything or don't just you know, I'm kind of like to say it as I go. When I feel it, I say it, like you do, Leanie. You know, because that's you projecting that, you know, you're not holding it back. And no, not people don't always like to hear what you have to say when, especially if like it's an angry situation. But even when I'm upset, I'm being logical about what I'm saying, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I'm not just going on some rampage and, you know, like I'm getting mad at my husband. I tell him the reason why I'm upset, and this is, you know, this is what we can do to work on this. And so I'm not just being like attack, you know, like full on, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? There's different ways you can
Sure.
express yourself to people. And like with Dust, with my son, I won't say his name. He has done really well. We did this when he lived with us when he was younger, before he moved out. We did this thing with the rent where we had him pay rent every month the same amount so he could be ready to pay rent on his own. So we did that on purpose to get him prepared, and got him prepared. He's done really well. I showed him how to build his credit. We, you know, did all that stuff. He's at a spot now though where he's starting to let life kind of overwhelm him. And I'm like, so I think we do need to sit down and make a plan, but he's either working or he's with a girlfriend. So trying to catch him and get him sat down is what I've been trying to do lately. So I think I might write something down and kind of let him look over it and see if he's
That
not
might
going to
be a
sit
good,
down.
yeah, that might be a good start. That's especially if it's going to turn into, you know, something bad. But you and your husband sit down, write something out, come up with what you think is a logical plan and a good timeline, and stick to it. Stick to
Right.
it, because you're not going to be here forever. You're not. And as long as any of your children think, oh, we'll just fall back in mom and dad's house if things don't go right, you're doing them a disservice.
Well, see, they can't really do that as much here and which is a good thing probably, because the way our house is set up, the bedrooms are set up for his children because they're the young ones. They're the ones still, you know, that need that. You know what I mean? So, and I think I let my daughter stay in the one room one time, and it was fine because she was a girl and she picked up and, you know, kept it up. But the boys, no. My youngest son, I gave him a chance, and he said I had him back out in the living room because he was making mess, you know, because it's her room. And it's, you know, like I told them when they were younger, I didn't never let anybody stay in their rooms if they weren't home. It's just a thing, you know. I just didn't. And so, you know, like he said, well, one time he goes, well, last time I stayed here, I had a room to sleep in. Well, this is before we remodeled and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you did. But those are kids' rooms. They're their beds. I'm not going to, you know, we're not going to do that. We're going to let that be for them because they're not here all the time. And when they come, you know, you don't want to know someone, hey, someone else is, you know what I mean? Sleeping in your bed. So, you know, I said, the thing of it is that should be the one thing that drives you to hurry and get your own place, to make you want to work towards that faster, because you want to have your privacy, you know?
Right. Right. Yeah, but some
And
people
so,
don't take the hints. Some
right.
people some
He's just
some
not
people
good
are
with money.
adapters. They're adapters.
Right.
They adapt to they're chameleons. They
Right.
they adapt to their situations and blend in. It's kind of scary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It
Hope
is.
says it gives me purpose to help enlighten people. It gives me great joy. That's, you know, that's a good attribute to have. You just got to make sure that you're not enabling a behavior that
Yeah, no, I'm not about enabling. Trust me, I'm all over shit. But I just need a little bit more help when I'm in this kind of pain. And they've all known how bad it's been. And I guess for me, I think about if it was the other person and I was the one not injured, I would. But that's me. See, that it comes back to that's me. That's how I would be with somebody. But that's not how everybody's going to be. You know.
right.
And so it's hard sometimes to think about it that way because I have a hard time understanding the kindness of people's souls.
Right.
That whether it's there or it's not, because there's a lot of them that it's just not there, you know. It's
Yep, I
frustrating, I guess.
totally understand that.
Mom talk right here.
Mom talk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
I even
tough.
feel that way about my own husband sometimes, like, it doesn't have to just be your kids. It can be your spouse, whoever. I just feel like equality is important. I feel like friendship's important in a relationship. That if you can't be friends, you got a base. There's a base that you start with. Everybody meets in their friends first before they go anywhere else with it. You get to know somebody, things like that.
Sure.
But people change, and then you have to cope with that. You may fall in
Right.
love with this person, but you may end up 5 years later with this person, and you're like, "What who the hell is that?" Type thing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
And
I've
I
seen
like
it
to
too,
have.
man.
People.
I'm sorry, but I've seen it like even with like my buddies mostly because like when we were like in our 20s and stuff, like even like when we were like in our late teens, I would hear their mom, not pissed off at them, but they would say, "Hey, mom, I got it covered. Don't worry about it." And I remember that one time we were at work, right? And she, because one of the moms, right? Her and I worked in the mornings for like about 3 years, and she just had to vent out, man. And I gave her a hug and I said, "I'll pray for you." I said, "Look, I've known your son for a long time, but I hate to say this, but he's gonna have to learn the hard way, man."
Yeah.
because
Hmm.
he kept saying how well him and his girlfriend found a place, and he has it covered, and she just told me, she's like, "You have no idea what you're doing." He's like, "What is your monthly cost gonna be? Have you thought about that?"
Mm,
And just
right.
all that kind of shit like that. And then he
Hmm.
was like, "A food, apartment, clothes. What if the baby gets sick? Can you afford that shit?" I mean, she just went out the whole line, man.
But it's true.
Yeah, it's true. And then I mean, he's a lot better now than he used to be. But I saw the struggle that the mom went through, man, and it was like stressing her out, and she just didn't know what to do anymore. He was always getting thrown in jail and shit, and she always bought him out. But after that third time, she said, "That's it. I'm not gonna fucking be bailing your ass out. You're gonna have to straighten out your fucking life in that jail, man." I was like,
Hmm.
"Wow,
Right.
yeah."
Right.
Hey, and then she says, "Rich, was I wrong?" I said, "No, nope. He's got to learn, man. You can't be fucking
Hmm.
going back in jail when you have a baby on the way and you already have a fucking kid already, man. Come on, bro. You gotta fucking straighten up."
Hmm.
And he did eventually.
Yeah. Well, that's the good news. He did.
Right.
Yeah.
Might have
Right.
been a
And I mean,
slow learner, but he was a learner.
Yeah.
right. And I mean, I try to give him credit. I mean, he's come a long way. I mean, I was talking to my older daughter the other day, and I said, we were talking about him particularly. And out of the group of everybody's doing really well. I just have a couple that, they're still, the twins have always struggled. They've always just had a harder time in life. It's an unfortunate thing, but they just have. And, we're all here. We have a big family to support everybody, but everybody's kind of at that point with both of them. Like, okay, it's time for you guys to realize that you got to get that big step going and stick with it, and be secure your situation basically,
Mm-hmm.
and not because everybody's helped, and they've stayed with different family, and we've done the rent thing, we've done all of it, and now it's up to them to get,
Hmm.
the next step here is you guys have to take that. Is
Yeah.
what we're trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are so many people in my life, well, especially like where I live at, and I've been trying to get my friend on these kind of panels because I really think it would help her out. But she was homeless for 2 years, and she's 61 years old, and she had it going good for her for years, but something happened, and she lost that job, and she was actually taking care of her son for like 22 years because he's a kind of I mean, he's a mentally ill and everything, and the county came in, during the whole, that whole, COVID and pandemic, and they found something wrong or somebody didn't like my friend, and they made up lies how she's not taking care of him right, which is a damn lie, because I've known her since 1995, and she lost that job, man, and she was making a lot of money just taking like for her son. I mean, his doctor follow ups. She has to bathe him because he can't bathe. He still wears Pampers and shit. In his 20s, but now he's in a home now. So she's been trying to get him back for the past 3 damn years, and still, I mean, she used up pretty much all of her money on these lawyers, and then she just lost her case again. So I feel bad for her, man. But there's not much I could actually do though. I mean, I've offered to help her, but she just is that type that I'm a survivor, I'm a tough chick, and all that. I'm like, come on, girl. I mean, shit, I could hook you up with something, right? I mean, a little bit of groceries at least, shit. But now she's just doing these
It's hard to see that.
yeah, and now she's just doing these odd jobs around town, And I told her, look, you are a licensed fucking caregiver, man. You could probably get a job right now, shit, doing this stuff. I pray for her, man, but it's like she hasn't had no luck, man. What do I do?
Right.
I
You
mean, there's
can't.
not much. There's not much that I can actually do, though.
You can't.
Yeah, you're. I mean,
You
But
I
it's
can't.
hate to
really
say that, but it's true.
It's hard to look at, and it's hard to sit back and go, look, I've done all I can do. I've said all I can say, and nothing's ever changed. This person, they gotta want to change,
yeah.
and that's a part of enabling. And you
She's
have
not
to
a
be
bad
very,
person,
very.
though. It is
I'm
just
not. No,
this.
no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah, yeah.
This isn't about being a good
Come on.
person or a bad person. This is about behaviors.
Oh,
and
okay.
and it's a behavior she's in, and you can't, no matter if you get her on a panel, no matter if you buy her groceries or help her get a job or whatever, she has got to be the one to fix the behavior.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
isn't
that's
about being
true.
good or bad. So you just have to realize some people, that's all you can do is pray for them because they have behaviors that that is far beyond what you can do. So what you can do is exactly what you're doing, is praying for her and loving her, you know?
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. And it's sad, it's hard because you sit back and you think this could be fixed so easy. Just listen to me. Just let me help you. I help you get a job. I'll work with you. I'll do this, I'll do that. But unless she changes her behavior, can't be helped.
The only thing that I don't like when like, and I'm not saying that I'm gonna buy her like $300 worth of damn girl. No, I mean there's some things that I could actually hook her up with right now, but she doesn't want it. But then again, she has this attitude like, well, who's gonna hire a 61-year-old woman and shit? I said, hey man, you never know, shit. I
Right.
mean,
Well, that's
I,
the thing is I think
yeah,
people lose confidence in themselves, and then it just spills over into like they just get to such a point where they give up, on,
yeah.
well, like she's saying to you, I'm this old, no one's gonna hire me. Um,
I
Is
mean,
it
people,
she has a hell of a resume though. I'll tell you that. I said, man,
right,
this is fucking good right here. Shit, you should be working in some fucking hospital, like as a in the office or something, or at the prison in the office. I mean, shit, this is some good shit right
right.
here you got, man. What? And
There's
it's always
something
been
out there
steady
for
work.
everyone.
Yeah, yeah.
You just gotta find it.
it sounds like to me, Richie, honestly, it sounds like somewhere along the line we've talked about it before that she's lost her value.
Plus
Yeah.
Do
what?
you understand? She's lost her value,
Oh,
her self-worth.
yeah.
And so what happens when we lose our value? Our self-value, what we value in ourself, what we think we can bring to a table somewhere, what happens is it turns into excuses, and then it turns into self-pity, right? Nobody's going to hire a 61-year-old. I'm not good enough for that. It's the lies that we start telling ourselves that actually turn into things that we believe. Then we let our value go. And then We don't have any self-worth. Do you know how hard it is to come back from that? It's so hard because it's a
Yes, it is.
programming of the mind that doesn't take place in 2 weeks. This takes place over years.
Years.
Somebody has started that somewhere along her line that has told her something negative about herself. She believed it, and then the negativity just kept going until she got
Yes,
to where she's at right now, which is
sir.
in she has no self-worth anymore. She has no, she doesn't feel valued in anything she does. And so now it's about excuses. And now it's about, no, don't help me because I'm not worth helping. Don't save me because I'm not worth saving. And those are the people that eventually give up on life. And it's the circle of life, and it's terrible to watch. And you wish you could just grab them and shake them and say, "But I love you." And that
Right.
should be enough because I love you and I see your value and you mean something to me. But the problem is, unless they can see the value in themselves and feel their own self worth and won't take it back, it's not enough. And all it does is hurt the people around you. It's very sad. It's very sad. And if you've got any kind of humanity to you, the normal thing to do is to want to reach out and say, I love you. God, I love you so much. But they don't love themselves. And all you can do is pray and cry and be there if they want to talk about it, even though you can't tell me that the discussions that you have with her are nothing but negative discussions because all that's coming out of her mouth is negativity about herself and her surroundings. Am I right?
Yeah, well, that's why I pretty much keep my distance now. But I mean, we're
Yeah,
still friends and everything. But
sure.
I mean,
Because
we'll
people
always be
that get
friends, you know.
right, because people that do that end up pushing people away. They push them away. Not they may not mean to do it, even though I think most of them do me absolutely. They know it's happening. They know that they're pushing people away. They misery deserves its company. They don't want to stay in that place, but they're, believe it or not, happy in that place. As sad as that sounds. And the ones that they don't want to push away, they end up pushing away with the negativity because there's only so much negativity that we can allow come come into us before you have to back up. Because what happens is when you live in a negative place in your mind and you project that negativity on somebody else, and somebody loves you so much that they're willing to sit in the negativity with you, they become that negative person too. And the cycle just keeps going on and on and on. So I think that's what's happening. It's sad. God, it's sad. Man, there's been so many people I just want to grab and just shake them.
Yeah, there's also some other friends of mine who are going through some hard times, and it's like, man, it's like everyone's going through some shit right now. Like everybody is, families and and it's like, everything's expensive now, and you got to cut back on certain things you like to buy and stuff, and it's like shit, man. It's like everything's. I mean, I can't be there for everybody, but I could pray for pray for these people. That's about it. But you know,
And you know what, Richie? That's
everyone's
enough.
everyone's just dealing with shit, though, huh?
Yeah, everybody is. And I want you to know that when you say, I just pray for these people and that's about it, you know what? It's enough. It is enough. And you got to realize that it's enough because you cannot let that much. You have got to protect your own. God, I'm going to make a banner. Protect your own peace because only
Yeah.
you can control the peace. And the way you protect your peace is how much negativity you allow to come to you
Right.
because you can absolutely take on someone's negativity. It's not just like you walk into a room, you could be the saddest person. I could come on here, I'm struggling with my freaking dog. I just walked over while you guys were talking because it doesn't look like she's breathing. I'm scared to death. My dog's dying. Let's just be real. I know that. But I come on here and I start joking around with you guys. My spirits lighten up, you know? It's not
Right.
negative here. It's just great news. And so then you take on that. But then say I came here and everybody's like, well, everybody's talking about their sob stories, and that's okay too. But at some point, you've got to change the trajectory. You got to
Right.
change it, right?
Yeah.
So when it gets low here for a little while, I try to change the trajectory because I realize we can all get really, really low and stay at that point, right? And
Exactly.
and so even online, we have to change it. We have to, yeah, let's talk about the bad stuff. Let's be there for each other. Let's support each other. But at some point, we have to let the joy and the happiness and the silliness and everything that makes us smile and come out of that negative place. That's what we got to do. That's what I hope we're doing. I think we're doing it. I mean,
Yeah.
who's not happy for the Leanie Richie show? What up with the little bit of with the slice of sherry in there? How can you not be happy? Come on, really?
Hey, but also like what I see, well, where I live at, because I know a lot of families out here, because we live in a small town, but it's a big valley with other cities nearby. But I've noticed more nowadays. There's a lot of people who I know, they're moving back home and they're living together now because they just can't afford to live in San Diego. They can't live afford in afford to live in the Bay Area because it's just cost too much. So now they're back home, and they're kind of like a team now with income, and they're kind of like, well, you can't bring the entire family over, but yeah, there's certain ones that are just living together again because it's just tough out there. I mean, because living in San Diego is not cheap, man. Shit, it's nice out there, but man, you gotta make some pretty good fucking income to live out there if you want to live, that lifestyle out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it's everywhere, Richie. It's
yeah,
it's it's completely everywhere. It's you know if we can make the money here in Indiana that people are making in California, of course we'd be a lot richer out here. You know what I'm saying? But the cost of living is cheaper to live out here than it is over there in California. So of course, um, um, we what I'm saying, I guess, is that in comparison, Indiana doesn't make as much money as it does in California because the cost of living is different, right? But
yeah.
for people who live in Indiana and we're used to this cost of living, the flyover state, Indiana, um, for the people that are living here, everybody's struggling too. You know, they know what they're doing. Mm, don't get me started on the government. Don't
I
get
see
me
what you mean,
started.
though. I
Don't
see what
get
you
me
mean.
started there. Don't get me started there. Well, I'm going to hold this out for about 30 more minutes, you guys, and then I've got some stuff I got to do.
All right.
Um, I'm going to hold this out for about 30 more minutes, see if we can catch Miss Maggie. Um, 50 is
Maggie.
available, Maria says. Yeah, I like seeing Miss Maggie. I don't get to see her that much. Usually, um, she jumps on as I'm going to bed, usually, so I don't get to see her that much. But if
Like the
not,
song,
then
huh? Maggie from Rod Stewart.
Rod Stewart. I love that song.
Maggie, yeah,
I love that.
that's a good song.
That is a good song. Hey, the 70s and 80s music are where it's at. I'm telling you, that's what's up.
Oh, of course.
That's what's up. But I remember my mom saying that the 60s had the best music. And
Everybody
hey, I listened.
has their own favorite decade, especially if they're
Yeah,
from that
I think
time.
so. Yeah, I think you're right. I think so. I think that's because when my mom talked about it, she always talked about the 60s, how life was so much easier back then. And you know,
Yeah.
the music and just the way of
Woodstock,
life.
homie. Woodstock. There you go.
Woodstock.
Yeah.
Well, my mom wasn't a hippie, but she was. My mom was a beach girl. You guys, she grew up in
Oh,
Miami,
okay.
Florida. She's born and raised in Miami, Florida. She was a beach girl. So, yeah, she's a beach babe, beach baby, beach baby. Yeah. So, she wasn't into the Woodstock stuff, but yeah, she always talks about that, and I always talk about the '80s, and I think my kids always talk about the early 2000s.
Damn. Me, probably the 80s and the 90s.
Well, my older kids, so all four of the oldest ones are in their 30s. Yeah, they're in their 30s now. And then my baby just turned 20. So, yeah, they kind of live two different generations.
I was
Yeah.
born in the 70s, so I was a kid like in the 80s until like the late 1980s. I was a teenager, so I'm from that
Me
time.
too.
All right,
What year were you born?
75.
I
Okay.
was born in 1969. What up?
Oh goodness, I was born in '70.
Oh,
That's funny.
so you're Generation X,
Ah,
just like
yes, I
me.
am. Yes, I am. Proud of it. Still using ironing boards and washing dishes by hand and
I
uh
work dishes by
just
hand. I always have, so I'm on that with you.
I wash dishes by hand too, but
That's
I'm
what I.
saying back in the day there were no. I remember you guys. I remember when my dad wasn't about it. So my mom waited till my dad went to school. You know, he's in the military and he was always going to these schools and stuff. And she redid the kitchen and she put it in a dishwasher. Boy, was he ever shitty about that. I remember the days before the microwave, and I remember the
Me
days
too.
where, you know, a house only had one TV in it, and the thing was
Yep.
as big as a freaking freezer, outdoor freezer, sitting on the floor, console TV. And if you had one of those, you know, you were you were happening.
Yeah,
And
yeah, the
then,
big
you
fat
know, you
Zenith.
yeah, and then your dad sitting over in the recliner, and he's like, "Get up and go change that channel." And he'd stand there and you'd flip that little dial around and around until you got to the channel, you know, that your dad wanted you to stop at. And so you were the remote control, right? And then when you would lose connection or lose, you know, whatever they called it back then, and you'd have to hold the rabbit ears in a certain place. And I'll be damned. You know, like my dad was like, just right there. Wait, just wait. And your arms are killing you because for 30 minutes, you know, that's back in the day when everything was a 30-minute show, and that's with commercials and all.
Yep.
And you could let go of it during the commercials, but the minute it come back on, grab it. And that's yeah, I remember them days. The green and the yellow plastic Tupperware canisters in the kitchen on the counter.
Yeah,
Y'all remember them?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Good times, right? Oh, and the orange too. Let's not forget about the
Yeah,
nice
you can't forget the orange.
orange that was going on. Green, orange, and yellow
I
were the
think my mom
colors.
even had pink ones.
Wow. I didn't know there were pink ones. When my mom had it, it was green, orange, and yellow. That was the
Right.
deal. That was the deal.
I think she still
Tupperware.
has like one
Tupperware
Tupperware
party.
bowl and one Tupperware container.
Tupperware parties.
Yeah, Tupperware parties were the shiznit.
It
It
was.
was.
Hey, but you know what? I'll never forget, and I can still picture it till this day. I remember my dad came home from work one night, and it was like at nighttime, right? Because I mean, when he would go to work, he would be he would eat breakfast and then leave work, and it was still dark, right? And when he came home, it was already not dark, right? But one time he came a little bit late, and when I saw that box, I knew what the hell it was. I was like, "Oh, the VCR, big old damn box, man!" Then we fucking hooked it up, and see, back then we only watched movies on the weekend, if I remember. Yeah, because like you would rent. Okay, cool. Okay, look, before we bought, well, he bought it. I remember those days at the video store. you had to be on a waiting list just to rent the VCR, man. Remember that shit?
Yeah, I remember when they had
Oh
those for
yeah,
rent. Yeah.
remember that shit? Yeah, it's
yeah,
like, and then
yeah.
once it was your turn, they called your house on the landline, and then they said, may I talk to so and so? Yeah. Oh well, he's at work. Well, tell him that your VCR is reserved for the weekend. And then I was like, hell yeah.
God.
Oh shit.
But luckily, we didn't have to do that because we didn't have it. My dad didn't believe in that. He wasn't spending money on. Now I know it's
Oh
just because I mean, he had 6 kids and on a military pay. That was,
damn.
we were broke. So we didn't have money. So instead of my dad saying, "Look, guys, we just don't have the money," my dad was like, "You don't need that shit. I got you a swimming pool in the backyard. Go swim." That's the way my dad was. He would never say, "We don't have the money for that. Knock it off." My dad never said that, you guys. His thing was, we were the only one in our neighborhood that had an ingrown pool, in-ground pool. Sorry, in-ground pool. And so that was always my dad's excuse for everything. Instead of saying, "We don't have the money for that, guys," he would say, "Bought you a damn pool in the backyard. Go swimming." So if we ever, and I'm gonna tell you what, my parents, and I use this on my kids too, and it was great. And I hope they're using it on my grandkids, y'all, because I think this is great. My dad used to say, if any of us kids ever said, "I'm bored, I'm
Man,
bored,"
we are
you know
old.
what?
Man.
You know what my parents did? They were like, "Oh, you're bored,"
Oh
and they
shit.
would,
Yeah.
Don't ever
Time
say
to
you
that.
know,
work.
right? You know what's going to happen, right? You are working, and
Oh, I do that
you're
to my kids
cleaning.
still.
You're cleaning walls. You're cleaning windows. Believe me, you were done being bored. You learned real fast never to say that to your parents. I used it
Yeah.
on my kids. It worked great. I hope my kids are using it on my grandkids. I need to ask them. I think that's great stuff. That's good stuff. It's healthy. Because there's too many, we were using bored back in the day. How could a kid in today's world be bored?
Oh,
Oh
my
yeah.
gosh, I know. I mean, one day my son didn't have anything on his agenda, like meaning no girls to go date, no like thing on his little schedule of things he thinks are important. And I remember thinking to myself, I heard him telling his friend on the phone he was bored. I said, "Oh my God, are you really?" And so I pulled something I used to do to him when he was little. I said, "Oh my gosh, I have a whole list of things that I need to get done. You want to help me?" I got a whole bunch of
Yeah.
stuff
My
here.
No, I didn't even give my kids a chance. I was just like, "Go get a broom." They're like, "No, mom, I ain't bored no more." I was like, "Oh, but you were. So let's just fix it so you're not again." And I
Right?
didn't give them a chance. I don't, and they would just be like, "We're not bored. We're not. We'll never say it again." I don't care. You already said it. How could kids be bored?
I
You
know.
can't be bored.
I mean, even when mine were growing up, the youngest ones, there it was still at a time when things were starting. I think we had the PlayStation 2 by then, and we had a real nice VCR. I mean, there was still, we were getting there. So there was still a lot for them to do, and they always seemed like they were bored, or they'd fight over the video games. So we'd have to put a timer on because,
Yeah,
oh,
Yeah.
because like
just the things we
these
never done with this kid. It's just so weird for me because I'm like, when I was like raised, I mean, things were just so different. And now for
of
me, when you
course.
raise kids in a different time, it's like, what the hell happened? That's all
Well,
I can ever say.
Yeah.
technology
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
nowadays
technology happened. The
and
freaking internet happened.
yeah, because also these kids now, well, not just kids, but the youth, they have
Hmm.
this device in their hand that they can look up, get and gain information, learn how to fix this, learn how to do that. But
The whole world.
many don't even want to fix shit. All you gotta do
Uh,
is just order it or just look up something that they've never heard of, like a song, and then everything comes on that fucking page, and then it's like they have all this knowledge on this little device that we never
mm,
did have growing up. I mean, we gotta go to
that's
the library and shit, man. you know?
Yeah, remember
Yeah.
remember you asking your parents, "What does this mean or what does that mean?" Go
Oh, I
look it
remember
up.
that. Yeah.
Go look it up. Because my parents made sure to buy. Remember that man that came around to your house that was selling encyclopedias and
Oh yeah.
Yep.
dictionaries and Tennyson's books? My
Yeah.
parents bought that crap, you guys. My parents loved that crap. First of all, my mother was an avid reader, so she read every freaking book. She read every freaking dictionary, every encyclopedia. So their
That's how my
favorite
dad
thing
was
was
too.
go look it
He was
up.
the same
And
way.
then they'd make sure we look it up and asked us about it.
Yeah.
So you can't use that on your kids now. Go look it up. Okay, click, 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 click. There it is, right there. I mean, the whole world is at their fingertips. It's amazing to me. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
it is.
But
But
here's the difference.
it
Like
also can be
if my
dangerous too.
true, and if my grandkids came over, I don't think they've ever said it, but if they ever did come over and say, you know, Mammy, they call me Mammy, Mammy, I'm bored. I'd be like, what can I help you with? Like, what should we play?
Right.
You know, it's different. It's different when you're a grandma. You know what I mean?
It
But my
is.
kids,
Yeah.
I'm just like, you better get a mop. You better get a broom. You know, my grandkids, I wouldn't do that to, but I am going to ask my kids if they make my grandchildren clean. I wouldn't do it to them here because when they come here, I wait on them hand and foot because they're my grandbabies. It's different, like, you know. But yeah, I'd be curious to know. Go look it up. Gosh, I'll never forget that. And I did. I looked it up. Had to give a 10-page letter, it seemed like, on it. Kids are stimulated, I think, sometimes by of course, by the tech, overstimulated. You're right. You know what? I use that now. That's what I say all the time. All the time. When I'm with all my family, I'm overstimulated. It's just a
Yeah,
thing I
it's
say because
overstimulating. You
yeah.
got 10 people on a phone at the same time looking at stuff. My son will
Yeah.
come out here and he'll be like, instead of just talking, like, he'll have a speaker on. So you're hearing his whole conversation. And I'm trying to, like,
Mm,
and my husband will have the TV on and I'm trying to be over here on I'm like, oh Lord, everybody needs to disperse now.
Hey,
Other
but you know what?
rooms.
Too? One thing about me, when I hang out with family, like at a birthday party or a barbecue, or if
Put
I'm
your
with
phone
my
away.
friends, I'm never logged in on anything. I'm not on my phone. I just go there just to hang out, and there's there's times we will take some photos, but I don't really upload them anymore. But I just like to have face to face conversations, and then just hang out, and then just have a good time, and not be on the damn device when I'm with loved ones and friends, man. But that's just me though.
that
No, I
is
agree with
Yeah,
that 100%. I really do. The last like 5 holidays that we've spent at my husband's parents, we'll go in, sit down, and we'll be eating dinner or whatever. And as soon as that food's done, my husband's on his phone. And I looked at him last time and I said, please put your phone away. Nobody else in this house, even the kids, are playing, has a
awesome.
phone out. And you never see your family. So just spend that time with them, please.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
trying to
of
be an
course.
ass about it, but it's just the point that whatever's drawing you into your phone, what about your parents? Like what about the people that we don't know if we'll see them tomorrow. Let's spend that time. Let's that
Let's hang out. Yeah,
2-3 hours without a phone. Just hang out. You know,
I could do it.
I'll even message people and say I'm at a dinner with family right now, so that I don't get interrupted. So I'm not. You know what I mean? I'll try to do stuff like that too, just so people know.
guys, I'm not gonna lie. I'm on my phone. It's the only thing that
Oh
keeps me
my
sane.
god.
It's seriously, you don't understand what my family's like. Like
Even
everybody's
even with the restaurant,
loud.
like I mean, say
Oh, in a
you
restaurant, like
yeah, like you're there with your husband and like your family. I mean, are you always just on the phone, or do you just put it away and then just talk, like that? No.
well, we don't go to eat much because I
Okay.
don't like to eat out. But
Yeah,
if we
same here.
do,
But
like
I mean,
no,
it's
like if it's just me and my husband or whatever, then uh I I'm not one of those people that go sit down, enjoy. I mean, let's just sit down and enjoy it. No, we're gonna slam, bite, and swallow, get this place cleaned up, and everybody shut the hell up. How about that?
oh man.
No, you don't understand. My
Oh, I love it.
family is so loud and big personalities, and everybody's got something to say, and everybody's like, "But wait a minute," and they're all over talking. I'm like over sitting on the couch
Oh
on my phone, or
So
god.
you have the
even if
same
one of
thing
my
I have.
yeah,
I
I
know
got
the
no
feeling.
problems with it,
I know
you
the
guys.
feeling, how that goes, but I'm more of a laid back guy. So like, yeah, I've had
Well,
some
that's
family
No,
cool.
I'm
who talk
overstimulated.
too fucking loud, and I'm like, Jesus, would you just, God, just you don't gotta yell when you talk, you know?
Right, right, right.
No, everybody's trying to get a word
I
in
can relate to
edgewise,
shit.
and I'm just sitting over
Oh
there
God.
going, I got to get the hell out of here. Seriously, I'm gonna tell you guys a little bit of the truth here. If you come to my house, you know, I try not to host too many things over here because people don't know when to leave. But my kids will tell you. You can
Oh,
Mm.
ask my
I know what
daughter when
you're talking
she
about.
comes in here. When my daughter comes in here, you guys could ask her. They have a 2-hour limit from the time they step on the unwelcome mat to the time that they step out of the unwelcome mat is 2 hours. You are welcome to leave the grandchildren, but you all have homes to go to. Get out, because that's
Hey,
all I can handle. That's it. I'm
that
overstimulated at all times.
all you gotta
Yeah.
say is this like I because when I used to work, you know, at the bars, right? Every time it was what 2 o'clock in the morning, I would go on the microphone and I would tell everybody there, you know, because you know all the lights, right? They would just go on bright. I said, "All right, everybody, thanks for showing up. You don't got to go home, but you can't stay here." That's what I was
You know
saying.
what? You know what I tell
I
them?
like that one.
You know what I tell them?
But
I like
get the
seeing
fuck
you
out of my
coming, but I love seeing you going, and that is the
house. There
truth.
you go.
You will never see you know how the people put those cute little welcome signs on their doors or
Yeah,
outside their front. You will never find that shit on my property. You
Me
understand?
neither.
You won't. It just depends on who you are. And nobody's staying over 2 hours unless it's my grandchildren. Grandchildren, come on. Come on, let's hang out. And we don't follow the rules. We go to bed when we want to. Don't call and check on your kids. No news is good news. We don't want to hear from you. You know what I mean? Like the kids run the house and I'm okay with it, you know? And then after, like, if they stay a day or stay 2 days, I'm like, take your kids home. It was good seeing them. I love you all and we're good. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
my own children and their mouths and and then distant family like my sister and all her kids and my no, 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 no. Listen, at Thanksgiving one time, this is God's honest truth. Everybody knows they got a 2-hour limit. Everybody knows that. If you come in my house for Thanksgiving, we're gonna slam, bite, and swallow. We're gonna pray. We're gonna slam, bite, and swallow. And you don't even have to help me do my dishes. Just get out of my house. So it was over the 2-hour limit, and I was completely a wreck in my head because I used to, before I got on the right medication, my OCD was so, so bad. Like, oh, if you guys only knew how far I've come in life with that, right? So there was actually my nieces and nephews decided to have a food fight on Thanksgiving, and I lost my crap. And I realized it was like 10 minutes after the 2-hour period. And I was like, get out, like, go. You all have homes. Get out of here. I actually put my mom in the car with her pie on her lap because she had just gotten a piece of pie on Thanksgiving Day. And I was like, oh, no, 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 no. You got to go home. Like, you got to go. Let me wrap this up for you. Oh, you don't want it wrapped? She's like, I just want to eat it. I was like, well, you eating in the car because you got to go. Y'all are all too loud. You're messing up my space. My house is a wreck now. And I have a whole kitchen to clean up after 25 people. Like, leave, leave. And I don't feel bad. I don't feel a bit bad.
Can I
And you
ask
know
you a
what's funny
question?
is most of my kids, yeah.
Real quick, so I don't forget this. So, because what you're describing reminds me a little bit of myself when you're talking about the OCD. I don't really have OCD, but I can only handle people for so long. And then I start seeing everything falling apart, and I'm like, oh my God, my brain can't handle it. I mean,
Mhm.
I kind of can totally like understand where you're going with what you're saying. It's not that you're being rude or that you don't want your family there, but your ability to remain calm has a time limit.
yeah,
Does that sound about right?
So
Like,
yeah.
that's the anxiety, right? I still deal with that.
yeah.
I still deal with it, but I'm able to handle it a little bit better now. I don't always take my anxiety medicine because I feel like if I don't live with a tinge of anxiety at all times, I don't know. It's just who I am. I've got to be high strung.
Hmm.
But the OCD comes in where my house literally has to be perfect. It had to be on Sunday was my reset day, right? So
Hmm.
reset meant the minute I got up, I started coffee for myself. I didn't sit down and turn on anything and wake up or nothing like that. The coffee started. Everything started. I had to strip every bed in the house. Every bed. I had a 4-bedroom house, you guys.
Oh
Oh
my
Lord.
Every
gosh.
bed was stripped.
I
So
have
every
OCD too,
bit of
but not that bad.
no, it was this bad. Every bed had to be washed, all the blankets, all the sheets, everything had to be replaced by Sunday night before everybody got into bed. Um, these are just the extreme measures that was happening in my life that disrupted me so much. I would have to move the living room around every Sunday. Every Sunday. That meant everything
Oh
got
my
pushed out of the
god.
living room. I had to vacuum underneath everything. I had to clean the baseboards. The living room could not go back in the same place. It had to go in a different place or it didn't feel clean, if that makes sense. The cushions, I had to take off the outsides of the cushions and wash those. So those had to be done every Sunday. Every stitch of freaking laundry in the house had to be washed before I went to bed. So I wouldn't go to bed. That's just the extreme things that I would put myself through. That I couldn't help it. It just was there. It was who I was.
Mommy
Um,
dearest.
yeah, it
I
was
mean, I'm
bad.
like
It was
that, but not maybe quite to that point. But I do like things clean.
it
I
was
don't like
terrible.
people to go to bed dirty. Like if my husband won't take a shower if he's too tired, I'd prefer him not to sleep in there because I told him a 5-minute shower for you compared to how much work it is for me to wash the bedding. It's just ridiculous. Like you go to
And
bed
what's
clean.
weird is I didn't think about stuff like that. I really didn't. Well, probably because my husband and my son both take twice as many I mean, they take 2 showers a day, you guys. They really
Oh
did.
Lord.
And it just got worse and worse and worse and worse with it to the point that I would stay up because all that washing. Plus, you have to
It
wash
takes forever.
everybody's clothes in the house. It takes and I could not, absolutely could not go to bed. So I could not plan anything on Sunday because if I got thrown off or even if I had to run to the convenience store, it messed me up in my head like, "Oh my god, I won't get this part done." So I would stay up till like 2 and 3 in the morning so everything got done, and then I'd still have to get up for work and be at work at 7 o'clock on Monday morning. And I did that for years, you guys, years. It was terrible. It was the most terrible. I would rather have panic attacks than to ever feel that way again. And I went to my doctor and I've always been very straight up with my doctor about everything. I don't lie to him about nothing. I'm so honest when it comes to who I am and what I do and things like that. But I didn't realize until my husband, like, really, he's like, "This is getting out of control. You just keep adding things to the Sunday list." And then I'd come home and I'd come home 5 days a week, and before I ever got here, I would even call my next door neighbor and be like, "Get over to my house, put on a pot of coffee," because I knew there was stuff I had to get done that if I didn't drink the pot of coffee, then I would be too tired to get it done, and then I couldn't my mind wouldn't rest. So my husband's just like, "It's enough, like, it's not only affecting you now, like, it's affecting us." But I never was shitty, like, if, you know, like, they didn't take a shower. I never thought of something like that. It was the cleanliness of my house, my
Yeah.
car, my yard, my everything had to be, like, perfect, perfect, or else it just was crap. Never asked anybody to help me clean because it was never good enough. Never, never, never.
Right.
So it wasn't until my husband said, "It's not only affecting you, and you've just completely lost your ever loving mind, but now it's affecting me and our son. You got to do something." I went to the doctor and I was like, "Look, I got anxiety," and he knew I had anxiety and depression, but didn't think I didn't think anything was really wrong. I just thought, I just liked a clean house, but a clean house house and being that um crazy about it, like literally crazy about it, that's not healthy. And so when I realized that something really is wrong here, because I thought OCD meant like when I was a kid, I have to give myself rug burns or I touch the wall a certain way or use the bathroom so many times, even though I didn't have to use the bathroom, but I'd still have to make sure I did that so many times and then touch the wall again and then the light bulbs and all the stupid shit that was going on when I was a kid turned into all that. But I
Yep.
didn't know that that was what was happening because I thought, well, I don't touch the wall anymore a certain way. I don't flip on the light switch and flip off the light switch and you know what I mean? So it
Yep.
just evolved into the whole cleaning thing.
Hmm.
And so when that happened and it started affecting like my son's life, you know, I could not do anything they asked me to do because it just it put a wrench into my own plans that I went to my doctor and I was like, "This is going on," and my husband says, "You know, it's not natural," and I feel this overwhelming like crap going on inside of me, like really unstable if I don't get the things done that I put. And he put me on a new medication and I've been on it now for 5 years. You guys, it changed my life. I still live cleanly. I still
Right.
switch the living room around, but I only switch it around about every 2 weeks. But if so, say I switch the living room around this week, I still feel the need to pull like furniture out, clean underneath it, put it back, you know, vacuum out the couches, stuff like that. And then if I make myself like be okay with that, then what I'll do is I'll go into the bedroom. I have one bedroom that's a guest bedroom, and I switch that around every week. And it helps.
For
It,
me,
it still allows me to be that, but I'm not disrupting. Like I went in and I um, would switch around our bedroom all the time too. And then my husband would get up, you know, go to bed and it's dark inside the room, whatever. And he was tripping over shit because he never knew where the bed was. You know what I mean? I mean, that's bad. That's bad. And then I would do it to my son and he's like, "Where'd you put my crap?" Y'all, it was so bad. I'm going to tell you this one thing and I'm going to shut the hell up about it. Okay. But I had decided I was going to clean my husband's garage. Oh my
Mm.
God. Oh my God. You guys, let me tell you right now, if you're ever thinking about cleaning your husband's garage, don't do it. You will be on the verge of a divorce by the time
Yeah.
this is over with. I had decided I couldn't handle the way his garage looked, right? So I called my boys. Two of my boys were not living at home. They'd already had their own houses. And I called them and I was like, "Hey, you know," and we
you're
had
touching
actually a
bad things.
three-car garage at that point, and we had race cars in one of the bays of the garage, and then we had the two regular, you know, where we pulled in the car. We didn't because whatever. And so I was like, "Hey, can you guys come over? Your dad's got work today. Can you guys come over and help me at least just put if you just help me put everything out in the driveway, I'm gonna surprise your dad, clean his garage out, and then I'm gonna organize everything." And they were like, "Mom, don't do it. Like, just don't do it. It's bad news. He's not gonna appreciate it." And I was like, "Nobody, he really will. I promise you. He's gonna appreciate it." He's
Oh
like,
God.
so I talked him into it. They were there at 7 o'clock in the morning as soon as their dad left. They helped me. They just were like, "We're gonna be in trouble. This is not good. I'm telling you, it's just not a good idea." And I'm like, "Shut the hell up. Like, just get everything out of this garage." You guys, I every cobweb was out. I mean, the place was swept down. It looked beautiful. It was clean. I mopped concrete for him. And then I went through his toolboxes and he's got a lot of them. And I put all the wrenches in one drawer and all the hammers in another drawer. I folded up all the shop rags and put them in another drawer. And I'm telling you, my husband's got tools upon tools. And it took me like 7 hours to do that, you guys. I'm not
Damn.
Uh,
kidding you. It took
Holy.
me a long
it
time.
does take a long time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that many tools?
Because
Fuck.
he's
That's a
got
whole
that many
working
because
day.
he's even got all of his grandfather's tools. So I went through his grandfather's boxes and everything was neatly put in there. I was so proud of myself. I put what do you call those things? Drawer liners inside of it.
Yeah.
So it looked all neat. It was beautiful. I was so proud of it. And then it was going to start raining, right? And it was getting dark. Everybody knew that. I mean, the boys wouldn't help me at all. They're like, "You're on your own. Let us know when you need to move something. We'll put it where it needs to go." And so I went and get them, and I was like, "All right, this wall's ready. Let's put this here." I put everything in tubs neatly, had everything organized in their little um, labels. Everything was labeled perfectly, and so the boys were putting the very last things in there, like pushing a lawnmower or something, and it was just like the very last thing. There was nothing on the driveway, but they saw their dad coming down the street, and they're like, "See you, Mom, we're out. Like, we're out. Good luck." And my husband pulled up in the driveway. All the garages are open. You could see straight into them. I'm standing in the garage with a big old smile on my face, like, so excited. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Like, this is going to be so good. I'm so happy for my husband. I thought I had given him such a wonderful gift. And he sat in the car for the longest time staring at me. And I'm like, come on,
Oh no.
come on. He got out of the car and he just leaned against his car and he said, "What did you do?" And I said, "Babe, take a look. Like, come in here." And he's not saying a word to me. He's got his mad face on, right? The face that I'm just like, this is probably not going to end well on my behalf, you know? Got the mad face going on. I'm opening all the drawers like, "Babe, look, look." And he stopped and he just looked at me and I'm hugging him and I'm super excited for him, everything. And he looked at me and he's got me by the hands and he says, "You don't even let me load a dishwasher. If I load a dishwasher, you go in there and you switch it around because I don't do it right. What if you won't let me load a dishwasher? What makes you think you could come to my garage and fix my garage for yourself?" And I was like, wow, like that's wow. Can you be any more ungrateful? I worked like 12 hours in here. And he's like, "No, I'm serious. Think about it." He said, "Have you ever asked me for something to fix or something you needed, and I haven't walked straight to that garage, picked it straight up, brought it back into you within seconds?" And I was like, "Well, no." I was like, "But your shit was everywhere." He said, "But it's my shit, and I know where my shit is at. And now I don't know where a God blessed blah, 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 and then word vomit
Oh my
everywhere.
god.
God blessed thing was at in my garage. Don't ever come out here to my garage again. I appreciate you and I love you. Don't ever do this shit again." Moral of the story, you guys, don't help your husbands out. They're messy individuals, but they know where their shit's at. It took them like 2 months to
Well,
mess
your
it all
husband
back
knows where
up.
his stuff is, but mine
That's
never
his
does. And
bubble
I've
right
told
there. I
him
mean,
you need to organize your stuff so you can find it. And so he's the opposite. He loses stuff that he himself loses. Like, and it's because he's unorganized that he loses things. And our whole house is so organized. It couldn't get any more organized. And when he asked me where things are, I said, "You obviously never pay attention, but you live here." It's like, come on. Like, I try to make it simple for you. But I have a
I
question
mean,
for you,
some men
Lenny.
want the help. Yeah,
Are you very adamant about the beds being made and everything like that too?
my bed.
Right. But I mean, even when your like
I
kids were
used to
younger, did you?
no. Well, when my kids were younger, yeah, and they would go to school. Well, I mean, I always worked, so I would take them to school. So the beds didn't always like the OCD. It it evolved. So it used to
Right,
be
right,
just like touching the walls and doing. So the
right,
cleanliness, I've always kept a clean house, and part of it comes from my childhood because my mother moved around furniture all the time too. The house wasn't clean until we moved the furniture. So I knew that came from my mom. So I ended up
right,
evolving 100 times worse than my mom. So no,
right.
because we went,
But
but when we
nowadays,
came home, now I my bed, yes. But what I do, and the guest bedroom always stays made unless the grandkids are here. But what's funny is my grandkids will make their bed. I mean, they do do their thing, and I'm thankful for that because that's what they've
Yeah.
been taught at home. And my son's room, I just keep that door shut because I do have animals, and I don't, and they shed, and I don't feel like they're my animals. That's his space.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
let them.
I'm respectful of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So like I
Yeah,
don't go into his room or nothing like that. But yeah, my bed, I have to make it.
I do
I have to
too.
make it.
I've
Yeah, well, thanks
always
for
made my
sharing that.
bed.
I
Even when I
mean,
was a small child, I did.
man, that
Even when I
was
was a kid.
Let me say good morning to Maggie, you guys. She's finally here.
Maggie.
She's here. Hi, Maggie.
what's up, Maggie.
It's so good to see you. I drain. I
Queen
drain.
Rose is
My head.
here too. Hey, Rosie.
Um, Maggie
Rosie's
made me
here.
Yeah.
Wait a
Maggie
minute.
made me my thumbnail. That's up there on the
Hey,
thing. She made me that.
I
Really?
got a
So
story
yeah.
too, man. But
Hold on.
I'm gonna wait
Just
though.
give me a minute to
Yeah,
say
yeah, yeah,
hello to, because I'm so happy. Is Rose here? I don't even. Is Rose here?
yeah.
I don't even see that.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say it's about time.
Hold
She
on.
usually
Okay.
gets up around this time.
It's unusually quiet in here. We've been on a long time, Maggie.
No,
It's good to see you. I kept this going a little bit longer so I
because
could
I came. That's
see
why.
if you would. Yeah, well, my sidekick Richie
Your
came up,
sidekick.
and Sherry came to see us. So it's good to see you, Maggie. I
I
hope
mean, I
you're
feel
well.
better knowing that there's, I'm not the only one that's particular about my house, but it's so funny because the kids, the younger kids, they know. So when they come over, they always automatically take their shoes off. The one thing I taught them when they're little, at least they've always kept that. They still have that bit of respect of, it's mom's house, whatever, and that's nice because people trailing through your house that take how much more work is that? You got floors that then are all freaked up, messed up, So I
Hmm.
totally,
Yeah,
totally understand that. I mean, I was like, if you guys learned anything, at least you remember that one thing when you come over. But
yeah.
yeah, I'm not a big
I'm
on
not big.
messer.
I have I have hardwood floors all throughout my house except for my husband's office, and in the
Nice.
bedrooms. So I don't tell anybody to take off their shoes or anything like that. I mean, my dogs run around in here, right? So it's not a big
Right. Well,
deal
I
to
even
me.
wipe
But
the dogs off when they
number
come in the door.
50,
When they
Evie
come in, I
says
wipe
number
their feet
50.
and their paws. Because
Is it?
they'd be dragging mud through here and then they run up and jump on. No, I'm like, okay. But I have it set up for the dogs. I have couch protector covers on there in case
Oh
they get something
no.
wet on it. And I have all that stuff on there because I have expensive couch. And I figured if I'm going to let you guys lay on it on your dog beds, at least we're going to cover it in case something happens.
No, I see. Well, we have two living room. Like my husband's office is his living room.
Right.
And and so my dogs don't hang out in there either unless I go in there. But
Right.
it's not very often. But they have their own couch in here. I mean, the couch that's in here, I mean, I bought it brand new when we moved to this house, and it's theirs. So I don't bother
Right.
putting nothing on it. I just take off the covers and I wash them. But yeah, I'm not
Right.
nearly as bad as I used to be, guys. Now, everything still has to be neat. Um, I mop my floors once a week because my back can't handle it, and it literally takes me hours to do my floors because of my back and
Hmm.
so much space to clean. But like my kitchen always has to be clean. My bathroom always has to be
Yeah.
clean.
I'm the same
Um,
way. Like, I can't stand a dirty bathroom. And when you were talking about the laundry, I remembered right then, and I went and literally got up and went straight back there and flipped the laundry because I remembered that I fell asleep before I got that last the track you reminded me.
yeah, and that's the other thing, you guys. I can't do laundry if I can't. But you know how some people can say, "Oh, I need to do a load of laundry real quick," and then they do the laundry, but there's still a load left. That I
Hmm.
cannot handle that. And my husband helped me with that though, because I used to not allow him to do laundry because I hang up everything. I hang up undershirts. Maggie, come up. I hang up undershirts, and he gets so sick of the way I do it, and he doesn't understand why undershirts have to be hung up, but it's just who I am. But because I have to, like, I can't just do partial laundry, my husband's like, "Don't
Hmm.
touch my laundry anymore." and he does his own laundry. My son does his own laundry, and I'm okay with that, as long as it's not out in the open where I can see it. Then I'm okay. But my
Right,
laundry,
right.
like I would never say, "Oh, I just need to do a load of laundry," and then not be able. I got to finish it. I just got to.
Well, that's me too. I can't. I like to finish what I start. I don't like to like. I feel calm when everything's finished, and I can relax. That's when I feel like I can kind of calm down finally. And I'll sit
Yeah, I
there
get
the
that.
whole time I've had this broken leg. I've been like, I've tried to do the same stuff, and it gets really hard to keep up with that stuff when you're in pain. It's like, holy, that's when you get angry, because it's not that you're angry with the people you love. It's more that you're angry because the pain makes you upset, because it's disabling you from your normal routine, being able to move quickly or
Mhm.
walk normal. So I've been dealing with that
Yep.
frustration that really tops off the rest of it too, you know.
Yeah.
Because if I feel like if I
Yeah.
can do it in this condition that I'm in, and the things that are wrong with my back, and people are younger than me are complaining and can't do anything, that doesn't work with me. You know,
Yeah.
it's like you're not challenged, but you don't want to, and you can do it easier. So do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to read these chats really quick. Some things are going on with Team Rose. Is that the same thing that Tashi was telling us about? Somebody that Mission posted something on a community page?
Oh
Team
Lord.
Rose, Team Rose Maggie. I sent the link. Let me send it again. Team Rose Maggie, you guys are welcome to come up. If not, Team Rose might want to do it on her channel, which is fine. But yeah.
And well, my aunt once told me when I was younger and I was really, tidy with my house. She said that I feel like knowing you as a child and knowing you your whole life, that what she thought was always my thing was that there's a lot of stuff in our lives we can't control. And that sometimes she goes, but this is the one thing you can. You can control how your house looks. You can control how you take care of things. And
What
and
the?
and it made a lot of sense to me as I got older that she said that, because it resonated, because it made sense. Like, that does make sense,
Hmm.
like that could be a
Oh
little piece
man.
of that.
Mm.
Good morning,
What's
Rosie.
up, Team Rose? Good
Good
morning,
morning,
love bug.
guys. My voice is terrible, as you can see from all that talking, so I probably shouldn't stay on too long to rest
Somebody
my
posted
voice.
your address, Rosie. What the fuck? Are
Yes,
you?
what the fuck?
Oh
I mean,
my
this
god,
guy told me that
man.
he could fly into the country, slip into somebody's house, kill them, slip out, leave the country, and no one would know the difference. He said that publicly.
Oh wow.
And
Mm-mm.
he's posting my address. He's obviously looking me up. I blocked him on Facebook. I deleted him from my. He came in to, you might have seen, some of you might have seen that he said, what did he say? He said I killed my mother in a message on my chat. He came in and said, Rose, admit it, you killed your mother by going into the nursing home with COVID. That's what he wrote.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God.
And back when I was being harassed by the goat people, the goat team is what I call them. There was a lot of them, and not to mention Sippy was also on my ass at the same time back then. She's not now; she stopped, but she did finally stop. But and then we kind of made peace. She and I made peace. So, but um, they used to use my mother to attack me all the time, constantly telling me I killed my mother when I was grieving, like you would not fucking believe, about my mother, who I was so close to. And I was already in pain about what happened. And they would come in there and accuse me of killing my mother constantly. And then they would bring up my kids. I mean, you would not believe how sick these people. He's like one of them. But honestly, guys, I don't see this as a joke. Lionel wouldn't physically hurt me or make threats like that. He would do word spells and say really mean, bitchy things, but he would never dox my address or look it up like that. And he would never do that. He's a different kind of troll. This Mission guy is fucking dangerous. I really feel that way.
Rose, you need to go to the police.
I know.
Yeah,
I
I
need
was
to go
just
to
gonna say that too.
cyberbullying. And Maria and Tashi are helping me look up. And anybody who wants to help us look up, help us. So Maria said it's a crime in the UK to do all this cyberbullying.
It is. It is, Rose, and we're dealing with it on another level, but the same similar thing you're talking about.
You are?
That, yeah, but not
Oh.
like that same exact thing that you just said, what they said, but that same kind of cyberbullying. And it is, there's a stricter law about it in the UK than here for whatever reason. But yeah, definitely follow through with that, because somebody I know, there's the police will like forward you to the FBI. The FBI will handle cyberbullying,
Really?
cyber attacks. Yep.
Wow.
And so they should, if you get to the right person, they should forward you to them.
So would they deal with this international thing with a guy in South Australia?
I mean, they would definitely reach out to the people in that area that deal with that stuff and communicate that way. That's how they would handle it.
Wow. So
'Cause
I
it's
gotta
not
make some
okay.
phone
Yeah.
calls. I mean, this guy, I don't know his, I don't know his situation at all. I don't know if there's money behind him or not. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if he was sort of like, I don't know, because sometimes I wonder if he was being put up to this whole hate Team Rose thing by someone else in a way. That could be totally crazy. But when he was like, let's do this fake fight, I was like, I thought it was so weird, but you know how a lot of people are sort of mentally off balance. And I was just kind of trying to play it like just to see who he really was or whatever. And I was like, well, I'm always fighting with people, fake fighting with everybody anyway. It's no difference. I really didn't understand. But then I thought, well, he wants to be showing him fighting with me. Why? To someone else? Like, why? And then secretly telling me that he loves me and then secretly acting like my friend behind the scenes, but then outward show. But now I'm like, you fucking suck, and we're totally enemies now. He's my enemy, and I'm not his enemy in terms. I'm not going to do anything to him, but I will defend myself, and I will call somebody on him if he's going to keep this up. You don't just put my address out there. Does he really think that? I mean, first of all, I'm not doxing him at all. I'm not doxing him. I never doxed him. He literally begged me to play a video where he's skydiving. And I did. And, he would also say, oh, you share this, but don't share that. Share this, but don't show my name. Share, if anybody comes to my house, I'll kill them. He wrote that to me in an email. Threatening things, like all angry and paranoid like that. Like, he's really sick in the head. You never know how people are. Maybe we should just assume everybody's crazy until they prove that they're not crazy or something like that. But he's made a lot of really negative comments. And then I thought, well, maybe bringing that stupid box home, he has a tracking device in it, and he looked me up. I mean, I guess it's not impossible to find me, maybe, I mean, I don't know where he got that screenshot. He looked up my name, and I never put my phone number on Facebook, but somehow there's my phone number, and I'm going to get another phone number now.
Oh yeah, people can pay to Google it, and they can pay, and you can pull up not only somebody's phone number, but then like every person that's related to them.
So he's hunting me down right now. He's literally hunting me.
Rosie,
I know.
you've got to go to the police.
And I can report him to the police. I could give the box to the police, but I have a bunch of dopey wopies as cops in my town. Not all of them they're not like a lot of them are 21. There's a whole new force because a lot of the old bad dirty cops left, or they kicked them out or whatever. They retired. There was a lot of dirty cops in there that had been in there a long time, like any other town in this country where the same families, are the cops and the kids become the cops. And then if they're bad and doing bad shit, they all do that. And so there was that. And then a lot of those guys retired, and there was a whole new force that came in. I was glad to see those guys go, because those guys are fucking awful. I heard so many stories about what they would do to young girls, pull them over, demand sex acts to get out of a ticket, and all this.
Oh my
shit.
God.
And that's probably the least, awful. And who told me all that stuff was the contractors who had been in jail, who were out of jail, who knew what was going on, and every cop, and they're the ones who told, and they were the only ones I could hire because everybody else was taken. So they told me all the dirt on all the cops, straight from the criminal's mouth, So so I found out a lot. I was thrilled when all the old cops that were bad were leaving, but now the new ones are like 21 years old with a cocky, childish attitude and a gun in their pocket.
No experience
so I don't feel
with
like
people.
No experience with people, no experience with anything.
Right.
So I'm like, well, what are they going to do for me? And some of those cops don't even like me because I'm from away. Mainers are very into Mainers. They like Mainers. They don't like, when you're from away. I'm an out of stater Mainer. That's what I call myself. And a lot of people like me who moved into Maine from away, from New York, New Jersey, California, whatever. We all fell in love with Maine, moved to Maine. People move, but Mainers are like, oh, you're not a Mainer, and even though I married a Mainer, that was still considered, like, it's practically like back in the day, a black and white wedding or something. It was almost like, but then, then it was fine and whatever. I live in my house and I have my friends, and I know a lot of Mainers and I know a lot of out-of-stater Mainers, and there is definitely an attitude, but that's why the cops aren't necessarily my friends. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even feel like going to the cops is necessarily a good idea for me personally. Even though I do feel like I need to make an official report, and I probably will do that. And I do know a police officer. She's a woman, and she's got an accent. She's one of the nicest ones I've ever met. She's in my other town. She gave me her email and said, send me your email of all the that you're going through, and we'll put the case together. She said that last year, and I never did do it. But I think I should start doing it. I was going to do it. They all know about Avery and Benny and all those people. And they know Nicolina because she called the cops on me twice. So they know her, directly. And I had to do a lot of damage control around that. And but this guy Mission from out of you can fly into the States from any place. He's really got it in for me. I mean, I don't even know why, but something's really fucked up about this. He sends me packages. He knows where I live. He's made all these threats. I deleted all our conversation by mistake. I shouldn't have done that, but I do have the emails. And
keep track of it, because they need a paper trail, because that's what they're going to need to build. That's how they build the cases. That's much information as you can provide, so that it's, basically attesting that this is definitely, so they can categorize it in what kind of situation it is. And that's how they take it serious, because I mean, you're getting you're not just getting things shown, but you're having actual threats, and you're having things mailed to you, and and anybody could take what he's putting out there and go after you for whatever reason, because people just don't care anymore. They've just lost their minds.
I know. And if I rejected him and blocked him, that sometimes makes things worse. They don't just go away over that. They're just
but why can't people just leave things alone? Like I was saying earlier, just walk away. If you don't like what someone says, don't listen. You don't have to watch.
And that's what a normal person does.
And
then
that's
you get
what a
these
normal
psychopaths. He's not normal. This is what I meant. I didn't mean
what I do. I just leave.
Telling you, I'm not normal either, but in a different way. You know what I mean? It's like everybody's. But what I meant was he was raised by serial killers, literally.
Oh no.
Yeah, his father was a criminal. He spent his life in jail, so he comes from that criminal bloodline. And then his family hung out with the Snowtown serial killers and partied with those people who murdered a lot of people very brutally. I feel like I'm in trouble. These guys, he could have very wealthy friends who want to just pull some bullshit for the fuck of it. Think they're gonna come into my house, rape me, kill me, murder me, take my shit, and run away and fly home, and no one will know.
Yeah. Hey, let me say good morning to Maggie real quick. She came up here with us.
Oh, hi, Maggie, sweetheart. Sorry.
Maggie, you're okay.
Hello, ladies and gents. I was sleeping on my first coffee of the morning, so it was fine. I was listening in on you all. I am running late this morning because my husband's worked till 3 a.m. So by the time you got in and you woke me up and you chat and you can't get back asleep, I'm shattered. So I slept in as well. But
Maggie,
here I am.
Did you not see me in the chat? You said you couldn't see me.
I couldn't see a thing, Rose. The chat had froze. I couldn't see the stream logic. I couldn't see. I had to go out, shut the YouTube down, and start it again, and then I could see the chat.
Okay.
Shake it down.
God. I can't believe what's going on there, Rose. With I can't. And here's me. You know what? I used to think I was a real good judge of character, and I said to you how many times, "Don't worry about him. Honest to God, he wouldn't hurt you. He wouldn't hurt you in any way. You know. I don't think you're taking it right. I don't, and it just shows you. I can't. I mean, that is
Me
awful,
too,
especially
Maggie.
for it.
I trusted him too. I was the only one. I guess you and me were the only ones that didn't see the truth
Oh my
about this
God,
guy.
was we? Yeah. Oh my God. Well, you know what? I mean, to do that to you being living on your own, then that's just, that's below the belt, as we would say.
Yeah.
That-
He's fucking with me, and we could say it's a joke, but the fact that he said he could fly into a country, kill somebody, and slip out without anybody knowing,
Oh
pretty
God.
fucking scary.
Well, now
I mean,
somebody will
I
know.
wouldn't have thought. I would have just thought, oh, he's just fucking being stupid. But now if he's turning nasty like that, then you do start thinking of those things, don't you? You think, oh, hell, did he mean what he just said to me? But anyway, Leanie, how are you, love?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm okay. But listen, what I did last night, I was watching the Big Brother starts, Celebrity Big Brother started here on Monday. So I was watching that, and as I was watching it, I was doing pictures, as I'm always doing pictures. And I seen a picture of you on your thumbnail. I thought, well, here we go. So I got your picture.
You got
And
a
at
picture.
the minute, I'm just doing your fantasy, Leanie.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So there you go.
How do
So
I
I'll say
find
no
it?
more. Well, you'll have to add me on Messenger. Messenger, can't even talk.
Okay.
So add me on Messenger.
How do I mean, is it
ask
this
Rose.
name?
Rose has got me. Have you got Rose?
Yeah, but
yes,
do you have Facebook?
I've
Are you
got
talking
Facebook,
about
but I don't
Facebook?
use it. I only sorry. I only use Messenger. I don't use the Facebook. So if Rose will give you it, or Maria G, if you've got Maria G.
Yeah,
No, I
G.
don't.
Oh, you should have her too. She's such a good researcher. She is so on the freaking ball with everything.
Oh my God, yeah,
amazing,
she is.
God.
Got to know anything, she'll do it for you. It's brilliant. But yeah, so I'll send them to you when I finish them, Leanie.
I would love that. Thank you so much. That's so kind
It's
of
only
you.
a bit of fun, isn't it? It's only a bit of fun. It's not. But honestly, I was made up because it was a good photo of you. So I thought, yeah, because you only need your head, and that's all you need. And
I
then
just need my head.
I can do wonderful things with your head, Leanie.
Well,
Wild
if you
Angel
could
will
work
tell you.
so good in this thumbnail.
I've done
I'm like,
I've done them for Wild Angel as well. Oh God, I do all kinds.
Listen, if you can make the rest of my body look good, okay.
Listen,
look
you
what you
tell
did
me,
on my
tell me
thumbnail.
what way you want to look, girl, and your wish
I
is
just
my
want a
command.
good back. I
All
want a
right,
good
well,
back.
you're gonna look like you're gonna be pole dancing probably. So
Wow.
you'll have your legs over your head.
She took 40 pounds off my picture. I was completely pleased.
Wow.
What do you mean a good back though?
Would that be
Like a firm backside or what?
Richie, I tried to do yours, but the face was too close up. But you know what? I'm looking at your avatar now. I'm going to have a go with that one.
What are you
Just
gonna do?
gonna have a
What are you
go.
gonna do?
You're not
Draw me or
safe with me. Photos aren't safe with me. I love to have a good time, but most of the time I can't send them to people when I've done them. I think, shit, I spent hours doing them and I haven't got anyone's messenger. Because I forget that you can't get in touch with anyone on like YouTube, can you? There's no way to message.
No.
Do you think that's a bit
There used to be
strange?
though.
Oh, could
There
you?
used to be a long time ago. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. YouTube had this little this little symbol for message, but they removed it a long
I
time ago.
wondered if it was because they were getting hassled by thousands of people, maybe.
I don't even know why.
So, you go, excuse me, I sent you a message last week. Oh, I've had about 64,000 since then, love. So, give me time to look through them.
Yeah, but I have a question. I got a question for all of you. So, how many of you noticed a huge influx? I can't even talk.
I'm the same.
An influx of
a lot of message requests on Messenger. The very first time I ever went on a YouTube channel,
Instagram,
I didn't know half of the people's names because they're not necessarily the same on Messenger as they are on YouTube.
I block people.
Yeah, I have to go in there all the time and just like delete them because I don't know who the hell any of the people are.
Yeah, I know.
And if
I've
you
had
run
them
them in,
saying-
then they're in, and then they can hack all up into your stuff.
I mean, I don't know whether you've
I
seen
got
my
some new
my
fuckers that
messenger,
were
the picture
old
on
ones.
Messenger. I mean, and I got a message one time. I was getting hounded by some fella. I said, "Oh, do you know what? I'd rather have fish and chips. Go away." And he was still going on, but then he started getting a bit vulgar. So I said, "If you don't go away, I'm going to put you all over the post." And he never come back. So that worked. But have you seen my picture? Come on. Jerry, what's my picture like on Messenger? And it's still got a request for sex.
Oh, wow. Hey,
Oh,
everybody
really?
needs some loving. Everybody
Oh,
needs some loving.
well, at the time I didn't. So, you know, if he doesn't if he doesn't behave, then I might just unblock, you know, and have a little flirty girty.
Oh, you're so cute. I just want to
I'm
hug
only
you.
joking.
What about me? That's okay.
Richie, you know I want to hug you.
Oh
You
shit.
know I want to hug you.
Group
You know,
hug, group hug.
Me and my friends always do virtual hugs.
Yeah,
Oh,
alive would not be complete if I didn't have Richie up here for
Oh
a
my
oh
minute or
my
two
God,
to
the
give me
Leanie and Richie
smiles.
show. Yeah, that's what
The
I'll have to
Leanie and
do.
Richie show,
I'm
yeah.
going to do a thumbnail with that.
I'm not that popular
You,
anyway.
I wish you would. That would be
I,
great. The
I
Leanie and
will.
Richie
I'll do
show.
it. I'll do it. And you know what, Rose? You would do my accent. Me and my husband were laughing our heads off because you do. It was just Irish.
Irish.
It was brilliant. You were Irish.
Rose,
You
you
were.
have totally got those. I mean, I was rolling in the car.
I've got to work with you, Maggie, and really get it down. Your specific Liverpool. I don't know. I got to hear you some more. I just
Liverpool.
love listening to you talk
Ringo
so much.
Starr.
You're really good, though. You're really, really good,
Oh,
though,
she does the
Rose.
British
Really good.
accent. Amazing.
Yeah, you're a natural.
Thanks, guys. I do.
Yeah.
I can't even help it. It's just something goes in my ear, and I have to regurgitate what I just heard. I don't know. It's almost like could be considered a problem, you know. But I'm gonna turn it into an asset. You know, it's like it's fun. But
Why not? It's good. It's so good.
Well, it helps with my acting. You know, how it helps with whatever I do acting wise. But
yeah, when you go to Broadway.
Yeah, when I go to Broadway and play the old lady part.
I don't care what part you play. I think you just missed your calling. You need to be on Broadway.
Well, I mean, I did, you know, I went to theater for acting and directing and stuff. So, and I did do a lot of local stuff, but yeah, no, Broadway. I never went to, I can't sing like you need to sing for Broadway. You really need to
Why did you stop going to acting, Rose?
I mean, I graduated from you know, college and immediately went to work for this theater company in Portland, Maine. But it was in administration, but I figured, you know, and so that was my first job out of college, working for the theater. And then I ended up, then I had kids, you know, and then when my marriage fell apart and my body fell apart, and my life fell apart, I took my kids up to Maine, where I moved in with my mom, who thank God took me in, because we just needed to get the hell out of Dodge, the situation we were in. And then I fell in love with the town, and I was always close to my mom, and you know, we never left. And then I just started doing local theater, taking care of my kids and doing plays pretty much from the second I landed there. So then I had this cute little life where I wasn't on big Broadway, but I was constantly working in the theater with all these amazing, talented people in this little town in the middle of nowhere. So I was like, all right, I scored this time. At least I'm safe. My kids are safe. You know, I'm near my mom, and she and I are helping each other, and we did a lot for each other. So that'll always be the way my mom and I are. I feel like we incarnate together to sort of help each other get us through these traumatic lives. But you know, so I was in theater, and I was directing plays, and I was acting, and I was very busy locally, and I wasn't making money from it, but I was happily involved and exercising my craft, and I was a mom, which was my biggest thing. So I raised my kids in theater, and we just all did plays together. So it turned into my little cute life in theater, raising my theater family, and it was so easy to do performances in a little town like that. You're not competing with, you know what I mean? So it was so fun and easy to throw up a show. I mean, I could walk down after school, walk with my cute little kids down to the cute little theater and do plays with them. And so it was a very cute, cozy little small town life. And I really enjoyed it, you know, and I wouldn't have changed it. So I don't feel like I totally missed out on, using my skills. For all those years, I was in plays with my kids. We did plays together. I was in my husband I met. He was an actor. We were all doing theater together. And then we were going to move to LA and try to like make it big or, then I was in the one movie, right. That was in Maine. And I auditioned, got a small part in that movie in the bedroom. And that was like my launching. And then they're like, oh, you got this movie and the movie became successful. You really need to jump on this right away and go out to LA and be like, I was in a movie. That's how it works. That's what you got to do. So we went out there, me and my husband and my 3 kids, and looked into it to see, was this possible or something we should do, or are we crazy? And we almost moved to Chicago as well because we fell in love with that city. We wanted to get out of Maine. We were like, we're done. We did everything we can do here. We got to get out of here. And but then he and I ended up breaking up, which was very painful. It took me years to get emotionally truly over that. And I was dealing with that. Then he throws a lawsuit at me, and that took every penny and every bit of energy and every bit of trauma, coping with trauma. And so my life got derailed. Then I got into the chocolate business, and then I was making chocolate and doing my annual soiree, and that was my way of getting my theater kicks and my chocolate business combined. So every February 14th, we would do this power chocolate soiree, and all the local talent would come in and I would be the producer, and and so that's how I did my theater, because I'm also a director and a producer. I'm not just an actor. So anyway, that's how I incorporate. And now my YouTube channel is my stage, and that's cool because I'm okay with that. I have a lot of physical health issues. That's another thing that got in my way, was all the rheumatoid arthritis. And I was literally
so you were saying that you've been off work. So what is your job doing the chocolate?
Well, I did the chocolate for 9 years, and I went to California to try to build it up into a bigger company, because there's only so far you can go in small town Maine. And I was pretty good sized then, but I really wanted to be, I had this big dream of having an international chocolate company. And I wanted this fun special kiosk in all the major airports. I had this big dream of having this really cool power chocolate kiosk where you would buy your chocolate bars. And so I go to California to try to get the big energy, the big dream energy, the Golden Coast, and where dreams come true. And, I'm trying to so I moved just my youngest, because my older 2 had graduated high school and they were in college. So it was just me and my youngest making this trip moving west, which was a dream her dad and I had also had. But he'd moved on and gotten married to somebody else. And he was living in New York and Boston. He already moved out of the state of Maine. So I was a single mom on my own with nobody there to help me. Maine is tough living. There's all that snow, a lot of shoveling, ice, it's heating. I mean, it's not just living in Maine and getting through the day is like work. But but then I had my chocolate business. I did that at home. My oldest daughter and her friends used to help me come over after school and help me wrap the chocolate, because it's a lot of work to make chocolate. It's not an easy job at all. It's non-friggin' stop. And actually, Airbnb is almost easier than slaving over the tempering machine all the time making chocolate. But it was a good, it was a good business. It was out of my house. I was really focused on my kids and being there for them. I didn't want to miss a single beat. And I was able to, in that small little town, I was able to have a life where I was hands-on mom in the schools, helping out, running my little business at home, and then doing theater with them after school. And so it was.
So you had it all.
Yeah, I had it all. I really, honestly, for a little while, I had it all there. Except, I created this, but it had its dramas. I mean, for one thing, I was crippled up a lot. I was in a lot of pain, and that's it.
When your health takes a nosedive.
Exactly.
Oh, that's it. It's crap in it. So, Leonie, what did you do YouTube? What did you do before? I mean, I don't know how long you've been on YouTube.
She's a full-time mom, right, Leonie? I mean, you've got.
Oh no! I've worked in a lot of different places. I was just long-term.
No, I just mean, when you started to be bad and you couldn't, get around as much. And what did you do with your time? Like.
Oh yeah. So
I was the same way. Like, my jobs were always a long term. I never
Yeah.
was just there like for a few weeks. No, man. I mean, I was there for like years and shit. So
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I just found YouTube. That's what I did. Well, I thought
Me
YouTube for
too.
all these years was just for music,
Really
Didn't know
serious.
anything
I,
about
I
it.
couldn't believe there was a community. I couldn't
Mm,
believe it. And I love it. But without it, like I used to sit and just crochet all the time when I couldn't go out and on. Without that, I'd have gone loopy.
mhm,
It was my happy place. I'd sit there, doing little things. I taught myself from YouTube. So as I say, I found everyone then, and I used to just listen. I was never and wouldn't talk in chat because everyone seemed to know each other, and sometimes it got a little bit bad, and I thought, so I'm not even going there. I don't even know these people. I don't want to get into any beef with anyone because
mm,
I just didn't want to do that. I'm crap at arguing in text as well, so that's why I wouldn't be able to argue message. I'd rather be face to face. But yeah, so it's a whole new world, isn't it? And it's great
yeah,
for everyone.
yeah,
It is for me. It is for me. It opens a
yeah,
whole new world for me.
yeah, yeah.
hey,
And I'm glad
I'm
it's
sorry.
here. Go ahead, Rich.
No, because what Rosie just said about her business that she had, because I have some family. Well, they they did it for many decades, but they had to stop doing it. But um they would do like the honey, yeah, honey. They were yeah, they would sell honey, and it's a dirty job, right? With bees and all that kind of shit. But
Mhm, mhm,
that's how they made their money for a long time. But once Walmart came to our town, my cousin and her husband could not keep up with them because they were just too big, right? So slowly but slowly their sales got smaller and smaller, and it sucked because they could not go against Costco. They could not go against Walmart
Hmm.
because they just have crates and crates and crates of honey and shit. So they just had to just shut down, and,
wow.
and you know they were struggling for like a while, but they eventually they were self-employed for many years, and they had to lay off some of their employees, which sucked, and these people were dedicated to them for years, and eventually they had to find uh a good paying job, which they both did, but it took a while, but that sucks because a lot of mom and pop shops and mom businesses help build this fucking USA country, man. Like,
Mm,
yeah,
mm,
man.
mhm. It's
They had to
sad.
shut down and everything, and then they sold all their equipment, for the honey stuff, and yeah. And one thing I miss because I used to get free honey all the time, like a big gallon of honey for free, man. I was like, hell yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
It's so
Oh,
expensive now
Oh,
for
it
too.
the
It
holiday
really
is
is.
season, man.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
to get
they
pure
would give us
honey.
like at least two or
Hmm.
three of them all the time for like, I was like, hell yeah, I got honey for the
Wow.
next 6 months and shit.
God.
Yeah, it's so expensive to get pure, and the best honey is the pure honey,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
And
I
man,
love
it's
honey though.
so expensive. I do too. I love honey. I had said that in this live too, Rose. I was like, well, I hope that Rose is getting some warm tea and some honey on her throat because I knew yesterday you were struggling with your voice.
Yeah,
So
Oh yeah.
I
yeah,
I
know.
only
I
ever
do
have
need some
honey,
tea.
honey and lemon if I've got a sore
yeah.
throat. The only
Hey,
time I use it, to be
I'm sorry.
honest.
Hey, Rose, didn't you actually show a video one time on your live when you were on this one like a TV show, and you were an actress on there, right? If I recall.
Uh,
Yeah, I
I,
asked Rose
Oh
for
yeah, that's
that.
right. Nah.
a TV show?
I think yeah, right?
Well,
Or
I was in a movie.
a movie.
Um,
Yeah. A
yeah,
movie.
yeah.
What
Um,
movie was that?
I forgot the name. I remember she said it.
Yeah, it's called In the Bedroom. I was just sorry. I was just
Oh, that's
reading.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, that says it all. What was you doing in the bedroom, Rose?
What was you doing in the bedroom?
I know it's a terrible name, but it makes it sound like a porn movie. But what it really represents, I know, and it was so.
What year was that though? Anyways.
No, it was the meaning of the bedroom is it's a lobster trap reference. When you catch lobsters, the lobsters go into the trap, and then there's a section of the trap called the bedroom. So when the lobster gets into the bedroom, then you're able to, then he's caught, I guess.
Oh wow.
With the cage and shit, like yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah,
where can we watch this, Rose?
Oh, the movie. It's well, that's a good question. I mean, I don't go back and watch it like ever. So, but somebody did recently. I'm not sure where you can find it actually, but you could probably go. It might be on YouTube. But almost everything.
Yeah, it could be on YouTube, couldn't it?
Yeah, and I have a small part, but it's an actual part as opposed to an extra. I have
what
a
is
name.
your part? What do you do, Rose?
I play the doctor. It's about this couple whose son is dating an older woman, and I was the older woman in my real life at the time. My life reflected this movie so much, it was like ridiculous. And because I was dating a younger man, and like that's one of those things that I have in common with Tina. We were always talking about we dated a much younger man, and had a baby with him too. I had a baby with him, and anyway, so the movie was about a couple, and the couple was played by Tom Wilkinson and Sissy Spacek, who are pretty well-known actors. And they have a son who was played by this guy who it was not as well known, but anyway, he was a good actor. And Marissa Tomei was in it. She played the older woman
I just found it.
That their son.
I just found it. I found it too.
So the
I don't know to come up and find it.
Little TV.
Send it to her. Send it to Maggie.
That's where it's on. Little
send
TV.
Send it to me.
Or send it to me and I'll send it to Maggie. Send it to me in Facebook.
Yeah.
Maggie.
2001, right? 2001.
And so what happens is the older woman's, she got 2 kids, and her ex-husband is so jealous that he ends up killing their son, the boyfriend, the young lover. And then they deal with the fact that Sissy Spacek was the mother. Yeah, I know. It was a real lucky shot that I got to even be in this movie. It was one of the highlights of my life, was actually physically being in the movie. I was so high off of that. I'd come home from those.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I love Sissy Spacek too. I love her.
Yeah, she's amazing.
She's great.
Marisa Tomei's in it. Yeah, just
yeah.
So you with the doctor? Wow.
And
I think we should have a movie review night.
Yes,
so it was kind of basically it was
get it up, Leanie.
Like
get it
up.
We could watch the movie together. We could sit there and watch it.
That would be fun, right?
And I do.
And everyone would scream when you come on. This Rose.
You know what happened was my aunt. I was never really close to her. We always thought she was this cold ice queen aunt, but she lived in Long Island. Her youngest daughter was very successful in Hollywood. So anyway, she's watching the movie in Long Island in her little neighbor in her town in East Hampton, which is a rich neighborhood. And she's watching the movie. She did not know I was in it. And she sees my face up on the screen, and out of the blue, she bursts, "That's my niece." She screams that out in the middle of the theater.
Oh, mercy.
And
mercy.
my name is different. It's my original actor name, which I changed for YouTube to try to shirk off the trolls, etc. You're not supposed to put your real name out there. So it's my real name, and I have the screen all to myself for like 3 seconds, and then I just play. I'm the secretary. I'm basically the nurse secretary. That's my role.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. And I have a name. It's my name. The name is Janelle. That's the name of my character.
Janelle.
Cool.
Janelle.
See it in the credits.
Okay.
My teeny tiny little bits of fame. My little bits of fame are all little cute tiny
things. So who's going to watch the credits coming down the screen and scream? When
you know I'm going to be watching for Janelle.
Janelle, baby.
Look, actually, right here, it actually says that at the box office, it made $44.8 million.
Wow.
You did.
All right. I knew we had a
Check you
superstar
out.
here.
Oh my God, that's a
Go.
48 in that. 444.8 is there's a 48 in there. So that's my magic number. So that means we're on a good timeline, baby. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Also,
I want your autograph now.
I used to get
I want your
residual
autograph.
checks from first of all, it was Merrimax, which was always my favorite producer because I used to love their movie. I love Merrimax's movies. Although
Oh,
he, of course,
Miramax,
Harvey
yeah,
Weinstein turned into a big was shown to be a big perv, but he was behind
Yeah.
Miramax. But then Disney, I used to get residual checks from Disney for people watching the movie. You know, you get these checks. Now I don't get checks anymore, but I also moved and hid my address from my ex. So I've been on, in a way, the run for a long time because my ex and his wife used to hack into my shit, and they used
Wow.
to, and yeah, and to not be constantly served by their freaking legal filings. I literally found a way so that no one knew where I lived. And I also had other stalkers and things like that back then. So I was trying to keep my daughter safe and give us a new lease on life, a new life in California. So, you know, we had to fight him to get her to let us move. He fought me tooth and nail. Then he let us move. Then he took me back to court the second we got out there. He filed a complaint and started. So he let us go. Finally, he didn't show up to court that day because he was in a play. And I should have gone to court that day. I would have won everything. But the guardian ad litem was secretly on his side. And she called me up and told me not to come to court, that I didn't have to go. And I was so relieved because I was so fucking nervous about the whole thing. I was absolutely terrified of going to court. And so I didn't go. And she tricked me. And then she helped him continue to take me to court from between Boston and California. I had to go to court for 2 friggin' more years fighting to keep my daughter from him, even though he didn't even live in. It was a very fucked up situation.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's sad. Hey guys, listen, I think I'm gonna close this out. I'm getting tired. I need to feed my dogs.
Go on,
Beefcake is
Lainey.
coming home. So I got some stuff I got to get done.
Well, thanks for having me up, guys. It was good chatting with you. Send me a prayer for safety because I freaking need one. And
I
Sherry,
will.
I'd
I'll pray
like
for
to
you,
know
Rosie.
how
I'll pray for you, girl.
If you're handling cyberbullying as well, Wild Angel, I'd like to
I
know
always do,
what you're
but
doing to
not that
handle
bad,
that.
though. But
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I
You
can
know,
talk to you about it.
it'll be okay,
Yeah.
Rosie. It'll be all right.
let's hope. This guy
Okay.
is you know, he just came into my chat and wrote that nasty comment, and then 2 seconds later, or actually I think he made the threat 19 hours ago, which is almost a full day ago. So I don't know, guys.
All
Yeah,
right.
some of mine were like on an actual live, so obviously people aren't very smart about doing things like that when everybody can see it, because then there's proof.
I know.
So,
I
you
didn't
know.
screenshot that, but I should have. All right, guys, I'll drop down
All
so
right.
Leanie can say goodbye.
Thank
Love you
you.
guys.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
bye, Rosie. Bye. All right.
All right, guys, thanks
right.
for coming
Thank
up.
you.
Richie,
Yeah, it was
thanks. It's
nice
always a
talking to
good
you.
time.
I was
Thanks,
want to
Sherry.
see,
And Maggie, I love you so much. I will get your messenger. I can't wait to see my picture. I'm super excited that somebody's done it for me. That's exciting. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just
Okay,
making
sorry,
sure.
I have my mic
Maggie
off.
does.
It's okay.
Maggie does great work.
Oh, you have a good night then, Leanie, and I'll speak to you soon, love. Okay,
Thank you.
and thanks for having
All
me.
right, honey.
Thank you, everybody.
No,
Take-
thanks for
Bye,
coming
Take
up.
guys.
care.
Take
Bye,
care.
Wild Angel.
Bye.
Bye,
Love you
Richie.
guys.
Bye, love. Bye, everyone. Bye, Chas.
All right, guys. Let's see. Almost a 7-hour live. Wow. Went by so fast. It just really did. It went by so fast. Just want to say thanks for everybody that hung in there. Those that are in the naked bushes. If you know, you know. Appreciate y'all sitting up there and just watching what's going on here. Even the trolls, because I know you're up there. Mission, I know you're up there. Lionel, you're probably up there too, watching Team Rose, getting you something to go on. But I want to thank those that did hang out, those that did poke their heads out of the bushes for a little while and talk to us. That was fun. Y'all come down more. Come down more. We're a good time here. Good time. Hey, thanks everybody for hitting the likes. I appreciate that. I want to tell you guys some exciting news. Can I tell you? Before I log off real quick, I want to make sure that I'm not lying. Don't like a liar. I'm at 280 subs. Woo! Oh, I'm so happy about that. I know it's so silly, you guys. It's really so, so silly. I know. But I gave myself till Friday to come up with 280. So, wow. Wow, you guys were 2 days ahead. I'm super excited about that. So we're on to 290. You guys know I go in increments of 10, you know. So I feel little accomplishments along the way. So, thanks to those that subscribed tonight. I appreciate that so much. I've enjoyed hearing the stories that we heard. Appreciate everybody coming up on panel. If you haven't hit the like, please hit the like. It's for free. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. It's for free. And I hope to see you guys again really soon over here. Love you. And oh, and one more thing. Thank you to the replayers. You guys are very, very important to me too. I really, really appreciate those that leave me little messages and go back and look at the replays. I'm a replay team too. All right. Love you guys. Have a great day, great night, great evening. And I wish I will see you guys soon. I hope to see you guys soon. Love you. Bye.